State and Capital. A Marxist Debate. Edited by. Contents. 1. Introduction, towards a materialist theory of the state. 2. The welfare state illusion and the contradiction between wage labor and capital. Wolfgang Müller and Christel Nusshaus. 3. Some problems of state interventionism. Elmer Altvater. 4. Some comments on Aflatow W. and Huisken's essay on the problem of the derivation of the bourgeois state. 5. The state apparatus and social reproduction, elements of a theory of the bourgeois state. 6. On the current Marxist discussion on the analysis of form and function of the bourgeois state. 7. Class conflict, competition, and state functions. Heidi Gerstenberger. 8. On the analysis of the bourgeois nation-state within the world market context. Towards a materialist theory of the state. John Holloway and Sol Picciotto. The present crisis of capitalism appears, more than ever before, as a crisis of the state. Attention has been focused, in Britain and elsewhere, not just on the usual failure of the state to manage the economy but on the need to reduce and restructure state expenditure and consequently to restructure the state apparatus itself. For the first time since the war, the usefulness of large parts of the state administration has been seriously called into question. Faced with these developments, people are being forced to modify their views on both the strength and the weakness, the possibilities and the limitations of the state, and many of the widely held views of a few years ago have been shown to be illusory. Those who believed in a new capitalism which might still be oppressive, but in which the problem of economic crisis had largely been solved by state intervention, are now confronted by the return of high unemployment, wage cuts, and the reduction of state expenditure. Those, on the other hand, who believed that a return of high unemployment and a general fall in living standards would pose a mortal threat to the political system should be no less embarrassed by the actual course of development, for the crisis has brought to light not only the limits of state activity, but equally the remarkable ability of the state to weather crises. In short, the present crisis has shown the urgent need for an adequate understanding of the state and its relation to the process of capitalist accumulation and crisis. In the past, Marxist theory, insofar as it has dealt with the state at all, has too often confined itself to showing that the state acts in the interests of capital and to analyzing the correspondence between the content of state activity and the interests of the ruling class. For an understanding of political development and the possibilities of political action, however, such an analysis is inadequate. In a period characterized on the one hand by the serious questioning of state interventionist policies and on the other by the rise of communist parties in some countries of Western Europe, the whole question of the limits to state action becomes crucial. Limitations on 2. The ability of the state to solve the problems of capital, on the one hand, limitations on the possibility of using the state to effect a transition to socialism, on the other. At the same time, the decline of parliament and the erosion of civil liberties in even the most stable democracies raise the question of the development of state forms. Is parliamentary democracy to be seen as the ideal norm for the capitalist mode of production as a whole, individual deviations from which should be seen as such, or was liberal democracy merely the ideal counterpart of a certain stage of accumulation which has now passed? In a period which has just witnessed the extraordinary success of the state in Britain in persuading the workers to sacrifice their interests for the good of society as a whole, it is essential to analyze why, if the state is a class state, it is nevertheless seen by so many as a neutral instance acting for the good of society. In a period in which it has become commonplace for the leaders of capitalist industry to inveigh not only against particular decisions but against the state in general, the whole question of the capitalist nature of the state's activity is posed afresh, and more particularly the question of the necessary functionality of state actions for capital. It is our argument and the argument of this book that all these questions can be answered only by developing a materialist theory of the state, i.e. by analyzing the relation between the capitalist state and the form of production in capitalist societies. This book is intended as a contribution to the development of a materialist theory of the capitalist state. In the Federal Republic of Germany, the last few years have seen a new departure in the Marxist theory of the state in an intense and coherent debate generally referred to as the state derivation debate. The aim of this debate, which is part of the general resurgence of interest since the late 1960s in elaborating the scientific categories developed by Marx for an analysis of modern capitalism, has been systematically to derive the state as a political form from the nature of the capitalist relations of production, as a first step towards constructing a materialist theory of the bourgeois state and its development. In this book we present some of the major contributions to the German state derivation discussion, but we present them not simply as an interesting phenomenon, not simply as a German school to be ranged beside other schools, but as a fundamental critique of those theories often considered in Britain to represent the Marxist theory of the state. One of the aims of this introduction is to make that criticism more explicit. We shall start by looking at the way in which the state is analyzed by those authors, political theorists, and economists, who currently exert influence on Marxist discussion in this country. In our view, there is a dichotomy underlying the debate in Britain. Some analyses pay little or no attention to the specificity of the political and argue that the actions of the state flow more or less directly from the requirements of capital. Such analyses are sometimes accused of reductionism or economic 3. Determinism. Other analyses, in overreaction to this approach, have insisted on the relative autonomy of the political, denying the need for theorists of the political to pay close attention to the conditions of capital accumulation. This tendency may perhaps be termed politicist. 1. What both poles of this dichotomy, which does not, of course, always present itself as more than an underlying tendency, have in common is an inadequate theorization of the relation between the economic and the political as discrete forms of capitalist social relations. The only way forward, we shall suggest, is to break out of this dichotomy by developing an adequate theory of this relation, a theory which founds both the specificity of the political and the development of political forms firmly in the analysis of capitalist production. This is precisely the aim of the current German debate. After elaborating our critique of state theories current in Britain, we shall go on to outline the course of this debate, explore some of its weaknesses and suggest ways in which the analysis should be carried further. Marxist political theory and the analysis of the state. The discussion in Britain of the Marxist theory of the state has tended to become stuck in the rather infertile rut of the Miliband-Poulantzas debate. This debate has given rise to an illusory polarity between the approaches of these two authors, between what has sometimes been called the instrumentalist and the structuralist approach, a false polarity which has done much to delimit and impoverish discussion. The state derivation debate presented in this book falls outside this constricting framework and makes clear that it is quite wrong to regard Miliband and Poulantzas as representing polar alternatives in the Marxist analysis of the state, that, for all their real differences, that which Poulantzas and Miliband have in common is at least as significant as that which separates them. In contrast to the German debate, which focuses on the analysis of the interrelation, the unity in separation of the different spheres, and insists that such a focus is central to a materialist understanding of the political, both Miliband and Poulantzas focus on the political as an autonomous object of study, arguing, at least implicitly, that a recognition of the specificity of the political is a necessary precondition for the elaboration of scientific concepts. To some extent this difference in focus is a question of emphasis. Clearly neither Poulantzas nor Miliband denies the validity of Marx's famous dictum that political forms can be understood only when related to the anatomy of civil society, but neither of them considers it important to analyze this relation with greater precision. An important consequence of this is that neither tries to build systematically on the historical materialist categories developed by Marx in his analysis of that anatomy in Capital in order to construct a Marxist theory of the state. On the contrary, for Poulantzas and for Miliband, Capital is primarily an analysis of the economic level, and the concepts developed there are concepts specific to the analysis of that level. In the same way as Capital analyzed the economic as an autonomous and specific object of science, the task of Marxist political theorists, in this view, is to take the political as an autonomous and specific object of science to elaborate new concepts specific to the political level. Insofar, Therefore, as these authors base themselves on Marx's writings, they consider it necessary to develop not the economic concepts mentioned above, but the political concepts developed in fragmentary fashion in Marx's political writings and the more political parts of Capital. This project, referred to by Poulantzas as the attempt to construct a regional theory of the political, is justified by reference to the characteristic autonomy of the economic and the political in the capitalist mode of production. The assumption that the political can be constituted as an autonomous and specific object of science more fully theorized by Poulantzas, but shared equally by Miliband, and the interpretation of Marx's Capital on which it is based stand in sharp contrast to the approach elaborated in the debate presented in this book. The state derivation debate, receiving much of its inspiration from a revival of interest in Capital in the late 1960s, sees in Marx's great work not an analysis of the economic level but a materialist critique of political economy, i.e. a materialist critique of bourgeois attempts to analyze the economy in isolation from the class relations of exploitation on which it is based. Consequently, the categories elaborated in Capital are seen not as being specific to the analysis of the economic level but as historical materialist categories developed to illuminate the structure of class conflict in capitalist society and the forms and conceptions generated by that structure. From this it follows that the task is not to develop political concepts to complement the set of economic concepts, but to develop the concepts of capital in the critique not only of the economic but also of the political form of social relations. To this we shall return later. For the moment we are concerned only to contrast the two approaches and to argue that the assumptions common to both Miliband and Poulantzas have the effect of cutting these authors off from any possibility of elaborating a materialist analysis of the development of the state, of its possibilities and limitations. Miliband's book, The State in Capitalist Society, is useful in providing a dear introductory critique of bourgeois sociological and political thought, but it is too deeply rooted itself in the British empiricist tradition. Miliband's principal fault, as indeed Poulantzas has pointed out, is that, in combating bourgeois theory, he does little more than show that the bourgeois theorists have got the facts wrong. Thus, defending himself against Poulantzas, he relates that having outlined the Marxist theory of the state, I was concerned to set it against the dominant, democratic pluralist view and to show the latter's deficiencies in the only way in which this seems to be possible, namely in empirical terms. While it is certainly important to show that bourgeois theory cannot give an adequate account of empirical development, a Marxist critique must surely go beyond exposing its deficiencies in empirical terms. To understand the genesis and development of the bourgeois conceptions and to understand the development of the capitalist state, it is surely necessary to develop a materialist analysis of the relation between state, society, and bourgeois ideology. One consequence of Miliband's approach is that, since he does not found his critique in a systematic analysis of capitalist society, he is unable to develop an analysis of the state which would show the relation between its development and the developing contradictions of the capitalist mode of production. Thus, when in the final chapter of his book he comes to the largest of all questions about Western-type regimes, how long their bourgeois democratic framework is likely to remain compatible with the needs and purposes of advanced capitalism, his answer to this important question remains necessarily speculative and vague, since he has no theoretical approach which can relate the process of accumulation to the development of the form of the state. Poulantzas rightly criticizes Miliband for neglecting the essential structural links between the bourgeoisie and the capitalist state. What makes the state in capitalist society a capitalist state is not the class composition of the personnel of the state apparatus but the position occupied by the state in the capitalist mode of production. The relation between the bourgeois class and the state is an objective relation. This means that if the function of the state in a determinate social formation and the interests of the dominant class in this formation coincide, it is by reason of the system itself. The direct participation of members of the ruling class in the state apparatus is not the cause but the effect, and moreover a chance and contingent one, of this objective coincidence. The task of state theory, therefore, is to analyze this objective relation or, returning to Marx's dictum, to analyze the relation between political forms and the anatomy of civil society, to analyze how and to what extent the nature of the system brings about an objective coincidence between the functions of the state and the interests of the dominant class, and how and to what extent changes in the system affect both the interests of the dominant class and, hence, the function of the state. Poulantzas fails, however, to focus on the relation between political forms and the anatomy of civil society. His view, stated at the beginning of his 5.6. first major book, that capitalist society is characterized by a relative autonomy of the economic and political instances which allows one to make each instance a separate and specific object of study, leads him to neglect the all-important question of the nature of the separation of and relation between these instances. Naturally, he accepts that the separation of the two instances is not total, but he relegates their unity to a problematic in the last instance, never dealing with the relation between them in more than an illusory and cursory fashion. As a result, the central problems of the Marxist theory of the state, the problems of the development of the state form, of the structural limitations and possibilities of state action, which can be approached only through an analysis of the relation between the state and the contradictions of capitalist accumulation, are necessarily passed over in Poulantzas's work, in the interests apparently of greater scientific rigor. The implications of the structuralist acceptance of the surface fragmentation of bourgeois society into relatively autonomous structures, which in this view can be examined in relative isolation, become clear. Not only does it mean that the question of the interrelation between the structures is neglected, but the structuralist starting point has a fatal immunizing effect. On the one hand, the laws of motion of capital and the tendency for the rate of profit to fall are accepted, or, more accurately perhaps, they are taken for granted. On the other hand, taken for granted and relegated to the economic sphere, the analysis of the political can proceed in isolation from the necessities and limitations imposed on the political by precisely those laws of motion. The anatomy of civil society being taken for granted, the political forms can be examined, pace Marx, in their relative autonomy. This insistence on the relative autonomy of the political may reflect a partly justifiable reaction against economism or reductionism, i.e. against the common oversimplification of the relation between the economic and the political, which presents the political as a mere reflection of the economic. But the reductionist approaches have the merit of trying to provide an answer, however crude, to a real problem, the problem of how we come to a materialistic understanding of political development, of how we relate political development to the contradictions of capitalist production. It is no improvement at all simply to sidestep the problem. How important is this concept of the relative autonomy of the political for Poulantzas's work, and what are its consequences? It seems to us that Poulantzas's false point of departure imposes severe limitations on his analyses. The principal consequence is that, by severing his study of the political from the analysis of the contradictions of accumulation, that is to say of the relations of capitalist exploitation, he cuts himself off from the principal source of change in capitalist society, the development of those contradictions, powered by the revolutionary struggle of the working class. 7. It follows that, although he is able to give penetrating insights into particular features of the bourgeois state, his analysis does not rise above the level of perceptive description. There is no analysis of the development of capitalist society, of the changing forms of state-society relations, and of the state itself. Because there is no systematic analysis of the relation between the capitalist state and its basis, capitalist exploitation of the working class in the process of accumulation, so too there is no analysis of the constraints and limitations which the nature of capitalist accumulation imposes upon state action. Further, his failure correctly to problematize the nature of the separation of the economic and the political leads to his identification of the economic with production relations 3, and even, despite statements and formulations to the contrary, to a continual tendency to identify class struggle with the realm of the political. The merits but also the weakness of Poulantzas's analysis can be seen in his treatment of European integration. One of the main purposes of his essay on the internationalization of capitalist relations and the nation-state is to criticize the oversimplified, economistic view exemplified by Mondel's thesis that the success or failure of European integration depends on the form taken by the international centralization of capital. Poulantzas correctly points out that, the state is not a mere tool or instrument of the dominant classes, to be manipulated at will, so that every step that capital took towards internationalization would automatically induce a parallel supranationalization of states. The problem we are dealing with cannot be reduced to a simple contradiction of a mechanistic kind between the base and a superstructural cover which no longer corresponds to it. While this criticism of Mondel's oversimplification undoubtedly has some force, Poulantzas fails totally to give us an alternative analysis of the material basis of European integration. His emphasis is on showing that the internationalization of capital merely has the effect of transforming national political structures, on denying that it creates pressures for political organizations on a European level. This view stems from his emphasis that the task of the state is to maintain the unity and cohesion of a social formation divided into classes, and his implication that there must therefore be a necessary congruence between state organization and the form of the class struggle. Since it is still the national form that prevails in these struggles, however international they are in their essence, he comes to the conclusion that the current development in no way encroaches on the dominant role of the state in the monopoly capitalist stage. We are thus left without any explanation at all of the impetus to European integration, of the tensions between new forms of capital accumulation and existing state structures. The same failings can be seen even more clearly in Poulantzas's treatment of fascism. In his book on that subject he is again concerned to attack the oversimplified economistic interpretations of fascism which attribute fascism simply to the over-carrot ripeness of monopoly capitalism. The book has many critical insights to offer, but Poulantzas again avoids the fundamental question of the relation between fascism and the contradictions of capital accumulation. To understand the origins of fascism and its relation to the continued existence of capitalism, it is surely necessary to examine the reorganization of social relations, and particularly of relations of exploitation, which takes place under fascism, to ask to what extent such a reorganization is made necessary by the contradictions of accumulation as the basic form of class struggle in capitalism, and to ask why the reorganization was carried out in this particular manner. Given that we live in a capitalist society characterized by the same contradictions of accumulation and by the consequent periodic and often violent reorganization of social relations in the interests of the continuation of accumulation, these are surely the questions that are politically important. Without assuming a priori the functionality of fascism for capital, the problem is surely to locate the phenomenon in the social process of accumulation and crisis, i.e. of the expanded reproduction of capitalist contradictions. Mondale poses the problem clearly, if sketchily and assertively, when he writes, "The rise of fascism is the expression of a severe social crisis of late capitalism, a structural crisis which can, as in the years 1929 to 1933, coincide with a crisis of overproduction, but which goes far beyond such conjunctural fluctuations. Fundamentally, it is a crisis in the very conditions of the production and realization of surplus value. The historical function of the fascist seizure of power is to change suddenly and violently the conditions of the production and realization of surplus value to the advantage of the decisive groups of monopoly capital. This is clearly not a complete analysis of fascism, but it has the great merit of posing very clearly the question of the relation between the rise of fascism and the contradictions inherent in capitalist class exploitation, and of the function of fascism in relation to that process of exploitation. It is extraordinary that in all his long analysis of fascism, Poulantzas does not even pose the problem in these terms. Where he discusses the economic contradictions underlying fascism, he does so only in the context of the dominant class's contradictions between big and medium capital, capitalists, and landowners etc. To isolate the discussion of these contradictions is in any case very strange when one bears in mind that in Marx's analysis the intensification of conflicts between individual capitals or groups of capitals can be understood only in relation to a general crisis of the extraction of surplus value, i.e. only on the basis of 8. 9. The fundamental contradiction of the capital-labor relation. Point 4. But when Poulantzas comes to talk of the relation of fascism to the working class, the contradictions of the relation of exploitation and the attempt to overcome those contradictions through fascism are hardly mentioned at all. The whole question is discussed in terms of a politico-ideological crisis. Poulantzas thus performs the most extraordinary feat of writing a long Marxist analysis of fascism and class without relating fascism to the fundamental core of class struggle in capitalism, the process of accumulation and exploitation. No doubt this is because the contradictions of accumulation are supposed to operate on a different level and can thus be taken for granted. 5. It seems in many ways to be due to its very limitations that Poulantzas's theory has provided a framework seized upon by a growing band of Poulantsians. In place of theories based on the analysis of accumulation and class struggle, they utilize the political concepts of Poulantzas's power block, hegemony, governing class, etc. Like pigeonholes which can be filled with the relevant contents from a political analysis of the class structure of any given state. The relation of general theory to political practice is seen as something very similar to bourgeois model building. The abstract theory is concretized, resulting in a prescription for political intervention. The result is a kind of political pragmatism, since the prescription depends on the contents applied by the analysis of political class relations, and this is often dictated by the tactics and expediency of the political moment as directly experienced. Since the relationship to the economic is always in the last instance, too little attention is paid to basing the analysis of class struggle on the actual dynamic of capital accumulation. It is also very characteristic of a Poulantsian approach that, as we have seen, the global patterns of capital accumulation are either ignored or granted no real effect on the political, so that the bourgeois nation-state is always accepted as the de facto political field. We have concentrated our discussion in this section on Poulantzas because of the present influence exercised by his writings, but similar criticism might have been made of some of the writings of Gramsci, who has also become influential among Marxist political theorists and sociologists in recent years. He too speaks of politics as an autonomous science. He too is sharply critical of Rosa Luxemburg's economistic identification of economic and political crisis without providing any alternative analysis of the relation between the economic and the political. He too concentrates his attention on classes, class fractions, and class hegemony. His general emphasis is also on playing down the problem of the relation between political forms and the conditions for the accumulation of capital, on dissociating the concept of political crisis from that of economic crisis. 6. It is characteristic of the authors we have looked at so far that they start with political categories, most notably with what they see as the central political category of class. This is in stark contrast with the German debate. 10. Presented here, which starts from an attack on those who try to construct a specific theory of the political, and insists on the need to start from the materialist categories developed by Marx in Capital. Thus, Hirsch criticizes Engels's treatment of the state in The Origins of the Family, Private Property, and the State for just such a class-theoretical approach. The failure to take as the starting point of his analysis the laws and historical development of the capitalist process of accumulation and reproduction leads Engels inevitably to a restricted class-theoretical determination of the state, in which the state appears as a power standing above society and regulating class conflict. Perhaps we can parrot and extend this by saying that the failure to take as the starting point of their analysis the laws and historical development of the capitalist process of accumulation and production leads authors such as Miliband, Poulantzas, and Gramsci inevitably to a restricted class-theoretical determination of the state, which has two consequences of fundamental importance. First, they are unable to analyze the development of political forms. Secondly, they are unable to analyze systematically the limitations imposed on state by the relation of the state to the process of capital accumulation. Marxist economics and the state, the political theorists are, of course, not the only ones concerned with the analysis of the capitalist state. In view of the increase of state interventionism, it is hardly surprising that a growing number of Marxist economists have turned their attention to the analysis of the state. It would be wrong to assume that the economists necessarily take an economically determinist or reductionist approach to the state. The distinction between the two tendencies which we mentioned at the beginning of this introduction depends not on the starting point of the analysis but on the conception of the social totality which underlies the analysis. Thus, the controversy which has so sharply divided Marxist economists in Britain in recent years, that between the so-called fundamentalists and the neo-Ricardian seven, divides them also in the general principles of their analyses of state action. The neo-Ricardians have generally taken a positivist view of the separate spheres of politics and economics, which has led them into many of the same failings as the theorists we have examined already, starting from an acceptance of the fetishized surface forms of politics and economics. They are unable to develop an analysis of the interrelation of the two spheres. The fundamentalists, on the other hand, correctly take the category of capital as their starting point, but short. 11. Circuit the whole problem of the specificity of the political and the role of the political system. On the neo-Ricardian side, the problem of the role of the state makes its appearance in a totally unproblematic and simplistic manner. In Glynn and Sutcliffe's book British Capitalism, Workers, and the Profit Squeeze, and particularly in their chapters on the role of policy of the government, the state is portrayed quite simply as the instrument of the capitalist class in its fight against workers' militancy, as a central element in capitalism's fight to survive the profit squeeze. In many ways, their analysis is the economic counterpart of Miliband's political analysis. The emphasis is on showing empirically how the state has acted in the interests of capital. The problem of the development of the state and the problem of what makes the state take particular actions is not raised, or is explained simply by reference to the class struggle. Most extraordinary of all, the problem of the limitations on state action and the contradictory effect of state expenditure in relation to the present crisis is not even mentioned. Ian Goff, in his article on state expenditure in advanced capitalism, focuses more centrally on the nature of the capitalist state and illustrates more clearly the similarity of approach between the neo-Ricardians and Poulantzas. 8. The neo-Ricardian approach is characterized above all by an emphasis on surface categories such as price, profit, wages, etc. The materialist categories developed by Marx to explain the movement of these phenomenal forms are either rejected completely or considered to be mere abstractions, of no practical significance for concrete analysis. Following from this, they reject also the view that capitalist development can be explained as the outcome of any fundamental tendencies and dismiss in particular the tendency for the rate of profit to fall. 9. Starting as they do from surface categories, it is not surprising that the neo-Ricardians accept as a positive datum the distinction between economics and politics. It is symptomatic that Goff begins his article with an economic analysis of state expenditure and then turns for an analysis of the general character of the state to the expert political theorists, Miliband and Poulantzas. He quotes them as authority for emphasizing the autonomy of the state. For both Poulantzas and Miliband, the capitalist state is a relatively autonomous entity representing the political interests of the dominant classes and situated within the field of class struggle. Since the state is thus liberated, on the authority of the experts, from the exigencies imposed by capital accumulation, Goff is thus also liberated from the need to analyze the limits imposed on state action by its structural relation to the processes of capitalist production. For him, the limits of state action arise not from the logic of capital but from class struggle. For them, as for Poulantzas, capitalist development is to be explained not in terms of the unfolding of the contradictions of capitalist production through class struggle, but by reference to class struggle even as a political process exogenous from economic relations. While it is axiomatic that the history of all, hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles, it is of decisive importance for understanding that history to realize that the ORM of class struggle, the form of class antagonism, varies from one society to another, and that the form of class struggle has a central role in determining the dynamic of that struggle. The form which class antagonism, the form which class exploitation takes in capitalist society was the object of Marx's analysis in Capital. It is only on the basis of an understanding of the specifics/bara of capitalist class exploitation, based on the extraction of surplus value, that we can understand the dynamic of class struggle in capitalism and hence of the social and political development of capitalist societies. To say that capitalist development is determined by class struggle is certainly true. Indeed, we could go further and say it is itself a process of class struggle. But first, it is wrong simply to counterpose this to an explanation of capitalist development in terms of the fundamental tendencies of capitalist accumulation, and secondly, insofar as such a counterposition is implied, or insofar as the fundamental tendencies are dismissed as irrelevant or peripheral, the statement is no more than a misleading banality which overlooks the decisive importance of the form of class struggle and which leads inevitably to an ahistorical view of capitalism, and hence a utopian view of the transition to socialism. Point 10. If we reject these approaches which start from the autonomy of the politikal, does this bring us back to the iron economic determinism which these authors criticize? If we insist on starting with the category of capital because it is the contradictions of the capital relation which provide the basis for understanding the dynamic of social and political development in capitalism, the problem of the nature of the relation between the actions of the state and the accumulation of capital remains. Or should this problem simply be dismissed as being no problem, the autonomy of the political denied, the correspondence between the actions of the state and the requirements of capital accumulation taken for granted? Certainly this assumption is present in the work of many Marxists, among them the so-called fundamentalists. Thus Yaffe, for instance, has correctly laid great stress on the role of state expenditure in the present crisis. In criticizing the neo-Ricardians, he has correctly pointed out that state expenditure is not a panacea which will cure the ills of capitalism, that there are limits to the extent and effect of state expenditure which result from its unproductive nature and hence the requirements of accumulation. All this is important and a great advance on the common leftist view which gets no further than pointing to the capitalist content of state action. What is significant, however, is that, although he attributes great importance to state 13. expenditure, Yaffe does not find it necessary to consider further the analysis of the state. What results is a rather monolithic view of the state, in which the growth of the state apparatus is attributed simply to the state's post-war commitment to full employment, and in which the effect of state expenditure is seen as being adequately grasped by its classification into the categories of productive or unproductive expenditure. While Yaffe's analysis may be valid in crude outline, it leaves many problems unsolved. The problem of the way in which the interests of capital are established through the political system is not even posed. For him, the intervention of the bourgeois state arises directly from the needs of capital. But then how are we to understand the role of bourgeois democracy, and how are we to see individual state actions which apparently do not correspond to the interests of capital? Again, the problem of contradictions within the state apparatus is not posed. This apparatus is simply an increase of unproductive expenditure. Yaffe's great advance on the analyses of the neo-Ricardians is to point out that, although the actions of the state favor capital in their content, certain limitations are imposed on state action by the nature of its relation to the process of accumulation. However, Yaffe focuses exclusively on one aspect of these limitations, namely on the fact that state expenditure represents a deduction from total social surplus value and is thus limited by the competing claims of private capitals on that surplus value which must be met if accumulation is to continue. Within these limits it is assumed that the state acts rationally in the interests of capital. It is the argument of the essays in this book that this is only one aspect of the limitations on state action, that for a fuller understanding of the state it is necessary to analyze the other limitations on state action which arise from the nature of the structural relation between capital and state, limitations which greatly restrict or render impossible state action in the rational interests of capital, irrespective of the limits of state expenditure. These objections to Yaffe's analysis are not just academic quibbles, they may affect the interpretation of individual state actions, the assessment of contradictions within the capitalist class and of vital questions such as state expenditure cuts. Simply to oppose state expenditure cuts without more ado implies a view of the state as being at least potentially beneficial to the working class rather than as a form of capitalist domination, a form impregnated through and through by its place in that system of domination. Fine and Harris attempt to transcend the neo-Ricardian fundamentalist debate and to take the analysis of the state a step further in their discussion of Goff and their review of recent debates. Correctly they criticize Goff for not starting from the category of capital. Correctly too they nevertheless emphasize the specificity of the political and the importance of developing a materialist theory of the state. They do not progress very far, however, in analyzing the relation between capital and the state, basically. 14. Because they appear to see capital simply as an economic category and adopt a simple base superstructure model of society in which the economic base is determinant. Capital and the economic are thus posited a priori as being separate from the political, so that it is not clear how the unity of the separate spheres is to be analyzed. We shall argue that this starting point is incapable of yielding a solution. What is required is not an economic but a materialist theory of the state. The economic should not be seen as the base which determines the political superstructure, but rather the economic and the political are both forms of social relations, forms assumed by the basic relation of class conflict in capitalist society, the capital relation, forms whose separate existence springs, both logically and historically, from the nature of that relation. The development of the political sphere is not to be seen as a reflection of the economic, but is to be understood in terms of the development of the capital relation, i.e. of class exploitation in capitalist production. It was on the basis of capitalist production in general that Marx developed his critique of economic forms, and it is also on the analysis of the development of relations of production as class relations that the critique of bourgeois political forms must be based. Implicit in our account of the analyses of the state currently influential in British Marxist discussion has been a contrast between these analyses and the German debate which we present in this book and which we shall now go on to examine in greater detail. It may be helpful to reiterate our main points in order to underline the advances which we feel the German Diskussion has made in the analysis of the state. We have argued that the inadequacy of the theories current in Britain stems from a failure to focus on the relation between state and society, or, put more generally, a failure to analyze the articulation of the totality of capitalist social relations. On the one hand we have seen the acceptance of the fetishized categories of bourgeois thought, the acceptance as a positive given of the fragmentation of bourgeois society into the economic and the political. This, we have argued, leads inevitably to an ahistorical and therefore utopian analysis of capitalism and the possibilities of socialism. Here the separation of the economic and political spheres is emphasized, the unifying totality neglected. At the other extreme we have seen the reduction of politics to a mere reflection of the economic, an overemphasis on the unifying whole which overlooks the real, though historically conditioned particularization of the generality of capitalist relations into political and economic forms. The result is an oversimplified view of the relation between the actions of the state and the requirements of capital accumulation. The starting point of the whole German state derivation debate is the critique of those theorists who divorce the study of politics from the analysis of capital accumulation. Instead of simply reiterating the connection between capital and the state, however, the contributions 15. to the debate have accepted the separation of the economic and the political and have tried to establish, logically and historically, the foundation of that separation in the nature of capitalist production. In other words, the aim has been to derive the state from the category of capital. This was the essential departure made by the seminal essay of Wolfgang Müller and Christel Neusius. In the course of the debate much criticism has been heaped upon this article, but the basic starting point, the emphasis on the need to found the separation of the political from the economic in the analysis of capital, has been universally accepted, has indeed come to be taken for granted as a commonplace. In our view, this simple step, which emphasizes simultaneously the unifying totality of capitalist social relations and the historically conditioned fragmentation of those relations into fetishized forms, is an important step in creating the framework for a materialist analysis of the state. In the rest of this introduction it will be necessary to analyze the German debate to see what progress has been made in developing such a theory, and how the progress made might be developed further. The state derivation debate. Since the state derivation debate often appears to be so abstract, it is good to emphasize from the beginning that it is a response to practical political problems. Events in the Federal Republic of Germany in the late 1960s presented political problems for which previous Marxist analyses provided no ready answers. There were three developments which pointed forcefully towards much the same question. First, the recession of 1966-67, the first major break in the West German economic miracle, had brought the Social Democrats into office for the first time since the war, as minority partners in the Grand Coalition with the Christian Democrats. The governmental change was accompanied by the completion of an ideological shift from the post-war liberalism to an emphasis on state intervention and planning, and it was this change in policy which was accredited with the successful economic recovery in 1967 and 1968. Secondly, the elections of 1969 brought the SPD into office as the major partner in a socio-liberal government pledged to bring in sweeping social reforms. Thirdly, the intervening period had seen the rise and decline of a powerful student movement which, although theoretically more developed than the French or British movement, had yet never succeeded in establishing real contact with the working class movement. All these three developments raised in slightly different form the same question, the question of the limits of state action. The first development raised the question of whether the state could go on managing crises and planning social development indefinitely, whether the state could continue without apparent limit to mold society in the interests of capital. The second development, the coming to power of the socio-liberal coalition, posed the problem of the ability of reformist governments to achieve meaningful reforms, i.e. the problem of the limits of reformism. Thirdly, the failure of the student movement to establish links with the workers posed the problem of understanding the material basis of the widespread faith in reformism. These are the main problems with which this German debate on the state is trying to grapple. Certainly there are other problems which play a role, as the crisis grows deeper in the mid-70s and the state's policy becomes more repressive. The problems of the functionality of state action and the repressive nature of the state come more to the fore, but most of the debate which we reproduce here is concerned with the limits to state action and the basis of illusions in the power of the state. For this task the existing Marxist theory of the state was found inadequate. The literature which had been politically important in the late 1960s had focused on the critique of bourgeois democracy. After underlining the political importance of this critique, Müller and Neuss, in the article which started the whole debate in 1970, point out that it is not adequate to solve the problems with which they are faced. This critique, if it is taken seriously, must become a critique of the development of the various functions of the modern state, and of its concrete limits and contradictions. For by explaining and criticizing state institutions as the instruments of manipulation of the ruling class, it is not possible to discover the limits of that manipulation. These can only be revealed by an analysis which shows in detail the needs for and the limits to state intervention, arising from the contradictions of the capitalist process of production as a labor process and a valorization process. To understand the limits to state action it was necessary to analyze the relation between state and society. To understand this relation, it was seen to be necessary to analyze the source of the relation, the source of the particularization of capitalist society into apparently autonomous spheres of state and society. Just as Marx's analysis of the relation between commodities and money was based on the analysis of the source of this relation, or, in other words, on the derivation of the money form from the contradictions of the commodity, so, Müller and Neuss argue. The analysis of the relation between state and society must be based on the derivation of the state form from the contradictions of capitalist society. This approach rests on a certain understanding of the Marxist method, as exemplified most notably by Marx's great work as a critique of 17. Political economy, in which Marx sought to penetrate behind the categories of political economy to discover the social relations which they concealed, to show that categories such as exchange value, price, etc., are not objective eternal reality, but merely represent historically determined forms assumed by social relations in bourgeois society. The categories of bourgeois economy consist of such like forms. They are forms of thought expressing with social validity the conditions and relations of a definite, Historically Determined Mode of Production. Capital, Volume 1 p. 80. Moreover, Marx did not simply seek to decipher those forms, his aim was to provide a materialist critique of the economic forms, i.e. to show why bourgeois social relations assumed the forms expressed in the categories of value, price, money, etc. Indeed, he distinguishes his own theory from bourgeois political economy on precisely those grounds. Political economy has indeed analyzed, however incompletely, value and its magnitude, and has discovered what lies beneath these forms. But it has never once asked the question why labor is represented by the value of its product and labor time by the magnitude of that value. In his critique of the economic forms, therefore, Marx does not simply analyze one form after another, starting from the basic form of value and the social relations it expresses and from which it springs, he derives the other forms from those social relations. For Marx, to analyze a form is to analyze its genesis and development. Point 11. In this perspective, it is clear that capital is in no way an attempt to examine the economy in isolation, still less does it constitute the economic into an autonomous and specific object of science as Poulantzas would have it. It is an historical materialist critique of the forms of political economy which attempts to show the social relations which are concealed by, and give rise to, those forms. It follows that a study of the political must not be an attempt to develop some autonomous political science, but should rather be a critique of political science which attempts to decipher the political categories as forms of social relations. Since the object of study is bourgeois society, the social relations which are concealed by and give rise to these political forms will be essentially the social relations uncovered by Marx in his critique of political economy, the social relations of the capitalist mode of production. Logically, therefore, the German debate, which is concerned with the analysis of the form of the political, draws its inspiration less from Marx's overtly political writings than from Capital and the Grundrisse. And this does not stem from a position of economic determinism but, on the contrary, from a view which sees in Capital not an economic analysis but 18. A materialist critique of the economic form. Just as the social relations of the capitalist mode of production have given rise to the economic form and the categories of political economy, so they have given rise to the political form and the categories of political science. Thus the investigation of the relation between the economic and the political begins not by asking in what way the economic base determines the political superstructure but by asking, what is it about social relations in bourgeois society that makes them appear in separate forms as economic relations and political relations? This way of approaching the state was not entirely new, the problem had already been posed in those terms in 1923 by Picciotto, whose masterly essay on the general theory of law and Marxism, although translated into English, has been very sadly neglected by Marxists in Britain. 12. Picciotto, whose relevance to the German debate was realized only after the debate was underway, was concerned to derive the form of law and the closely related form of the state from the nature of capitalist commodity production. Although abstract in formulation, his argument aimed at moulding an important political point. Writing in the Soviet Union of 1923, he argued that the law and the state were forms which arose from the nature of social relations in bourgeois society, that, while it was undoubtedly necessary for a transitional society to use those forms in the interests of the proletariat, it was a travesty of Marxist theory to argue for the development of socialist law or a socialist state. He inveighed against Marxist theorists who had hitherto criticized the class content of the law and of the state without seeing that the form of the law and the form of the state were equally determined by the nature of capitalist society and could not simply be transposed to a new form of society. Thus, he says of Stuka's rival theory, it discloses the class content comprised in juridic forms, but fails to explain why this content takes such a form. For bourgeois legal philosophy, which regards juridic intercourse as an eternal and natural form of every sort of human intercourse, such a question does not arise at all. For Marxist theory, which strives to penetrate into the secrets of social forms and to reduce all human relationships to man himself, this task must occupy first place. In like vein, when he comes to the analysis of the state, he points out that it is not sufficient to indicate the class nature of the state must be analyzed as a specific form of class domination. Having traced the emergence of the separation of public and private, state and society, with the growth of capitalist production, he criticizes Engels's characterization of the state in The Origins of the Family, Private Property and the State, which relates the state simply to class conflict, and then he continues, behind all these controversies one fundamental problem lies concealed. 19. Why does the dominance of a class not continue to be that which it is, that is to say, the subordination in fact of one part of the population to another part? Why does it take on the form of official state domination? Or, which is the same thing, why is not the mechanism of state constraint created as the private mechanism of the dominant class? Why is it disassociated from the dominant class, taking the form of an impersonal mechanism of public authority isolated from society? This is perhaps the clearest formulation of the question tackled by the German debate, the question of the form of the capitalist state. Rather than look immediately at the answer which Pashukanis gave to this question, we shall go on to look at some aspects of the debate itself. What progress has the state derivation debate made in analyzing the form of the state? Since most of the important contributions are presented in this volume, it is hardly necessary to give here a blow-by-blow account of the debate with all its nuances and points of controversy. We shall here follow the discussion only in so far as it is necessary to elucidate the main points at issue and thus the main problems that have arisen in the attempt to derive the form and the function of the state. The reader will find that a small number of important but seemingly obscure problems crisscross the debate: the problem of just what the starting point for the derivation of the state form from society should be, and particularly whether the derivation should be based on an analysis of the surface or of the essence of capitalist society, the problem of the relation between the derivation of the form and the derivation of the function of the state, and the problem of the relation between logical derivation and historical analysis. Finally, and this problem comes increasingly to the fore in the later contributions, all these questions throw up the problem of the limits of state derivation, of just how far this approach can usefully be pursued. Clearly, any attempt at classification is an oversimplification which does injustice to the nuances of the different positions taken. Nevertheless, for the sake of simplicity, certainly 2, and possibly 3, general orientations though not clear-cut positions can be distinguished. First 13, and this may perhaps be seen as the mainstream approach to the problem. There are those who derive the necessity of the form of the state as a separate institution from the nature of the relations between capitals. Starting from the fact that capital can exist only in the form of individual capitals, these authors focus on the question of how the reproduction of capital as a whole, total social capital, is ensured. In general terms, they conclude that it is only due to the existence of an autonomized state standing above the fray that the social relations of an otherwise anarchic society are reproduced and the general interest of total social capital thus established. Thus, Müller and Neusius, basing themselves on Marx's analysis of the factory acts in capital, deduce the necessity of the state as a particular form alongside and outside bourgeois society from the self-destructive character of capitalist society. Capital, with its unrestrainable passion, its werewolf hunger for surplus labor, would destroy its own basis, the labor power of the workers, if it were not for the necessary intervention of the state, acting in the interests of capital in general to protect the health of the workers. Stressing the welfare aspect of the state's activity as a necessary condition for the reproduction of labor power, Müller and Neusius derive from the inability of the individual capitals to perform this function both the necessary autonomy of the state and also the material basis of the reformist belief in the socially benevolent nature of state activity. The argument of Altvater in his essay on state interventionism, from which a short extract is printed here, takes a similar approach, although he puts the point in more general terms. He derives the state from the inability of capital, as a result of its existence as many mutually antagonistic capitals, to reproduce the social nature of its own existence, to secure its reproduction, capital requires a state which is not subject to the same limitations as individual capitals, and which is thus able to provide the necessities which capital is unable to provide. It follows from this derivation of the form of the state that the state functions derived by Altvater are concerned with making good the deficiencies of private capital and with organizing individual capitals into a viable body. Thus the four general functions of the state which Altvater arrives at are all of this nature. 1. The provision of general material conditions of production. 2. Establishing and guaranteeing general legal relations, through which the relationships of legal subjects in capitalist society are performed. 3. The regulation of the conflict between wage labor and capital, and, if necessary, the political repression of the working class not only by means of law, but also by the police and army. 4. Safeguarding the existence and expansion of total national capital on the capitalist world market. The essay by Blank, Jurgens, and Castendijk is the most refined and most developed version of this approach. They too start from the fragmentation of social production into commodity production carried on by individual producers and derive the form and the function of the state from the need to regulate the relations between commodity producers by means of law and money. Regulation by these means is necessary to maintain relations of exchange between commodity producers, and this regulation can come only from a body standing outside the relations of commodity production. In arguing thus they are following closely in the footsteps of Picciotto. 21. Who also related the development of the state as a separate form to the emergence of commodity exchange. Factual dominance takes on the distinct juridic character of publicity with the appearance side by side with it, and independently of it of relationships associated with the act of exchange, that is to say of private relations par excellence. Coming forward as guarantor of these relationships, force becomes social force, public force, force pursuing the impersonal interest of order. Blank, Jurgens, and Castendijk's development of Picciotto's argument brings out clearly the close relation between the questions examined here and the concerns of Marxist legal theorists. 14. This first line of approach has much to commend it and has thrown considerable light on the relation between the state and individual capitals. In particular, it offers a clearly elaborated alternative to the state monopoly capitalism thesis of the fusion of monopoly capital and the state, an alternative which emphasizes both the capitalist nature of the state and the essential distinction between capital and state. It is this critique of state monopoly capitalism which lies behind such statements as Altvater's insistence that the state is never a real material total capitalist, but always only an ideal or fictitious total capitalist. 15. This approach has also contributed much to the analysis of nationalization and the public sector and the function of that sector in its discussion of state provision of the general conditions of production. 16. Finally, the authors who share this broad line of approach have had much of interest to say on the central question of the limits to state action. See in particular Altvater's discussion of the relation of state activity to the accumulation of surplus value, and Blank, Jurgens, and Castendijk's discussion of the limitations arising from the necessarily indirect or mediate nature of state action. We are thus being in no sense dismissive of these contributions when we point out that there are nevertheless three strong objections to this line of approach. First, in so far as 17 they present the state as the institutionalization of the interests of capital in general as coming into being to satisfy the requirements of capital, they attribute to it a power and a knowledge which it cannot possess. In so far as the state is derived from the need to fulfill a function which cannot be fulfilled by private capital, the state's ability to perform this function is already presupposed. This means, as Hirsch points out, that the central problem of state analysis, namely the question whether the state apparatus is at all able, and if so, under what conditions to carry out certain functions and what consequence this has, is conjured out of existence. Hence the insistence of this school's critics that it is necessary to derive the functions of the state from its form, and not vice versa. The second objection goes more directly to the heart of this approach, starting from the fragmentation of social capital and the antagonistic relations obtaining between individual capitals or individual commodity producers. This approach has very little to say about the state as a form of class domination, about the relations of repression and legitimation existing between the state and the working class. It is in fact a remarkable feature of the German discussion that, with one or two exceptions, it has so far placed very little emphasis on the repressive nature of the state. In part this reflects the general orientation of the debate, which sees itself as a critique of crude analyses which present the state simply as the tool of the ruling class. In part it probably represents a generalization from the West German experience in the early 1970s, when the working class was relatively quiescent and public discussion centered on the problems of planning economic development. This leads us on to a third, and possibly the most basic objection, namely that this approach is fundamentally ahistorical. It is ahistorical because the motive power of capitalist development lies not in the antagonistic relations between individual capitals or individual commodity producers, but in the antagonistic relations between capital and labor, in capital accumulation seen as a process of class struggle. Consequently, in approaches of this kind, although historical analysis is of course admitted to be important, the history is always brought in from outside as something external to the analysis. A distinction is made, implicitly or explicitly, between logical and historical analysis. The distinction is implicit in all these analyses, but is raised explicitly by Blank, Jurgens, and Castendieck, having defined form analysis as the derivation of the state as a necessary form in the reproduction of capitalist society. They continue. On this level of abstraction, however, we can only give the general points of departure for the development of functions of the reproduction process, which must take form in such a manner that they stand outside the system of privately organized social labor. The question of how this process of formation actually occurs, of how it is translated in structure, institution, and process of the state, can no longer be answered by form analysis. This question must be made the object of historical analysis. The precise demarcation and mediation between form analysis and historical analysis raises difficult problems, however. It depends on how one understands the historical determination of Marx's concept of capital in general. Without wanting to deny the difficulty of the problem, and to this we must return, it does not seem to us correct to make such a rigid distinction between form analysis and historical analysis. If form analysis is to be understood as purely logical and historical analysis as empirical, this will not help us to develop an historical materialist theory of the development of the state. It is no coincidence that, when Blank, Jurgens and Castendieck come at the end of their essay to a sketch of the different phases of the development of state activity, their sketch is rather 22. 23. Unconvincing and bears little relation to the analysis that has gone before. A second line of approach, far less well defined than the first, is to be found in those essays which place their emphasis on the need to base the analysis of the state not on the essential nature of capital but on the forms of appearance of capitalist relations on the surface of society. This approach is best exemplified by the article of Flatto and Huisken here represented only by Reichelt's criticism of it. Point 18, pointing out that Altvater's society appears to have no place for the working class. Flatto and Huisken argue that it is necessary not only to analyze the question why the state is not immediately identifiable with the capitalist class, but to ask how it is possible for the state, a form of class rule, to appear nevertheless as an institution standing alongside and outside bourgeois society. In thus insisting on the importance of deriving not only the necessity of the form of the state but also its possibility, they return to one of the problems raised by Müller and Neusis, the problem of the material basis of the acceptance by the working class of the state as a neutral instance. The answer must be, so argue Flatto and Huisken, not in the analysis of the essence of capitalist society, of the essential relations of class exploitation, but in the analysis of the surface of that society. It is the central thesis of our argument that it is only from the determinations of the surface of bourgeois society that those interrelations arise, which allow one to grasp the essence of the bourgeois state. It is on the surface of society that the community of interest not just of capitals but of all members of society appears. Referring to the Trinity formula discussed by Marx, they argue that all members of society have a common interest by reason of their common status as owners of a source of revenue. It is this community of interest which makes the existence of an autonomous, apparently neutral state possible. When it comes to deriving the necessity of the autonomization of the state, however, Flatto and Huysken's answer is very similar to Altvater's. An autonomous state is necessary because the relations of competition existing between the different classes of property owners makes it impossible for them to realize their common interest other than through the state. This second line of approach is even further from providing us with an historical materialist analysis of the state. By starting, not from one aspect of the structure of social relations, but from the fetishized appearance presented by the surface of bourgeois society, such authors necessarily cut themselves off from an historical understanding of the state. The merit of Flatto and Huysken's article lies in drawing attention. 24. To the primary importance of an analysis of commodity fetishism, of the relations between essence and surface appearance, in any study of the problem of legitimation, of how it is that the state is able to appear as a neutral instance acting in the general interest. But the extent to which they carry their analysis and to which they separate the analysis of the surface from the analysis of the essential relations of society, does indeed suggest that they too fall prey to fetishist illusions, that they lose sight of the nature of the surface as a mere form, the development of which can be understood only through an analysis of the class relations which it conceals. 1. The third approach, in fact the major counterweight to the first approach 19, is represented here principally by Hirsch. This approach again starts from the analysis of the basic structure of capitalist society, but focusing now not on the relations between commodity producers but on the nature of the capital relation, the relation of exploitation of labor by capital. Paradoxically, this approach too can be traced back to Pashukanis and his question, why does the dominance of a class not continue to be that which it is, that is to say the subordination in fact of one part of the population to another part? Why does it take on the form of official state domination? The answer to this question must surely lie in the nature of the relation of domination itself. Hirsch argues that the particular form of the state must be derived not from the necessity of establishing the general interest in an anarchic society, but from the nature of the social relations of domination in capitalist society. The form which exploitation takes under capitalism does not depend on the direct use of force but primarily on the dull compulsion of uncomprehended laws of reproduction. Indeed, the form of the appropriation of the surplus product in capitalism requires that relations of force should be abstracted from the immediate process of production and located in an instance standing apart from the direct producers. Thus, both logically and historically, the establishment of the capitalist process of production is accompanied by the abstraction of relations of force from the immediate process of production, thus constituting discrete political and economic spheres. In contrast to the other two approaches examined, the emphasis is placed on the coercive, class nature of the state from the very beginning, but the state is not presented crudely as an instrument of class rule but as a specific and historically conditioned form of the social relations of exploitation, a discrete form which cannot simply be identified with the economic form, the realm of competition. Two things follow from this derivation of the state. First, whereas it is implicit in the approaches which derive the necessity of the state from 25. The organizational deficiencies of private capital, that the state is in some sense the institutionalization of the general interest of capital, this does not follow from Hirsch's approach. On the contrary, Hirsch quotes Marx's German Ideology, MECW Volume 5, pages 46-7, to the effect that, far from being the institutionalization of the general interest, the state is divorced from the real individual and collective interests. The limits to state activity thus pose themselves at a much earlier stage for Hirsch than for the early contributors to the debate. The earlier contributors assume that, within the scope allowed it by the exigencies of capital accumulation, the state can act in the interests of capital in general. For Hirsch, the structural relation of state to society makes even this extremely problematic, for he sees the contradictions of capitalist society as being reproduced within the state apparatus, thus making it questionable whether the state can ever act adequately in the interests of capital in general. But if state actions are not to be identified with the interests of capital in general, This breaks the logical link between the laws of motion of capital and the content of state activity. Hirsch is thus the first of our contributors who, without questioning its value, seriously raises the question of the limits of the logical state derivation approach. Secondly, it nevertheless follows from this derivation of the capitalist state from the relation of capitalist exploitation that, even although the state does not represent an institutionalization of the general interests of capital, its continued existence as a particular form of social relations depends on the reproduction of the capital relation, depends on accumulation. This means that the state's activities are bounded and structured by this precondition of its own existence, by the need to ensure the continued accumulation of capital. Because of its form as an instance separated from the immediate process of production, the state is essentially restricted to reacting to the results of the process of production and reproduction. The state's activities and its individual functions thus develop through a process of mediated reaction to the development of the process of accumulation. Although one cannot derive directly the content of state activity from the process of accumulation, the starting point for the analysis of this activity, of the development of the state and its limitations, must be the analysis of the process of accumulation and its contradictory development. It is the contradictions inherent in accumulation, contradictions most cogently condensed in Marx's analysis of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, which constitute for Hirsch the dynamic force behind the development of the process of accumulation and hence the development of the state itself. The tendency of the rate of profit to fall and the counter-tendencies which it calls forth thus emerge as the key to the understanding of the development of the state. It will be clear from a reading of Hirsch's analysis that he sees the tendency of the rate of profit to fall not as an economic law which has some necessary statistical manifestation, but as the expression of a social process of class struggle which imposes upon capitalism the necessity of constantly reorganizing its own relations of production, a process of reorganization which Hirsch relates to the mobilization of the counter-tendencies to the fall of the rate of profit. The mobilization of counter-tendencies means in practice the reorganization of an historical complex of general social conditions of production and relations of exploitation in a process which can proceed only in a crisis-ridden manner. Thus the real course of the necessarily crisis-ridden process of accumulation and development of capitalist society decisively depends on whether and in what manner the necessary reorganization of the conditions of production and relations of exploitation succeeds. For a rigorously theorized historical analysis of capitalist economic and political development, it is therefore necessary to focus on this process of constant reorganization by struggle and through crisis of capitalist social relations, economic and political. This approach, which takes as its starting point the antagonistic relation between capital and labor in the process of accumulation, thus provides us with a framework for an historical and materialist analysis of the state. The process of constantly renewed reorganization of social relations inherent in the concept of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall is an historical process which does not start completely afresh each time, but in which each cycle of reorganization is molded by the ever-intensifying contradictions springing from the previous reorganization. Although the reorganization takes on different shapes in specific conjunctures, the fundamental forms have everywhere been shaped by the contradictions of the process of accumulation. It is thus possible to distinguish different phases of reorganization which take place on a global basis. In this approach, the actual history of the development of state functions and state institutions is therefore not something which has somehow to be added after the logical derivation has been completed, it is already implicit in the logical analysis. In other words, the analysis is not only logical but also historical. Point 20 as Hirsch puts it, the investigation of state functions must be based on the conceptual analysis of the historical course of the process of capitalist accumulation. It must be borne in mind, however, that this is not a question of the logical deduction of abstract laws but of the conceptually informed understanding of an historical process. This point seems to us of central importance. The purpose of the Marxist critique of political and economic forms is not simply to analyze a given 26. Society. It makes little sense to talk of the capitalist forms of social relations at all unless one has other forms in mind, unless one regards these forms as transitory. Implicit in the very concept of form is the idea that it is historically determined and historically developing. It is precisely this critique of capitalist forms as transitory forms which provides the basis of Marxist analysis. As Rosa Luxemburg put it, the secret of Marx's theory of value, of his analysis of the problem of money, of his theory of capital, of the theory of the rate of profit and consequently of the entire economic system, is found in the transitory character of capitalist economy. It is only because Marx looked at capitalism from the socialist's viewpoint, that is, from the historical viewpoint, that he was enabled to decipher the hieroglyphics of capitalist economy. Consequently, the categories developed by Marx to criticize the forms of capitalist society were designed not to describe a static society but to conceptualize these forms as expressions of an historical process. Marx's logical mode of conceptualizing the economy, as Engels says, is ultimately a historical one, stripped of its historical form and disturbing accidents. It provides therefore, albeit abstractly, a mirror image of the real historical process, a corrected mirror image, but corrected according to principles which permit us to grasp the real historical processes so that every moment can be viewed at the developmental point of its full maturity, at the moment of its classical perfection. It is therefore surely wrong to draw a clear distinction between form analysis and historical analysis, as do Blank, Jurgens, and Castendijk. Form analysis is analysis of an historically determined and historically developing form of social relations, and it is hard to see how an adequate form analysis can be anything other than historical. The problem, however, is not simply to see Marx's categories as simultaneously logical and historical categories, for the difficulty still remains of relating the corrected mirror image to the real historical process, of relating capitalist accumulation and its formally derived tendencies to the actual development of class struggle, of understanding class struggle not just in its form but in its interaction of form and content. In this respect it is possible to raise doubts about Hirsch's development of his own analysis. The focal point of Hirsch's article seems to us to lie in his analysis of the mobilization of the counter-tendencies to the falling rate of profit as a necessary economic, political, and ideological process of class struggle to restructure the social relations of capitalist production. This struggle is subject to certain formal constraints and goals which can be 27. Derived logically from the nature of surplus value production. The outcome of the struggle, however, cannot be derived from its form, but can only be analyzed in terms of the concrete contents of the struggle, the organization and strength of the various classes and class fractions, the manner in which the struggle is waged on the economic, political, and ideological fronts, etc. This struggle, the struggle to accumulate, in which capital is confronted continually by its own immanent barriers and seeks to overcome these barriers while remaining within the framework of its own existence, is surely the core of class struggle in capitalist society. This point, central to his analysis of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, tends perhaps to slip away from Hirsch in the subsequent development of his argument. The second part of his article is concerned with giving an historical outline of the principal phases of the reorganization of capitalist social relations and its relation to the development of state functions. While this outline provides an invaluable framework within which to analyze the concrete process of the reorganization of the historical complex of general social conditions of production and relations of exploitation, the emphasis on this reorganization as a process of class struggle tends to become submerged. Operating on this level of abstraction, there is a tendency to suggest that the development of the state corresponds grosso modo to the requirements of capital accumulation, but that the analysis of the manner in which and extent to which these requirements express themselves and are satisfied would require a theory of class struggle. There is perhaps a subtle shift from arguing that accumulation must be seen as a form-determined and crisis-ridden process of class struggle to suggesting that the relation between accumulation and state activity must be seen as being mediated through class struggle. Subtle though the shift may be, the consequences may be marked, whereas the former emphasis would lead on to an analysis of the separation and interrelation of the economic and the political in the concrete processes of struggle to restructure capital, The latter emphasis is liable to suggest the need for the analysis of the missing link between the process of accumulation and the activity of the state. It seems to us more fruitful to pursue the first course, the analysis of accumulation as class struggle. Point 21. In this perspective, Heidi Gerstenberger's insistence in her contribution on the importance of concrete historical research in any analysis of the development of the state is opportune. This emphasis on the historical analysis of the concrete course of class struggles in particular societies reveals of course the specificity of the development of particular states and brings to the fore the problem of the extent to which one can talk of the capitalist state. At the same time, however, the universalizing and socializing effects of the capitalist mode of production means that a general theory of the capitalist state is both possible and necessary. The global domination of the 28. 29. Capitalist mode of production means that, in contrast to previous modes of production, there are not just a multiplicity of particular states whose forms reflect and result from the particular history of each society. The generalization of capitalist production relations produces a generalization of the conditions of reproduction of those relations. Furthermore, as Gerstenberger remarks, the increasing domination and extension of the capitalist mode of production produces a convergence in the structure and shape of individual states. However, a general theory of the capitalist state must base itself on the particular forms taken by the accumulation of capital and the actual history of the struggles through which the capitalist mode of production developed and spread on a global scale. Thus, Claudia von Brunmeier stresses in her contribution the importance of relating the economic and the political not just in the context of the nation-state but on an international scale. Viewed from this perspective, the very fragmentation of capital into national capitals and of the political organization of international capital into nation-states must be established from the actual historical growth of capitalist production and the specific historical conditions which established national capitals and their relations in the world market. As she argues, not only the existence, but also the particular shape and historical development of particular nation-states can be understood adequately only through an analysis of the relation between the state, the national capital and the international development of the contradictions of capitalist accumulation. The three last mentioned contributors to the book raise in different forms the question of the limits of the form analysis of the state. To raise the problem of the limit of the approach is, however, quite different from questioning the value of the approach. The aim of the state derivation debate has been to come to an understanding of the state as a particular form of social relations in capitalism and of the impetus to and limitations on state activity arising from that form. We suggest earlier that in Marxist discussion of the state in Britain, there has been an underlying tendency to counterpose the logic of capital to class struggle as alternative starting points for an analysis of the state. We have argued that to counterpose these two approaches is to create a false polarity. The logic of capital is nothing but the expression of the basic form of class struggle in capitalist society. It is wrong to think that social development can be understood by an analysis of class struggle which is indifferent to the question of form of class struggle. Such an analysis cannot do justice to the nature of the constraints and the impetus arising from that form. This indifference to the problem of form seems to us to be the essence of reformism, and this has also been the focal point of our critique of Poulantzas, Miliband, and Gramsci, and of the Neo-Ricardians. If an analysis indifferent to form is to be rejected, however, it is equally mistaken to think that the analysis of the state can be reduced to the analysis of its form, to mere capital logic. It is quite possible that at times, especially in the early contributions to the German debate, too much has been expected of the analysis of form. The problem, however, is to analyze social development not simply in terms of the form of class struggle, nor simply in terms of its content, but to see that social development is determined by a dialectical interaction of form and content. According to the dialectical approach which Marx adopted, the content and the form to which it gives birth exist in constant interaction and in constant struggle with one another, from which result, on the one hand, the casting off of the forms, and, on the other, the transformation of the contents. This, then, is how we must understand the major theoretical advance made by the German debate. It is not that form analysis represents some royal road to science on which no obstacles to an understanding of the political will henceforth be encountered. If the reader finds the debate at times too formal and too abstract, these criticisms are partly justified. The very major advance of the form analysis approach is not to have solved all the problems of the Marxist theory of the state, but to have established the essential prerequisite for an understanding of the state based on the dialectic of the form and content of class struggle. Form analysis alone is not enough, but as long as the problem of form is ignored, an adequate approach to the state is just not possible. It is very important that the contributors to the state derivation debate should themselves understand the theoretical advance that results from the debate, that a realization of the limits of the approach should not lead to skepticism about its value. As the limitations of form analysis have become clear, there have been signs of disillusionment with the formal state derivation approach in some of the more recent essays. Point 22. Instead of moving forward by elaborating the actual historical struggles which have mediated and formulated the development of the contradictions of the capital relation, there has been a temptation to short-circuit this process by using the political categories of Marxist political theorists such as Gramsci and Poulantzas. Without wishing to belittle the value of the work of these theorists, it seems to us, however, that their analyses cannot simply be grafted onto the state derivation approach, but would need very careful reworking in the light of the theoretical advances made. As the state derivation debate moves into a new stage in which, partly as a result of political developments within West Germany, partly as a result of the dynamic of the debate itself, more attention is being focused on the analysis of the current political conjuncture, it is important that concrete analyses should be seen not as a departure from the state derivation debate but as a development of that 30/31 debate, that the content of the class struggles should always be analyzed in its relation of dialectical tension to their form. The aim of this introduction has not been to summarize or do justice to the individual contributions to this book. Such a task would in any case have been impossible within the scope of a short introduction. The aim has been rather to situate the debate presented here, to outline some of the issues and problems which have arisen and, above all, to explain why we consider the articles which follow mark a major advance on the arduous road towards a materialist theory of the state. 2. The welfare state illusion and the contradiction between wage, labor and capital. Wolfgang Müller and Christel Neusis. The political importance of revisionist theories of the state in the history of the workers' movement, the theoretical evaluation of the relationship between the state and capitalist society has been one of the most important elements of the debates on the correct political strategy and form of organization of the working class. Revolutionary and revisionist positions can be distinguished in these debates by their views of the role of the state in capitalist society. The conception of the state as a more or less independent institution standing outside the contradictions of society has been and still is the assumption behind all revisionist strategy and practice. Revisionist strategy starts with the intention of replacing capitalism with socialism, but it takes the path of legal reforms within existing society, by means of the gradual acquisition of state power by the working class. But this option for a continuous revolution from above has so far in the history of the workers' movement always ended in the quite explicit abandonment of socialism as a political goal. That is why people who pronounce themselves in favor of the method of legislative reform in place of and in contradistinction to the conquest of political power and social revolution, do not really choose a more tranquil, calmer, and slower road to the same goal, but a different goal. Instead of taking a stand for the establishment of a new society, they take a stand for surface modification of the old society, p. 74. A strategy which raises the bourgeois state to the position of an instrument of social change can only be thought to have a possibility of success if the state is seen as a sacred vessel which can be filled with capitalist or socialist contents according to the historical situation, and if it were the state which 33. Produced the forms within which social life is reproduced. On this Marx says that the concentration of bourgeois society in the form of the state one means that we must treat existing society as the basis of the existing state. Point 2, that is to say that the bourgeois state is the product of a society of developed commodity production and of the contradictions which arise from this form of production, hence it is an institution molded by these contradictions. Point 3, the revision of this concept of the state in revisionist theories consequently involved their rejection of the conception that the abolition of the capitalist mode of production can be achieved not through the state apparatus, but only by the revolutionary working class. Point 4, once the bourgeois state is seen to be the product of developed commodity production society, and the strategy of the workers' movement is defined accordingly, it becomes necessary to take the critique of revisionism beyond a narrow criticism of its conception of political institutions. Yet so far this has been the usual level of politically relevant debate with revisionist state theories on the part of the left in West Germany and West Berlin. The critique of parliamentarism. The discussion on participation in the elections to the Federal Assembly, when the SDS had to work out a line on the political function of a socialist party in a bourgeois parliament under conditions of monopoly capitalism, were the occasion for the revival of the critique of bourgeois parliamentarism by Marx, Engels, Pannekoek, and others. Together with Agnoli's Transformation der Demokratie, their works helped to develop a basis for the view that Parliament was not a platform for the class struggle, and certainly not an instrument for the introduction of socialism, as the DKP still believes. Point 5, the current uncertainty on the left as to the degree of freedom of action of the SPD government and its scope for crisis management demonstrates that the critique of Parliament, i.e. the political critique of a political institution, can only be one aspect of the critical discussion of revisionism. This criticism, if it is taken seriously, must become a critique of the development of the various functions of the modern state, of its instruments for regulating the economy and ensuring social consensus, and of its concrete limits and contradictions. For the definition and criticism of state institutions as the instruments of manipulation of the ruling class, does not enable us to discover the limits of that manipulation. These can only be revealed by an analysis which shows in detail the needs for and the limits to state intervention, arising from the contradictions of the capitalist process of production as a labor process and a valorization process. Point 6, in this light, Lenin's theory of imperialism, for example, is more relevant than his explanation of the Marxist theory of the state in State and Revolution for the evaluation of the bourgeois state and its functions in the capital valorization process. This is because in State and Revolution Lenin tends to discuss the state in general, independently of the particular form which it adopts in the various historical phases of the organization of the material reproduction. 34 Wolfgang Müller and Christel Neusis. Of society. So the distinctions between the feudal and the bourgeois state fade away in the immediate polemic with the Mensheviks and the revisionist German Social Democrats just before the October Revolution. This is the direct result of Lenin's purpose in State and Revolution of carrying out a political critique of political institutions, to demonstrate that the state apparatus must collapse and be smashed by the revolutionary working class. In State and Revolution the question is, what should be the political strategy of the working class in a revolutionary situation towards the political institutions of the state apparatus? But if the problem is to determine the freedom of action and the strategic perspectives of a socialist movement which is only at a formative stage, a Marxist theory of the state such as Lenin's State and Revolution does not offer much help, since it refers generally to the need to smash the state apparatus, but provides no tools to evaluate the effectiveness and extent of state interventions in the process of capital valorization. In order to develop strategies, what we need today above all is to develop criteria as to how far the manipulative possibilities of the state apparatus extend, where they stop, where they produce new contradictions, where they contain in capitalist form elements of a true socialization of production, etc. We are concerned, therefore, not with the formulation of a general Marxist theory of the state, but with the investigation of the specific functions of the state in safeguarding the process of capital valorization under advanced capitalism, and the limits of these state functions. Revisionism is the form in which the class enemy entrenches itself within the workers' movement itself, in which the ideology of the ruling class is propagated as the ruling ideology of the working class. This propagation is naturally not by means of a mere idea, but results from actual experiences, which are the common background to both revisionist theories and also the false consciousness of the worker. The development of revisionism in the workers' movement depends crucially on the experience of social welfare legislation enacted by the bourgeois state, which limits the particular forms of exploitation of the worker in the capitalist enterprise. By establishing a minimum subsistence level, the material existence of wage laborers is ensured during the times when they cannot sell their labor power as a commodity on the market. Such legislation could easily seem to be a limitation on the domination of capital over living labor, especially as its enactment has always been the mediated result of class struggles. In the eyes of the working class, or especially of its organization 7, the state could thus appear to be an instrument which could be used by salami tactics to achieve political and social power bit by bit. As Sering correctly puts it, there is a tendency for the level of development of the state function to parallel the 3.5. Strength of reformism, up to a certain point. Increasing intervention by the state for economic and social policy, the concentration of capital and lengthening periods of prosperity, especially before the First World War and after the Second, provide the main basis for that experience, which makes it seem possible for capital to be gradually transformed by means of the state apparatus. This possibility reappears in new guises, before the First World War in Bernstein's theory, during the Weimar Republic in the theory of organized capitalism and economic democracy, and at the start of the Federal Republic in the 1949 Munich program of the DGB, again in the theories that characterize the present phase of capitalist development as state monopoly capitalism, and finally in the theory of the welfare interventionist state as developed by the Frankfurt School. The relationship between the empirical consciousness of workers and revisionist theory consists in the effect that theory has of establishing a foundation for experience and reinforcing it, hence giving it the appearance of inevitability. This has two implications. First, political agitation among the working class must take into account a long tradition of reformism. The critique of reformist ideas is, if anything, more important for student agitation in the university, since they are more closely tied to the state than are wager workers. This debate with reformism can only take place by demonstrating in detail the connections between economic relations and political forms, between economic and political struggle. Secondly, this leads to the conclusion that revisionism and false consciousness cannot ultimately be destroyed through theory alone, but that social and class struggles are a necessary part of this process. Capital as the precondition for the particularization of the state. 9. The form of social production based on the relationship of capital and wage labor has the particular special quality that under it people cannot envisage at the outset the way in which they can sustain themselves. Instead, the contradictory internal tendencies of the capital relation, which are mediated of course through the activity of the agents of capital, lead to consequences which the individual servants of capital themselves do not consciously desire, and against which they as individual capitalists are powerless. It is indeed true that the state exists for the sake of private property and capital, and that it is nothing more than the form of organization which the bourgeois are compelled to adopt, both for internal and external purposes, for the mutual guarantee of their property and interests. 10. But this itself does not at all mean that the state can be simply identified with capital, with this particular form of social production. Rather, the state is characterized precisely by the fact that it is based on the emancipation of property as private property from the original unity of common property, and that on this basis it has become a particular entity, alongside and outside civil society. It is important to emphasize that it is on this basis that this particularization of the state as an entity alongside and outside bourgeois society occurs, that is to say on the internally contradictory basis of capitalist production. The actual particularization on the basis of this contradiction then leads to conceptions that are inverted, mystical, idealist. According to these conceptions, the state is independent from and opposed to society, it is the true subject whose object is society. Marx criticizes this view in his critique of Hege's philosophy of law. Readers of Capital can easily understand this development of the state as a particular entity alongside and outside civil society by recalling the dialectical development of the value form, and then the money form, from the contradiction between value and use value contained in the commodity. Embodied in the dual character of the product of labor as a commodity, this contradiction can only become apparent if it is expressed by a particular commodity, the money commodity. The value form of the commodity, which cannot be expressed in its own use value form, becomes expressed by the use value form of a particular commodity, which thus becomes money. Money now appears as an independent thing, and the socio-historic character of value becomes attached to it, either as a natural characteristic of it, or by virtue of a supposed common agreement between people. The same fetishism can be seen in the form of the state. According to the bourgeois conception, either the state has always existed since man is by nature a creature of the state, or else the state is indispensable for social life, or again it was established consciously by social contract. 11 The fact that it is the particularization of a specific mode of production is turned on its head. This reification and autonomization of the state is an accessory illusion resulting from the bourgeois mode of production just as much as are the forms of money, capital, wage labor, profit, factors of production or revenues. These illusions are forced upon the agents of production by the particular mechanism of this form of production, and it is these which really determine their activity. It is for this reason that the state is not the real collective capitalist, but the ideal, fictitious collective capitalist. 12 Capital's interest in maintaining the basis of its existence can only develop subsequently, and in face of a threat to the very foundation of this mode of production. The most important relationship, the one that determines the real behavior of capital, is the relationship of the individual capital to its source of surplus value, the 36 Wolfgang Müller and Crystal Neusis. The Welfare State Illusion. 37. Workers it exploits. What could possibly show better the character of the capitalist mode of production than the necessity that exists for forcing upon it, by acts of Parliament, the simplest appliances for maintaining cleanliness and health? 13. The process of thus gradually forcing upon it these requirements, mediated by catastrophes and conflicts, victories and defeats, establishes the welfare state, the interventionist state, etc., as a particular coercive power in which capital externally confronts itself. This process also first engenders the struggles of different interest groups which consolidate positions in the institutions of the state itself and of the approaches to it. This constitutes the formation of the political will. Since any intervention in the imminent compulsion to capital valorization must be forced upon capital as an imminent law by an institution external to itself, this institution must be equipped with supervisory jurisdiction and effective sanctioning powers, in short, a giant and growing bureaucratic apparatus of coercion. The mere existence of this state apparatus again reinforces the illusion that the state is autonomous, that it is able to intervene in the economy. But the fact that this apparatus exists does not mean that it really can effectively intervene. The particular existence of the state is, therefore, not an obvious matter, not even in a class society. This particular existence of an exclusively political coercive institution, the state, becomes possible and necessary only with the privatization of the sphere of subsistence and maintenance of life, which in pre-capitalist societies was a priori a common social matter, and with the development of private as distinct from communal property. As early as his critique of Hegel's philosophy of law, Marx described the bourgeois mysticism which turned the actual relation of family and civil society to the state upside down, so that the condition is postulated as the conditioned, the determinant as the determined, the producing factor as the product of its product. 14. It is obvious that the political constitution as such is brought into being only where the private spheres have won an independent existence. Where trade and landed property are not free and have not yet become independent, the political constitution too does not yet exist. In the Middle Ages there were serfs, feudal estates, merchant and trade guilds, corporations of scholars, etc., that is to say, in the Middle Ages property, trade, society, man are political, the material content of the state is given by its form, every private sphere has a political character, or is a political sphere. In the Middle Ages the life of the nation and the life of the state are identical. These comments by Marx on the Middle Ages apply also to every pre-bourgeois social formation, as he subsequently indicates with reference to the city-states of antiquity and later repeats in the preparatory writings for Capital 5 in the old communal system, that of the clan, the commonwealth or the commune. The state did not exist as a particular reality alongside the real life of the people, but rather the political organization, e.g. membership of a tribe, was the precondition and guarantee of the appropriation of the objective conditions of life through labor. For such pre-capitalist communities, catastrophes occur either as actual natural calamities, or through clashes with other communities, but not as natural catastrophes of society as is the case in the inverted world of capital. Hence, it is to express a necessary consequence contained in capital that Marx in Capital, after developing the category of absolute surplus value, immediately turns to the description of the catastrophes which the production of surplus value entails for living labor. And from this derives the particularization of the state in the factory legislation. So long as the purpose of labor is the production of use values, the subsistence of social individuals, there is no need for a particular regulatory and coercive organization which seeks to prevent individuals and society from destroying themselves through an excess of work. Only with capitalist commodity production is this connection broken and the problem of the self-destruction of society created. The concentration of bourgeois society in the form of the state, that is to say its concentration in an institution which appears as external to itself, which appears to float above it as a particular existence, is necessary because only in this way can the existence of society be assured at all. Since the direct aim of production is not social subsistence but surplus value production, and since the process of production is therefore driven on by laws which are concealed from the conscious will of individuals and are implemented behind their backs although by means of their own actions, there is a real need for such a particular social institution which confronts productive society. This ex post facto and makeshift supervision by the state of the natural pattern of the social production process is necessary for the maintenance of surplus value production, which is the particular form of appropriation of the surplus labor of one class by another class. Therefore this supervision aims to maintain the class character of this society. It is one of the functions which the state must take over in this class society. Social policy thus has the characteristics, down to its smallest details, of a process of paternalistic supervision, control, or welfare of the producer. Hence, however much state social policy offers individual producers a certain security in the event of their partial or total inability to work, social policy can never provide a conscious and planned care for the maintenance, renewal, and improvement of the social working capacity of the collective worker, the associated producers themselves. In a communist society such planned care would necessarily be part of the collective social production process. It would be a public residential responsibility of society and of its members. American Samoa would the rest of social subsistence, and not the object of the abstract bureaucratic activity of a particular political organization. 16. 3. Some problems of state interventionism, the particularization of the state in bourgeois society. Elmer Altvater. The state under capitalism is the instrument of the domination of capital over the class of wage laborers. This assertion is not only a fact of political experience in the history of the various capitalist countries, which has been repeatedly demonstrated in the past and continues to be today, it can also be systematically derived by analysis. However, to carry through this derivation we would need to begin from the starting point of the conditions of the capitalist process of reproduction and to investigate the political expression of the relation of classes in bourgeois society, in which the function of the state must be determined. This process of derivation will not, however, be carried out in this essay, since we are directing ourselves only to one aspect of the state's actions, namely its actions upon the many individual capitals. Here the decisive question is, what is the process by which a society made up of many individual capitals is actually put together, and what role in this is allotted to the state? At the level of capital in general, which was analyzed by Marx, 1. The real existence of capital as total social capital is presupposed. Total social capital is the combination as a whole in the sense of the real average existence of the many individual capitals, whose subjective actions, according to the conditions at any given time, result in the creation of average conditions as the conditions of total social capital. The laws of motion of the capitalist mode of production thus always refer to the total social capital, never to the many individual capitals, which nevertheless by their actions are the unconscious means by which capitalist regularity is brought about. For it is not total social capital which carries out transactions but the many individual capitals, but through their transactions the individual capitals produce the conditions of existence of total social capital, average conditions of exploitation, equivalent rates of surplus value, average rates of profit. At the conceptual level of capital in general, it is the average conditions and their regular movements that are analyzed, that is, the transactions of individual capitals are of interest. Some problems of state interventionism 41. Not as such, but in the results they produce too. It is, indeed, also at the conceptual level of capital in general that we see revealed the form in which the general laws of the capitalist mode of production are constituted, out of and in counteraction to the transactions of the many individual capitals. This form is competition, in which the immanent constraining laws of the capitalist mode of production establish their validity. Competition, however, is not mere form which can contain any content indifferently, but is precisely the form of implementation of the immanent laws of capital. It is therefore not a mere instrument, indifferent to content, but a real and comprehensible necessary moment of the establishment of capital as total social capital. The average conditions and movements of real total social capital are the real basis of the conceptual abstraction capital in general. Point 3. In the realm of competition, capital can only become total social capital to the extent that the individual capitals really relate to each other. But this they can only do to the extent that they act capitalistically, that is, as surplus value producing capitals. However, not all social functions can be carried out in this sense capitalistically, whether because the production of certain conditions of production yields no profit, or because the level of generality of many regulations under prevailing concrete conditions is too great for them to be performed by individual capitals with their different particular interests. Hence it follows necessarily from the capitalist form of production both that the individual capitals constitute through competition total social capital, and also that capitalist society cannot be constituted only through the form of competition. The reason for this lies in capital itself, since the specific form of social relations, the exchange of commodities and the production of capital, only permits certain relations to occur provided their production is profitable, or on the other hand requires them to be produced on a scale and under conditions which threaten the existence of the whole of society. Therefore, capital cannot itself produce through the actions of the many individual capitals the inherent social nature of its existence. It requires at its base a special institution which is not subject to its limitations as capital, one whose transactions are not determined by the necessity of producing surplus value, one which is in this sense a special institution alongside and outside bourgeois society, and one which at the same time provides, on the undisputed basis of capital itself, the immanent necessities that capital neglects. Consequently, bourgeois society produces in the state a specific form which expresses the average interest of capital. Point 5. The state cannot be grasped therefore merely as a political instrument, nor as an institution set up by capital, but only as a special form of establishment of the social existence of capital alongside and outside competition, as an essential moment in the social reproduction process of capital. Point 6. To say that the state expresses the average interest of capital does not mean that it does so in an uncontradictory manner. For the concept of the 42 Elmer Altvater average existence of capital does not suspend the actions and existence of the many individual capitals, which, as such, stand in antagonism to each other. These antagonisms are not suspended by competition, nor are they attributable to competition or to the anarchy of the market, in which they appear, nor can the state eliminate them. In this sense the state is therefore never a real material total capitalist, but always only an ideal or fictitious total capitalist. Point 1. This is the content of the category of the particularization of the state, of the doubling of bourgeois society into society and state. From this we can now draw an important conclusion: the state does not replace competition, but rather runs alongside it, and as regards the law of value, which conceptually expresses the immanent laws implemented by competition, this does not mean its replacement or even its suspension, but rather its corresponding modification. So the establishment of a society fragmented into individual interests is only made historically possible by the fact that the state secures the foundations for its existence. For instance, the state maintains the class of wage laborers as an object for exploitation by capital, or produces general conditions of production, or maintains legal relations, all of which capital constantly tends to destroy due to the pressure created by competition for the maximum valorization of capital, or on the other hand there are foundations for its own existence which capital cannot itself produce, since the conditions of production imply a necessity for non-capitalist production. Thus the state takes on functions for the preservation of capitalist society. It is able to do so precisely because, as a special institution alongside and outside bourgeois society, it is not subjected to the necessities of the production of surplus value, as is any individual capital, however large it may be. The adequate form of the state in capitalism is therefore its particular existence, as against the individual capitals, and not that of a tool of the monopolies. What then are these functions which the state assumes inside capitalist society, due to the impossibility of their being performed by individual capitals? There are essentially four areas in which the state is primarily active, namely, 1. The provision of general material conditions of production, 2. Establishing and guaranteeing general legal relations, through which the relationships of legal subjects in capitalist society are performed, 3. The regulation of the conflict between wage labor and capital, and if necessary the political repression of the working class, not only by means of law but also by the police and army, for safeguarding the existence and expansion of total national capital on the capitalist world market. While all these functions may be called general characteristics of the bourgeois state, they nevertheless develop on the historical basis of the accumulation of capital. Point 8. 4. Some comments on Sibyl von Flatto and Friedrich Huysken's essay on the problem of the derivation of the bourgeois state. Helmut Chelt. Editor's Introduction. Criticism of Flatto and Huysken is a recurring theme in most of the contributions to this book, and, although their long essay is not included in the selection, the main points of Flatto and Huysken's argument and the significance of its critique is brought out in Reichelt's short essay. The distinctive feature of Flatto and Huysken's essay is their emphasis on the surface of bourgeois society as the basis for the derivation of the state form. Basing themselves on the statement by Marx and Engels in the German ideology that out of contradiction between the particular and the common interests, the common interest assumes an independent form as the state, they argue that this common or general interest which finds its institutionalized expression in the state must be derived from an analysis of the surface of capitalist society. To derive this general interest from simple commodity production is to confuse the real and formal equality of simple commodity production with the merely superficial or formal equality into which it degenerates under capitalism. In capitalism, equality and the general interest in which it finds expression exist only on the surface of society. The whole of bourgeois society falls apart into the surface processes of exchange on the one hand and, on the other, the processes in the depths which constantly produce unfreedom and inequality. It is from the surface of society, the realm of freedom, equality, property, and bentham that the state must be derived. Carrying on from where Marx left off at the end of Volume 3 of Capital, Flatto and Huysken argue on the basis of the Trinity formula that all members of society appear on the surface as owners of a source of revenue and have therefore a threefold interest in common, in the maintenance of the source of 44 Helmut Reichelt. Revenue, in the highest possible revenue from their source and in a continuous flow of revenue. All have thus a common interest as property owners, simply as private property owners, as representatives of the general interest in the maintenance of the conditions of private property whatever its substance. The private property owners on the surface constitute that sphere of real appearance of equality, freedom, and independence which conceals in itself the possibility of the development of the bourgeois state. In relation to the state, the threefold interest of the property owners become a common interest in the protection of property, assured economic growth and the crisis-free functioning of the economy. Once the possibility of the state has been thus established, its necessity is derived from the inability of the competing private property owners to realize the common interest. Having thus derived the form of the state from its most general function rather than from a catalogue of functions which it in fact fulfills, Plato and Huysken go on to consider the derivation of state functions, being enabled by their derivation of the state form to rephrase the question of state functions as, what makes particular concrete demands arising from society acquire the status of a general interest and be implemented through the state? It is not, they argue, a question of quantity or of the strength of the lobby behind the demand, but of the relevance of the demand to the overcoming of the barriers to capital accumulation. From this follows, inter alia, that there is no need for a general derivation of specific state functions. Plato and Huysken conclude their argument by looking at the specific example of education in this context. Reichelt focuses his critique of Plato and Huysken on their use of the categories of surface and general interest, and on the ahistorical implications of such an approach. His essay raises important questions of method, and in some respects foreshadows the following essay by Hirsch. The two authors develop the argument in their essay in a very strange way. After they have discussed problems of derivation for more than 50 pages, they finally conclude that there is no longer any methodological constraint to come to a general derivation of specific state activities in our context. Once it is established that the bourgeois state in its specific form of separation from bourgeois society is to be interpreted as administrator of the general interest, and once it is further explained what these general interests are, then research can turn to the real problem and trace the course of the process of capitalist accumulation, in which the barriers to self-valorization present themselves as the real point of departure for the derivation of individual state functions. The necessity of surmounting the barriers to the valorization of total capital, appearing each time in a different shape, leads to a new state function which must develop in this specific form. What Plato and Huysken are concerned with, therefore, is the general derivation of specific state activities, or in other words, the derivation of the bourgeois state by reasoning which goes beyond all its particular concrete functions. But what is this attempt based on, if it finally emerges that the subject itself does not impose a methodological constraint to come to a general derivation? What leads the authors to construct a model in which the problem of the particular state functions and their special content is not raised, but in which the generality of these particular functions is itself made the object of a form-genetic deduction? Raising for discussion a construction which finally proves superfluous, a construction in which a constitutive function for the genesis of the bourgeois state form is attributed to ideology, or more precisely, to surface consciousness, can only avoid being superfluous if this false consciousness concerning the bourgeois state has a central role to play in the framework of a discussion of strategy. However, such a discussion is nowhere to be found in Plato and Huysken's essay. Let us recall their argument. Against dogmatic groups they argue that the totality of state functions cannot be explained at all as simply as is commonly done. In order to uphold the thesis of the pure class state, the state is reduced to the three traditional functions: army, police, and judiciary. Other functions in the areas of social policy, labor law, or education policy are simply dismissed as deception and mystification. This concept of the state must necessarily fail in any altercation with bourgeois theory, which sees the state as an essentially neutral instance concerned with the general welfare, an interpretation which, according to Plato and Huysken, cannot be seen as deception in the sense of early bourgeois conceptions of ideology but has a material basis. They refer to the recent widespread discussion, which on the one hand tries to come to grips with phenomena such as the social and infrastructural intervention of the state and with the objective roots of the welfare state illusion of reformist and revisionist origin, and on the other hand tries to derive as a characteristic of the bourgeois state the conceptions of freedom and equality contained above all in the concept of democracy. All that cannot be grasped adequately with the concept which reduces the state to the abstract determination, class state. Flatto and Huysken see a first step towards a more subtle approach in the argument of Wolfgang Müller and Christel Neusis, who basing themselves on the German ideology explicitly describe the character of class neutrality of the bourgeois state as appearance and relate this appearance of class neutrality to the form of the bourgeois state, that is to the form of the political state, distinct from bourgeois society and standing above it. For all that, even Müller and Neusis do not carry their argument far enough, they 45. 46. Do not explain the constitution of the bourgeois state, the genesis of this particularization, the form of the separation of the state, they merely show how particular measures are carried out through the already constituted state and are added as a new function to others already existing. Flatto and Huysken's peculiar narrowing down of the problem is already clear at this stage. It may well be that Müller and Neusis merely simulate a derivation by basing themselves on analogies, but implicitly Müller and Neusis distinguish between derivation of the form as the real basis of this appearance, i.e. the derivation of that instance to which this appearance is to be attached, and the origin within this separated state of new functions which first bring out this appearance. In other words, with the form itself, the appearance as such is not yet posited. But it is precisely this that Flatto and Huysken do not want to recognize. Their aim is to construct a theoretical structure which will found the class character of the state not in individual functions but in the form of particularization as such. Since so they argue all state functions are to be located within this particularization and thus display no qualitative difference as far as this is concerned, no criteria are to be found here for founding the class character of the state. The Marxist critique of formal law, which shows itself to be class law by its very form once the sphere of simple circulation is deciphered by the dialectical presentation of categories as the sphere of appearance, is universalized in its theoretical structure and extended to the whole state problematic. That becomes clear in their discussion of another position, that of the project Klassenanalyse. The latter approach offers the possibility of bringing together all problems discussed so far in a single theoretical construction, the instrumental character of the state, the form of particularization and the appearance of class neutrality can all be derived by a single line of argument. It is characteristic of the approach of Flatto and Huysken that they do not discuss at all the relation between the anticipating abstract logical discussion of the relation between economics and politics and the subsequent interpretation of Marx's political writings in Project Klassenanalyse's treatment of the topic. They do not discuss, for example, how far such categories as doubling, general interest, etc., are meaningfully concretized in the exposition or simply thrown in as verbal affirmations. Instead they concentrate on failings in the abstract construction, which Flatto and Huysken see in the fact that the form of particularization is located on a different methodical level from the representation of the two central functions of the state, and that the derivation of these two state functions is not mediated with the derivation of the form of particularization. Moreover, they fail to attribute to the deluding appearance of circulation sufficient force to keep the working class under rein. Basically, Flatto and Huysken accept the construction in which false consciousness at the surface of the process of reproduction plays a constitutive role for the direct linking of the form of the particularization of the state with the appearance of class neutrality, but Flatto and Huysken think that they have to bring in something weightier on the side of the workers to be able to explain the stability of relations. The factual consensus can only be explained, they argue, on the basis of positive, determinable interests which are common to both workers and capital and which find their expression in the form of the state itself, with state activity representing the administration of these common interests. The emphasis on the genesis of the form of the bourgeois state which underlies the discussion of the various essays and the insistence on a general derivation of the form as such not based on particular functions reveals itself on closer inspection as expressing the assumption of a unity which is supposed to be based on more than the ideological force of delusion, namely on a generality of interest. Flatto and Huisken are in basic agreement with the duality of appearance and essence used by project Klassenanalyse to found the character of neutrality of the state, but they try to give the appearance more body as the surface interests of the workers, as the workers' mode of existence as defined exclusively in bourgeois categories, a mode of existence which is later seen to be the form of the realization of the interests of total capital. Thus they write on p. 130, for example asterisk, through the historically attested, distinct and partly changing interest of the two big groups of private proprietors there appears the boundless tendency of capital to valorize itself. More precisely, behind the interest articulated by the workers in the maintenance and the continuous use of the property labor power stands the interest of total capital in the continuous productive consumption of labor power. In view of such declarations, it is hardly a coincidence that they use a model like an unhistorical method which in its exclusion of all history is the equal of any bourgeois model building, but which in its attempt to be above history is painfully contemporary and precisely in this reveals itself to be eminently historic. There are long passages where one cannot avoid the impression that this model is merely an abstract description, using Marxist categories, of present-day capitalism in the Federal Republic. A few years ago such a construction would hardly have been conceivable for lack of ideological basis. The worker is presented quite unashamedly as a member of society and a unity of society thus surreptitiously presupposed by the terms used, a unity which if it exists at all is of recent date. It would never have occurred to a liberal theorist of the stamp of Locke or Kant to count the worker as part of bourgeois society. He simply stood outside it, and no attempt was made to conceal the fact. Thus the identification without more ado of the subject of private law, of the abstract personality, with the owner of private property, an identification which is to be found in Hegel's philosophy of right, but which there is attributable to the unavoidable world historical limits on knowledge, and to this extent has its historical justification, is seen as the product of necessarily false consciousness. Moreover, citizenship of the state is abstractly attributed by Flatto and Huisken to every 47. 48 Helmut Reichert. Worker without even a word being said about the historical process that led to this. But the most striking thing of all is that a central category of the whole bourgeois democratic tradition, a category which is still used in his radical, democratic phase by the young Marx still caught in Feuerbachian thinking, but which is used only in an emancipatory context, namely the category of the general interest, is systematically deprived of its emancipatory dimension and used as an analytical category which serves only to provide an interpretation of that which can be institutionalized in the bourgeois state as the expression of a supra-individual interest. Much the same can be said for the category of doubling. Neither in the Circular No. 3 of the Erlangen Group nor in the Project Klassenanalyse, nor in Flatto and Huisken's essay is any mention at all made of the radical democratic image of human liberation connected with this category. Significantly, the category is used only by analogy with the categorical representation of the value and money theory, and the meaning developed there significantly because the orientation towards that particular structure of derivation presupposes that just as in the value theory the unity, the general, is identified as positive, the dialectical representation of particularization, the theoretical portrayal of the removal of the general to a particular existence standing alongside and outside the particular commodities, postulates in advance that the two moments, the general and the particular, exist in immediate unity. The rest of the construction is built up according to the same pattern, fulfilling always two essential requirements. First, a general interest must be identified which unites all who take part in the process of reproduction, and second, the dimension of false consciousness must be sealed as tightly as possible against the possible insight that the pursuit by the workers of their own interests is already the realization of the interests of capital. The constellation of categories described by Marx as the surface of the reproduction process seemed to Flatto and Huisken best able to satisfy these requirements. In competition, so Marx says repeatedly in Capital, everything appears in reverse, the real relations are recognizable only in distorted and mystified shape, the way in which the whole process appears to the practical capitalist and to the worker is not identical with its real shape. The Trinity formula at the end of the third volume, which in Flatto and Huysken's eyes closes the systematic analysis of the 3 volumes, opens the way according to them to an analysis which satisfies the second requirement mentioned above. In an excursus on method it is therefore explained that an exact derivation of the form of the bourgeois state must always bear in mind that in like manner to Marx's treatment in Capital of Credit, which, although it is often mentioned beforehand, has its logical place only at a later stage of the total analysis, the state too can be derived with logical correctness only at a certain stage of the development of the concept of capital. It is not enough either to name the general preconditions for the existence of the state which are implicit in the development of the concept of capital / or to try to constitute the state as the sum of its factual activities. Rather, the methodical point of departure must be found from which the state becomes necessary in its real existence, from which, to take an expression used by Marx in a different context, the inner tendency comes forward as external necessity in the course of the systematic development of the argument *. Thus, with the help of an argument by Marx which refers exclusively to the relation between the laws of capital and their realization through the competition of individual capitals, and which is not to be understood as though, at every stage of the systematic analysis, the analysis of this inner nature of capital necessarily drives, on the basis of some internal dynamic, towards the development of external necessity. With the help of this quotation the methodological soil is prepared for the subsequent derivation of the form of the state, which uses to some extent the same concepts, and at the same time the correctness of their own procedure is suggested. For after all it should appear logically necessary that this derivation of the form of the state should take as its starting point the end of the 3rd volume of Capital. As a result of the discussions of the Erlangen theory group, Flatto and Huysken think that they can interpret this conceptual determination of false consciousness without more ado as the attitude of the worker as a private property owner, putting him on the same qualitative footing as the capitalist, and thus allowing one for the first time to impute identical interests to them, but also raising doubts about the 2 authors' grasp of the Marxist method. Characteristic in this aspect are the reinterpretation of Marx's arguments and a degree of uncertainty in their conceptualization. Thus, basing themselves directly on value theory and hence on a method which traces the form determinations of social objectivity, they postulate an equality of all those taking part in the reproduction process, but this equality of private property owners is developed in a form which suppresses the specific dialectic of the sphere of simple circulation and above all its dimension as a critique of ideology. Even at the risk of my being accused of Marx scholasticism, it must be said that Marx did not characterize either money or the commodity, and certainly not capital, as a thing and the worker or capitalist as keeper or bearer of this thing. But such a misunderstanding is quite logical in the context of Flatto and Huysken's interpretation. Their presentation of the dialectic of form and content with regard to the exchange relation is only possible because they once again fall into the trap of actual reification. Thus, a capitalist exchanges his money capital for the capital of another capitalist. In this case they see the equality of exchange as being maintained not only formally but also in content, because capital is exchanged for capital. The property of both is qualitatively the same, is capital. Capital is thus merely a thing. Capital, in my understanding of Marx, circulates in the shape of a constant change of form. Its existence is process, it is the unity of its forms, it is the constant change between the form of generality and the form of particularity, of money and of commodity, and the problem of political. 49. 50. Economy is precisely to explain increase in this constant change of form which value, the equivalent, goes through. Marx speaks with good reason of a purely formal distinction, namely the distinction between the form of generality and the form of particularity. The content, use value, is outside the economic form because it immediately coincides with it. The distinction between content and form becomes significant only when the exchange between capital and labor is considered. Yet Flatto and Huysken's interpretation of precisely this act is incomprehensible in so far as equality is now said to be maintained merely formally. How far real equivalents are exchanged in this case, how far exploitation is accomplished through the form of the real exchange of equivalents, To explain this and thereby to portray the real exchange of equivalents as appearance is one of the focal points of Marxist theory. Equally unclear is Flatto and Huysken's interpretation of the processes going on below the surface in the property and appropriation relations of production and reproduction, as though property were not identical with the right of appropriating surplus value without equivalent, although mediated by the exchange of equivalents. Flatto and Huysken's concept of property, like their concept of capital, refers to a mere thing. However they may picture to themselves the appropriation going on beneath the surface, the course of logical presentation in capital is, in their view, to be interpreted as meaning that at the end of the third volume the contradiction between property and non-property is logically subsumed in the fetishized forms of the surface, which no longer show any trace of this contradiction. The inadequacy of these considerations also helps to explain those parts of their article in which Flatto and Huysken come out against the anchoring of bourgeois conceptions of freedom and equality in the sphere of simple circulation. Their understanding of this sphere is in line with their reified conception of property and capital. Under the conditions of simple commodity circulation, they write on p. 97, freedom and equality referred to the formal act of circulation and also to its preconditions of content, when the separation of property from labor represents the basis of the mode of production and posits the characteristic contradiction between property and non-property. Neither the concept of freedom nor that of equality can be retained in their comprehensive sense, embracing form and content of simple commodity circulation. Obviously Flatto and Huysken think of simple commodity circulation as the idol of petty commodity producers. The conception of freedom and equality is seen as arising not just from the act of circulation but also from equal conditions of production, thus free cultivation of the fields, property of about equal size, moderate and approximately equal fortunes of the artisans, etc. So that one could appropriate the products of the work of one's fellow only by giving in return the products of one's own work. If this image is at the basis of their analysis, then Flatto and Huysken are reproducing in classical form the ideology which Marx criticized unsparingly with the dialectic of appearance and essence, on which the authors claim to base themselves. In logical form they make the same mistake as bourgeois theory makes when it is unable to understand the determinate forms peculiar to the sphere of circulation as being just such forms, and instead fill them with sensuous content. We need only refer to the many theories of the natural condition, that paradise of free and equal persons which has never existed and which even in bourgeois theory is seen through as being merely hypothetical. But Flatto and Huysken reproduce this hypothesis in all seriousness in a time in which, God knows, it has lost all world historical substance. Once the division into classes comes into being, then the conception of freedom and equality can only be based on the intrinsically false consciousness of the private property owner who mistakenly sees himself as a proud bourgeois subject, and who, by reason of the distorting force of the fetishized forms of the surface, shares identical general interests on a wide range of issues with all other property owners. The false consciousness on the surface is, in the view of the two authors, so hermetically sealed in its conceptual structure against every possible insight into real relations that the worker must mistakenly understand himself as a property owner and therefore act in the pursuit of his bourgeois interests as the unconscious executor of total capitalist interests. In his delusion the worker relates to his labor power in the same way as the capitalist relates to his capital, which throws off income in the same form. The interests which he articulates are likewise indistinguishable from those to which the capitalist gives expression. The complete ero economicus, he has an interest in the maintenance of this source of revenue, an interest in as high revenue as possible and in the continuous flow of the same. Everyone knows that he can acquire this revenue only through the use of his particular material source of income. He can employ it, however, and thus acquire income, only when he tries at the same time to protect the general preconditions within which he reproduces himself. Thus, independent of the material nature of their source of income, all private property owners have a general interest in securing the conditions which make possible the realization of the three interests based on the three particular sources of income. Their unity is the abstractly uniting interest in securing the preconditions which determine the relation of income source and income in its three component parts. To this extent they distinguish between themselves as being interested in the general welfare and as citizens pursuing particular. Some comments on Flatto and Huisken 1 SSA 51. 52. Interests which relate to their particular source of income. Private property owners thus exist in a twofold manner, as private property owners with particular interests and as representatives of general interests. To this doubling corresponds the doubling into private property owners arid citizen, or, referring to private property owners as a whole, the doubling of society into society and state. Whereas doubling for the young Marx was the shaking off of the particular bourgeois reality and the constitution of the abstract existence as citizen, as member of the state, seen as the emancipation of humanity from nature like prehistory. This better half of the double man is concentrated in Flatto Huisken's essay on Believe It or Not, the protection of private property, guaranteed economic growth and the crisis-free functioning of the economy as precondition for the continuous flow of revenue. The rest of the argument can be anticipated. The doubling into society and state results from the unmediated unity and plurality, of generality and particularity, the possibility as Flatto and Huisken put it of the separation of bourgeois state from bourgeois society rests on the unity, the general interests. The necessity of the real doubling, of the real sundering, rests on the fact that their own unity as such, i.e. their general interest, can neither be recognized nor attained by the private property owners, whose eyes are fixed on the particularity of their own interests. There must therefore be an instance which recognizes and realizes the contents of the general interest and presents itself in particular shape, as administrator of the general. The unity of private property owners presents itself in particular form as state. This general derivation, which presents the state in a reasoning process which glides over all its actual functions, then contains also the answer to the question posed at the beginning, how the state in the form of its particularization can be both class state and class neutral state at the same time. The mediation of both aspects is possible on the basis of the inherently distorting function of objective forms of appearance on the surface of the total process, which not only has the effect of making the mode of existence of empirical living subjects appear to those subjects themselves exclusively as the mode of existence of private property owners, but in addition leads the workers, acting with this consciousness, to pursue real interests as private property owners. The state is, then, also their state as long as they do not recognize that their own interests as private property owners are identical with the interests of total capital. Once they gain some insight into the function of their false consciousness, the mirage is destroyed. They recognize their supposedly own state as the state of capital which secures the general conditions of the reproduction of capital and thus accumulation. An instrument of the ruling class, the aspect emphasized both by the dogmatic groups and by theories of state monopoly capitalism is precisely what the state is not in this form of separation, but only in times of class struggle, when the class of genuine property owners acts in union with the state to beat back the attacks of the proletariat on all levels. What can have led Flatto and Huisken to construct a model in which an actually existing consensus and stability are presented as the outcome and expression of a general interest which has always united all private property owners? What was it that brought Flatto and Huisken not only to define as an ever-present general interest the obvious fact that there will certainly be conflict if the efforts to secure steady growth and a crisis-free functioning of the economy are not crowned with success, but also to reinterpret this fact ontologically as a general interest which is specific also to the workers as private property owners and which has always lain hidden in the economic relations? The whole undertaking gives one the impression that a specific interpretation of a quite specific process going on at the moment is being generalized with the help of Marxist categories. Flatto and Huisken see that the plight of education has to be related to the structure of the process of capital expansion in the present constellation. The state-controlled reform of education is an item to overcome by administrative means a barrier to the process of accumulation and valorization. This barrier manifests itself in part in the fact that many people are wrongly or insufficiently qualified and demand more education and equality of opportunity. Flatto and Huisken explain all this as follows: the total process permeates the conscious actions of the participants. The fact that people want to see equality of opportunity, better education, etc., realized as a right guaranteed by the Constitution shows that not only do they not recognize that these demands raised by them at a particular time are the expression of a barrier to the process of valorization, but that moreover they are making demands which are to be understood as being exclusively in the interest of a long-term stabilization of capital as a whole. On this basis, the authors then develop a model which, as the examples which they feel justified in drawing from the first volume of Capital show, can claim validity for the whole history of bourgeois society. We have no wish to deny that Flatto and Huysken's essay brings together for the first time the various aspects of Marxist state theory in a unified construction, which certainly advances the discussion. It must be questioned, however, whether a methodologically legitimate critique has to lead to a construction in which the problem of explaining political stability is thrown together, without mediation, with the derivation of state functions. This improper combination is the central weakness of the essay. They criticize Altvater's procedure for subsuming the various state functions and state activities under a preconceived system of categories, and in such a way that both 53. 54 Helmut Reichert. The system of categories and the ordering of the various state functions in this framework are contradictory. In contrast, Flatto and Huysken insist that the state functions must be developed in their genesis and in their inner, materially founded interrelation. For this purpose, the barriers to the process of the valorization implicitly and explicitly named in Marx's presentation of the general concept of capital seem to act as signposts indicating the way to a systematic portrayal of the genesis of state functions. It is an attempt, in other words, to understand Marx's concept of capital in its logic of presentation as a guideline for the writing of real history, and an pt which in the development of state functions moves on a plane of methodical reflection corresponding to the plane on which Marx moved in his critique of political economy. This pt is, of course, not to be considered without striving to give information in methodically appropriate form about the particular shape in which the functions, determined by the process of valorization as a whole, must consolidate, i.e. appear as state functions. The state, so the authors argued against Altvater, must not be brought in as a stopgap or a fact of experience, it must be presented positively in its imminent necessity. But why must this be done in the framework of a general derivation which discusses only the essence of the bourgeois state, developing the form of the state in a derivation which glides over the individual functions? Would it not have been sufficient to discuss the basic concept of the form discussion, the contradictory unity of particular and general, in relation to each individual function in its specific shape as state function? Without demonstrating in an abstract general manner the general in all these functions, namely that they are state functions, or, in Flatto and Huysken's words, that it is a question of the general interests being administered in a specific form, the same result could be reached if it were shown that, on the basis of a duality of particular and common interests, a separate, institutional particularization of state functions must take place. However such an undertaking might appear in detail, it would not in any case be burdened with questionable analytical ballast and metaphysical implications, which result from the aim of deriving the bourgeois state forms in abstract general manner and, it seems to me, from the never explicitly declared interest in explaining political stability. A careful reading of the essay also reveals that the authors hardly pursue to its conclusion their approach, which they declare towards the end to be superfluous. They leave unexplained the methodological status of the concept of general interest. Direct reference to Marx's formulations, which are primarily to be found in The Grundriss in the explanation of the character masks acting in simple circulation and the conceptions which arise there, suggests that the aim is to extend Marx's method of portraying social objectivity, yet, in contrast, Flatto and Huysken use the concept exclusively as an all-embracing concept, which, using the method of logical subsumption, brings together abstractly in the three interests mentioned all con. 55. Conceivable and historically developing actions for securing bourgeois reproduction. Leaving aside the fact that it is presumptuous to imagine an as yet undiscovered interest of the worker in steady growth and a crisis-free functioning of the economy, which the worker is unable to distinguish consciously from his particular interest, and which, on the other hand, is supposed to appear in the formal structure of its implementation as his state, it should follow logically from such an approach that the abstract content of this general interest should autonomize itself as a particular, institutional consolidation distinct from the immediate process of reproduction. That is of course unthinkable, but as a hypothetical construction it closes the conceptual gap in Plato and Huysken's approach. Of the form of the state they can only assert that it is the necessary form of the administration of general interests. They can only begin to fulfill their promises concretely when it is a question of definite interest which is tautologically subsumable under one of the three general interests. In the process, the two authors let drop some revealing formulations, such as on p. 131, where they speak of a more or less general interest on the surface, so that the concept of the general interest is no longer taken seriously analytically, but merely ascribed in critical dimension. In the transition to the investigation of the barriers resulting from the process of the valorization of capital and of the transcending of these barriers, it becomes clear what is involved in this concept of general interest. It is ideology. At this point, it becomes clear that the concept of democracy based on quantitative determinations is incompatible with the necessity which often ignores just these quantitative majority relations for the bourgeois state to implement interests which would find no majority among the people. In other words, there are no general interests, but only particular interests which are declared to be general. It is thus implicitly admitted that the postulated unity of the general interest was only invented in order to derive the form of the state in an abstract and overarching manner, the form of a state of which it is said at the same time that its institutional frame is to be understood as a particular form of the overcoming of the barriers to the valorization of capital as a whole. Moreover, it is not clear, in their view, whether the politically mediated overcoming of ever new barriers to valorization, a process which presents itself as the accumulation of state functions, leads to an instance characterized by contradictions, in which the individual functions hamper and paralyze one another in their effects. Only if the underlying history of the valorization of capital as a whole is brought into the discussion, does it seem possible to understand these functions, which are not unequivocally referable to definite class interests, as being nevertheless not class neutral in their formal structure. Only on this basis can one try to grasp that, on the contrary, precisely in this their form as state functions, their unity lies in their class character. 56 Helmut Reichert. But that is precisely what Plato and Huysken's concept of the general interest does not achieve, since it serves, in a construction developed purely on the level of affirmation, to anchor the class character of every state function in the dimension of the worker who misconceives himself as bourgeois. Indeed, this concept disastrously impedes an adequate understanding of historical processes. It is in the nature of the construction that the possibility of discussing definite measures as the outcome of strategic considerations is excluded. Such measures must instead be attributed to the general interest of the worker in private property, which, in its determinate articulation, is to be understood as the expression of a barrier to the expansion of capital, a barrier deeply felt by the workers. If, on the other hand, bourgeois democracy, the form most adequate to the capitalist state for the implementation of interests and the exercise of politics, because it espouses most purely the principle of equality, then the resistance of the bourgeoisie to universal suffrage can clearly only have been based on a misunderstanding of its own state, which was interpreted by the bourgeoisie as its state, as a class state, and sealed against proletarian influence only because it happened by chance to have articulated and asserted its general interests first, and the proletariat had not yet made its contribution to supporting the state. 5. The state apparatus and social reproduction, elements of a theory of the bourgeois state. The general concept of the bourgeois state. Modern theories about the interventionist state, whether they come from economists or from students of political and administrative science, are concerned with the specific forms and techniques of the administrative management by the state of the process of social reproduction. The basic assumption of these theories is that there is an autonomous political apparatus which, even though bound by certain external social constraints, is nevertheless subject to the dictates of the political decision-making process. The main interest of these theorists is in the investigation of forms of administrative organization and techniques which might increase the capacity of the supposedly autonomous political system to control the process of social reproduction, in order to make this process more or less manageable politically. Point 1. However, the failure of these scientific attempts at policy advice to produce results, at least as far as this ultimate goal of controlling society is concerned, suggests that there may be a fundamental failing in the theory itself. This weakness, which is shared even by more critical approaches which point out the disruption potential of unbalanced structures of social influence and power and of prohibitive external constraints, has its basis in the peculiarly naive and superficial understanding which bourgeois theorists of the state have of their object. To them the state appears to be a rationally constructed organizational means for achieving the general interest and the goals of the community. They make no mention of the fact that the state as it exists today is an historical product, an historically determined form of the organization of domination, which, being historical, has its foundation in the manner of social production and reproduction which characterizes the bourgeois relation of production and in the resulting class relations. This means, however, that one cannot make statements about the way in which the state apparatus functions and about the conditions and 58 possibilities of the political management of the system, before one has worked out consistently from the analysis of the basic laws of the social reproduction process what are the conditions for the constitution of the social form of the bourgeois state and the resulting determinants of its functions. The failure to define the social character of the state apparatus, which, however, can be understood only on the basis of an historical materialist theory of the state, leads to the illusion as to the power of the state characteristic of bourgeois political theory, and the latter's practical failings as well as its explicitly ideological function. Eugene Pashacanes formulated the crucial question for the evaluation of the bourgeois state and its mode of functioning briefly and precisely: why does the dominance of a class not continue to be that which it is, that is to say, the subordination in fact of one part of the population to another part? Why does it take on the form of official state domination? Or, which is the same thing, why is not the mechanism of state constraint created as the private mechanism of the dominating class? Why is it disassociated from the dominant class, taking the form of an impersonal mechanism of public authority isolated from society? This question of what distinguishes the bourgeois state from all previous forms of the exercise of power and domination, is a question of the specific social form of the state and not of the particular content of its activity. The functions of the state cannot be discussed so long as there is a lack of clarity about the character and the conditions for the constitution of the specifically bourgeois form of political domination. Max Weber correctly pointed out that the state cannot be defined from the content of its activity, and that there was hardly a function which had not been taken in hand at some time by some political association, and, on the other hand, also no function of which one can say that it has ever and always been exclusively performed by those associations which one designates as political or today as states. P 1042, cf. Weber 1954, p. 339. We must however proceed from the observation that legal relations as well as forms of state are to be grasped neither from themselves nor from the so-called general development of the human mind *, but rather have their roots in the material conditions of life. The material conditions of life, however, means modes of production, the social conditions under which individuals produce and enter into relations with one another. The starting point of an analysis of the bourgeois state must therefore be the examination of the anatomy of bourgeois society, that is, an analysis of the specifically capitalist mode of social labor, the appropriation of the surplus product, the resulting laws of reproduction of the whole social formation, which objectively give rise to the particular political form. Point 2. This analysis and its underlying categories cannot be developed here in detail, and so we shall confine ourselves to a brief outline of that which is in any case better explained by Marx. 59. Bourgeois society is generally characterized by private production and exchange based on the division of labor and private property. The dominant form of commodity production implies the twofold nature of social labor as creator of abstract value and concrete useful objects. That is, the specifically bourgeois form of socialization is determined by the private labors which are carried on independently of one another, and the social bond which necessarily establishes itself behind the backs of the producers is expressed in exchange value, by means of which alone each individual's own activity or his product becomes an activity and a product for him. The social character of activity, as well as the social form of the product and the share of individuals in production here appear as something alien and objective, confronting the individuals not as their relation to one another, but as their subordination to relations which subsist independently of them and which arise but of collisions between mutually different individuals. Their mutual interconnection appears as something alien to them, autonomous, as a thing. The concept of capital as abstract self-expanding value is, however, necessarily contained in this twofold character of labor. Just as the dialectical development of the concept of capital must start from the doubling of commodities into commodities and money, so historically the establishment of capitalist relations of production is the condition for the full development and generalization of commodity production. The employment of a concept of commodity producing society which disregards the existence of capital, is therefore an inadmissible abstraction both logically and historically. Rather, the antagonism of wage labor and capital, exploitation and surplus value is contained in the fully developed concept of commodity-producing society. The exchange of equivalent commodities merely mediates as necessary appearance on the surface of society the production and appropriation of surplus value, the exploitation of living labor power and the valorization of capital. As distinct from all previous forms of social production and reproduction, capitalist society is therefore characterized by the fact that the labor process figures but as a means towards the self-expansion of capital, and that reproduction figures but as a means of reproducing as capital, i.e. as self-expanding value, the value advanced. This, however, presupposes the free disposal on the part of the laborer of his own capacities and on the part of the owner of money or commodities, of the values that belong to him. The capitalist who normally buys labor power at its value and uses it in the production process, by this means obtains the value of his means of production and in addition appropriates for himself surplus value. The production of surplus value represents the specific use value of living labor for capital. It is crucial for our analysis that this relationship has to reproduce itself permanently on the basis of the historically established capitalist mode of production. But that which at first was a starting point, becomes by the mere 60. Continuity of the process, by simple reproduction, the peculiar result, constantly renewed and perpetuated, of capitalist production. On the one hand, the process of production incessantly converts material wealth into capital, into means of creating more wealth and enjoyment for the capitalists. On the other hand, the laborer, on quitting the process, is what he was on entering it, a source of wealth but devoid of all means of making that wealth his own. Since his own labor has already been alienated and since by the sale of his labor power it has been appropriated by the capitalist and incorporated with capital, it must, during the process, be realized in a product that does not belong to him. Since the process of production is also the process by which the capitalist consumes labor power, the product of the laborer is incessantly converted, not only into commodities but into capital, into value that sucks up the value-creating power, into means of subsistence that buy the person of the laborer, into the means of production that command the producers. The laborer therefore constantly produces material, objective wealth, but in the form of capital, of an alien power that dominates and exploits him. The capitalist constantly produces labor power, but in the form of a subjective source of wealth, separated from the objects in and by which it can alone be realized, in short he produces the laborer, but as a wage laborer. This incessant reproduction, this perpetuation of the laborer, is the sine qua non of capitalist production. As this process continues and surplus value is constantly converted back into capital, it is evident that the laws of appropriation or of private property, laws that are based on the production and circulation of commodities, become by their own inner and inexorable dialectic changed into their very opposite. The exchange of equivalents, the original operation with which we started, has now become turned round in such a way that there is only an apparent exchange. This is owing to the fact, first, that the capital which is exchanged for labor power is itself a portion of the product of others' labor appropriated without an equivalent, and secondly, that this capital must not only be replaced by its producer, but replaced together with an added surplus. The relation of exchange subsisting between the capitalist and laborer becomes a mere semblance appertaining to the process of circulation, a mere form, foreign to the real nature of the transaction and only mystifying it. The ever-repeated purchase and sale of labor power is now the mere form. What really takes place is this: the capitalist again and again appropriates, without equivalent, a portion of the previously materialized labor of others and exchanges it for a greater quantity of living labor. Based on the necessary semblance of the exchange of equivalents, the capitalist form of society therefore constantly reproduces itself through the blind operation of the law of value. The social bond and the distribution of social labor is established through the laws of commodity production and commodity exchange. The production process, governed by the law of value operating behind the backs of the producers, simultaneously reproduces as a 61. Process of valorization its own social preconditions without initially requiring any additional external, conscious, i.e. political intervention. It is not just the objective conditions of the process of production that appear as its result. The same thing is true also of its specific social character. The social relations and therefore the social position of the agents of production in relation to each other, i.e. the relations of production, are themselves produced. They are also the constantly renewed result of the process. Concrete class relations and their transformation, the manner in which the labor of society is distributed, the development of the productive forces, in short, the basic social relations are always the historical product of objective laws which assert themselves through the actions of individuals. These laws have a determining effect for as long as the essential structural features of the capitalist form of society remain intact. This means that concrete social structures, the mutual relation of classes and the dominant form of the division of labor are essentially incapable of being subjected to conscious, planned in this sense political influence and transformation. The basic structures and laws of development of bourgeois societies are not capable of being regulated politically. The conscious organization of social relations would require the abolition of the capital relation. If, therefore, we assume that bourgeois society necessarily reproduces its structurally determining characteristics through the operation of objective laws which assert themselves behind the backs of individuals, then the social conditions for the constitution of the form of the bourgeois state can now be more clearly defined by logical derivation. In capitalist society, the appropriation of surplus value and the preservation of the social structure and its cohesion do not depend on direct relations of force or dependence, nor do they depend directly on the power and repressive force of ideology. Instead, they rely on the blind operation of the hidden laws of reproduction. But because the process of social reproduction and the appropriation of the surplus product by the ruling class is mediated through the unimpeded circulation of commodities based on the principle of equal exchange and through the free disposal by the wage laborer of his own labor power and by the capitalist of the surplus value which he has appropriated and accumulated, the abolition of all barriers which stand in the way in the sphere of commodity circulation, is an essential element in the establishment of the capitalist form of society. The manner in which the social bond is established, in which social labor is distributed and the surplus product appropriated necessarily requires that the direct producers be deprived of control over the physical means of force and that the latter be localized in a social instance raised above the economic reproduction process, the creation of formal bourgeois freedom and equality and the establishment of a state monopoly of force. 3 Bourgeois class rule is essentially and fundamentally characterized 62 by the fact that the ruling class must concede to the force which secures its domination and existence formally separated from it. As the relationship of exploitation is made formally effectual as a relationship of two independent and equal commodity owners, so political class authority may take the form of public authority. The principle of competition, which is dominant in the bourgeois capitalist world, provides no possibility of associating political authority with an individual enterprise. The historical emergence of a central state apparatus with its monopoly of force means the suppression of these multifarious feudal restraints and relations of dependence which permeate society. It therefore implies the possibility of the formation of a territorially homogeneous market and thus centralization of force necessary for reproduction under capitalist conditions in an instance which is raised up above society and formally separated from the producers who enter into reciprocal commercial relations with one another. But the creation of a territorially united and circumscribed market area in which capital can circulate freely also requires the concentration of force for the purpose of its effective external use, the protection of the bourgeoisie and its rule against forcible external interference, and the creation of an apparatus of force as a means of asserting its common interests externally on the world market. 4 Constraint as the command of one person addressed to another and confirmed by force contradicts the basic condition precedent to the intercourse between owners of commodities. In a society of commodity owners and within the limits of the act of exchange, the function of constraint can therefore not come out as a social function, since it is not abstract and impersonal. For a commodity-producing society, the subordination to man as such to man as a specific individual means subordination to arbitrary caprice, since for that society it coincides with the subordination of one commodity owner to another. The process of the centralization of force therefore implies at the same time its abstraction from the concrete relations of production, its transformation into extra-economic political force. For this very reason, however, the particularization of the bourgeois state as an apparatus of force cannot be understood as the institutionalization of a general will, but means rather the separation of the political apparatus of bourgeois society from real individual and common interests. This fixation of social activity, this consolidation of what we ourselves produce into a material power above us, growing out of our control, thwarting our expectations, bringing to naught our calculations, is one of the chief factors in historical development up till now. Out of this very contradiction between the particular and the common interests, the common interest assumes an independent form as the state, which is divorced from the real individual and collective interests. Since the individuals are neither subsumed under a natural community, nor on the other hand do they, as conscious members of the community, subsume the community under themselves, it must confront them as independent subjects as an equally independent, external, accidental material thing. This is precisely the condition for their existing as independent private persons in a social context. Of course, one would need to examine in detail the historical process by which the bourgeois class gained hold of the state apparatus in appropriate form, how, through long struggles, it remolded the outdated feudal and feudal absolutist apparatus of domination for its own ends. In our analysis, however, we are assuming that bourgeois society has been constituted and capital relations fully established, so this process will not be examined more closely. We shall therefore not be discussing the phase of historical development in which capital, still undeveloped, did not totally determine the law of motion of social reproduction, and in which the bourgeoisie, still weak, both politically and economically, needed for the maintenance of its position an alliance with non-capitalist classes and power groups, and was therefore compelled to turn antagonisms within these groups, for instance between absolute monarchs and estates, between town and country, to its own advantage. Such an analysis of the historical constitution of the bourgeois state would also have to trace in detail the process likewise here of the shaping of the specific elements of its form, the establishment of the formal non-disposal by the immediate possessor of state power of the means of production, the consequent maintenance of the state apparatus from deductions from revenue, the separation of the spheres of private and public law, the autonomization of the state apparatus as an abstract person vis-a-vis the concrete person of the monarch, the emergence of a professional civil service and of professional politikons, and with this the formal non-identity of administrative position and class membership, and finally the development of the system of parliamentary representation as the mediating sphere between the state apparatus as an apparatus of force and bourgeois society. 5 Our argument is that a theory of the bourgeois state must be developed from the analysis of the basic structure of capitalist society in its entirety, and that in so doing it is first of all a matter of defining the bourgeois state as the expression of a specific historical form of class rule and not simply as the bearer of particular social functions. The item pt to derive from the development of the concept of capital analyzed by Marx in Capital, those social functions objectively necessary for reproduction which can only be performed collectively outside the sphere of individual capitals, is undoubtedly an important component of a materialist theory of the state, and one which on the whole has yet to be developed. 6 But such an approach can only found the objective necessity of the state and not the state itself and its concrete mode of functioning. Because of its specific level of abstraction, the mode of representation in capital cannot be used without further mediation for the 63. 64 Joachim Hirsch. Development of the concept of the state. In the determination of the form of the bourgeois state as an autonomous apparatus raised above the reproduction process, its social functions are contained only abstractly and generally. At the same time, however, the character of the capitalist reproduction process also turns out to be the basis of the contradictions contained in the form itself. The function of the bourgeois state can never be more than the creation of the external conditions for the social reproduction process which regulates itself on the basis of the law of value. The social process of production and reproduction cannot be the direct object of state activity; on the contrary, it is the latter which is determined by the laws and the development of the reproduction process. Thus, the state apparatus does safeguard the general rules of commodity and monetary intercourse, but it neither creates money nor does it bring into existence the rules of bourgeois legal relations and their foundation, private property. It only codifies the norms characteristic of commodity and monetary relations. In this way it ensures the clarity, stability, and the calculability of legal relations and relations of exchange, and fundamental to all these it is able as the apparatus of force to enforce compliance with these norms against the attacks and infringements of individuals. From the capitalist reproduction process as total process of capital circulation, however, there results at first only as possibility and as general necessity quite a different category of state activity. The production process as labor process producing concrete use values is, under capitalist conditions, bound by the chains of private production mediated by exchange and determined by valorization. The inherent impossibility of the conscious organization by society of production based on the division of labor gives rise to dislocations and frictions in reproduction and to the separation of particular and general conditions of production, i.e. conditions of production which cannot be produced singly by individual capitals. Just as the capitalist process of reproduction initially generates the category of the general material conditions of production, so it produces in the bourgeois state as an apparatus removed from the process of the competitive valorization of individual capitals and equipped with specific means of force the authority which is capable of creating for individual capitals the prerequisites of production which these capitals cannot establish of their own accord because of their limited profit interest. 7 This same relationship applies to the regulatory and subsidizing intervention of the state in the circulation process as well as to state intervention which safeguards the capital reproduction process beyond the national boundaries. Finally, from the character of the capitalist process of reproduction as a process of exploitation which continually reproduces the existing class structure results the compulsion to use concealed or overt physical force. 65. Against the proletariat to safeguard bourgeois rule whenever and wherever the proletariat attacks the foundations of its exploitation, foundations which are rooted in capitalist property relations and in the relations of production. The contradictions of the capitalist process of reproduction in which the bourgeois state apparatus has its source and continuing basis, give rise to the apparent inconsistencies in its mode of appearance and activity. As the authority guaranteeing the rules of equal exchange and of commodity circulation, and autonomous from the social process of reproduction and the social classes, it acquires a particular form of the mystification of capital, the appearance of class neutrality free from force, which however can and must be transformed into an overt use of force, both internally and externally, if at any time the foundations of the reproduction and self-expansion of capital and of exploitation are threatened. The bourgeois state's appearance of generality, which is determined by its form, is continually shattered by the compulsion to intervene directly and with force. Freedom, equality, and the rule of law therefore only represent one side of bourgeois rule, which is based in the last analysis on the direct physical use of force. Likewise, the rule of general laws turns out to be constantly breached by executive measures which become necessary in certain situations to guarantee the general material conditions of production and reproduction and to suppress the working class. Thus the violence of the bourgeois state is always characterized by simultaneous abstract generality and concreteness specific to a situation. Safeguarding the rules which express the blind operation of economic relations of force one goes hand in hand with the direct exercise of the means of force and power of the state for the specific and particular purposes of ensuring the reproduction and self-expansion of capital and the domination of the bourgeoisie. Finally, it is implicit in the form of the particularization of the bourgeois state that the state apparatus necessarily and at any time can and must clash not only with the working class or sections of it, but also with the interests of individual capitals and groups of capitals, interests determined by the requirements of valorization. But this means that just as the bourgeois state does not originate historically as a result of the conscious activity of a society or class in pursuit of its general will, but rather as the result of often contradictory and short-sighted class struggles and conflicts, its specific functional mechanisms also evolve in the context of conflicting interests and social conflicts. That is, the concrete activities and measures of the state come into being not as the result of the abstract logic of a given social structure or of an objectively given historical process of development, but only under the pressure of political movements and interests which, acting on this basis, actually succeed in pressing home their demands. The state's particularization has continually to re-establish itself afresh and maintain itself in this process of conflict and collision of interests. Not least the consequences of this is the imperfection, income. 66. Flatness and inconsistency of state activity, but also at the same time the relative contingency of the political process, a contingency which cannot be derived from the general determinations of the capital relation. To sum up, from the determination of the form of the bourgeois state the possibility and the general necessity of its general functions can be derived, the possibility in so far as the state as a force separated from bourgeois society is functionally in a position to guarantee the general and external conditions of reproduction which cannot be created by private capitals, and to intervene with force against the encroachments as well of the workers as of individual capitalists. Point 8. This possibility implies at the same time the impossibility of interfering with the foundations of the capitalist reproduction process, namely, private property and the availability of free wage labor. The general necessity of state intervention results from the fact that the capitalist process of reproduction structurally presupposes social functions which cannot be fulfilled by individual capitals. The general condition of the possibility for the state to guarantee the general and external conditions of the capitalist process of production, i.e. to mediate necessity and possibility, ultimately lies in the fact that the bourgeois state as an instance raised above the direct production process can only maintain its form if the capital reproduction process is guaranteed and its own material basis thus secured. This will necessarily manifest itself as the specifically political and bureaucratic interest of the direct holders of state power and their agents in the safeguarding of capital reproduction arid capital relations. This is why the bourgeois state must function as a class state even when the ruling class or a section of it does not exert direct influence over it. Beyond these general determinations, nothing more can be said on this level of analysis about the functions of the bourgeois state. 9. To that extent, the general derivation of form cannot go beyond trivialities. To go beyond. This would inquire an analysis of the concrete historical development of the capitalist reproduction process and of the changing conditions of capital valorization and CLAFC relations. It would be wrong, however, to reduce this to a matter of crass empiricism and historiography. On the contrary, it is necessary to develop a theoretical and conceptual framework for the analysis of the process of capitalist development. In other words, an analysis of the concrete mode of appearance of the bourgeois state and its changing functions is only possible on the basis of a theory of the capitalist process of accumulation and crisis. Only such a theory can supply the categories which define how empirical history is to be written and interpreted. Like the analysis of the form of the state, such a theory must start from the dual character of labor and the consequent determination of the capitalist process of production as the contradictory unity of labor process and process of valorization. The expanded reproduction of capital involves not only the tendency for the capital relation to be universalized, the generalization of the production of exchange values, the subsumption of ever more spheres of social production under capital and 67. With that the determining imposition of capitalist class relations, but also the permanent transformation and technological revolutionization of the labor process and its material basis, the progressive development of the productive forces to the point where they must burst the bounds of the capital relation. The capitalist mode of production is a technologically and otherwise specific mode of production, capitalist production, which transforms the nature of the labor process and its actual conditions. The compulsion to produce relative surplus value and thereby to transform constantly the technological basis of the labor process, to create large machinery and establish fixed capital as the adequate form of capital, is posited by the capital relation itself. Driven on by capital, the development of class relations and of the productive forces, of the material shape of the labor process and hence the socialization of production, fundamentally alters the political structure of bourgeois society, imposes specific, technologically determined changes in the form of individual capitals and thereby alters the conditions for the operation of the law of value, which is mediated through the circulation of money and commodities. This leads to a situation where with the increasing socialization of production it is precisely the material side which increasingly gains in significance, and this necessarily leads to disruptions in the reproduction process, which require the intervention of the state, the capital accumulation process, and the change in the technological basis of production embodied in it gives rise continuously to material barriers to the process of valorization, barriers which cannot be overcome by privately producing capitals alone. An analysis of the capitalist accumulation process must above all explain how the capitalist production process, on the strength of its inherent laws and through the technological transformation of the labor process and the development of the productive forces, itself produces the barriers to the valorization of capital which manifest themselves through crisis, and the way in which the capitalist crisis itself becomes the necessary vehicle for the actual implementation of state interventions. To safeguard reproduction. The capitalist process of accumulation and crisis. The capitalist process of reproduction is of necessity reproduction on an expanded scale, a process of accumulation. The permanent reconversion of surplus value into capital is imposed on the individual capitalist as an external coercive law through competition. It compels him to keep constantly extending his capital, in order to preserve it, but extend it he cannot, except by means of progressive accumulation. What decisively determines the process of accumulation and, according to Marx, constitutes 68. The essential point of analysis, are the transformations in the composition of capital, which inevitably come about in the course of the accumulation process and with the development of the productive forces advanced through this process, that is, the transformations in the relation of objectified and living labor in the production process, the results of which culminate in the tendency of the rate of P profit to fall. For Marx, this law of the tendency of the rate of P profit to fall is in every respect the most important law of modern political economy and the most essential for understanding the most difficult relations. It is the expression of the tendency, inherent in capital itself, towards the progressive development of the productive forces. the necessity for the changes in the value composition of capital which bring about the tendency for the rate of profit to fall, can be derived from the fundamental class contradictions of the capitalist mode of production. Once given the general basis of the capitalist system, then, in the course of accumulation, a point is reached at which the development of the productivity of social labor becomes the most powerful lever of accumulation, i.e. at which the technical transformations of the labor process and the development of the productive forces appear as the precondition for further accumulation. The technical revolutionization of the process of production becomes a necessary instrument in capital's conflict with wage labor mediated through the expansion and self-assertion of individual capitals in competition. Growth of capital involves growth of its variable constituent or of the part invested in labor power. A part of the surplus value turned into additional capital must always be retransformed into variable capital or additional labor fund. If we suppose that, all other circumstances remaining the same, the composition of capital also remains constant, then the demand for labor and the subsistence fund of the laborers clearly increase in the same proportion as the capital, and the more rapidly the capital increases. Since capital produces yearly a surplus value, of which one part is yearly added to the original capital, since this increment itself grows yearly along with the augmentation of the capital already functioning, since lastly, under special stimulus to enrichment, such as the opening of new markets, or new spheres for the outlay of capital in consequence of newly developed social wants, etc., the scale of accumulation may be suddenly extended, merely by a change in the division of the surplus value or surplus product into capital and revenue. The requirements of accumulating capital may exceed the increase of labor power or of the number of laborers, the demand for laborers may exceed the supply, and, therefore, wages may rise. 10 By the very mechanism of its own accumulation, capital is therefore forced to introduce into the production process technical changes which continually set living labor free and make it superfluous. 69. The mechanism of its self-valorization therefore compels capital constantly to detach itself from its basis, living human labor power. It can only utilize the productive force of labor by developing this productive force, and this means intensification of the division of labor and the subjection of living labor power to the system of machinery. Under developed capital relations, the process of production ceases to be a labor process in the sense of a process dominated by labor as its governing unity. Labor appears, rather, merely as a conscious organ, scattered among the individual living workers at numerous points of the mechanical system, subsumed under the total process of the machinery itself as itself only a link of the system, whose unity exists not in the living workers, but rather in the living machinery. The development of the means of labor into machinery is not an accidental moment of capital, but is rather the historical reshaping of the traditional, inherited means of labor into a form adequate to capital. The accumulation of knowledge and of skill, of the general productive forces of the social brain, is thus absorbed into capital, as opposed to labor, and hence appears as an attribute of capital, and more specifically OIF 9ED capital, in so far as it enters into the production process as a means of production proper. Machinery appears, then, as the most adequate form of fixed capital, and fixed capital, in so far as capital's relations with itself are concerned, appears as the most adequate form of capital as such. The full development of capital, therefore, takes place or capital has posited the mode of production corresponding to it only when the means of labor has not only taken the economic form of fixed capital, but has also been suspended in its immediate form, and when fixed capital appears as a machine within the production process, opposite labor, and the entire production process appears as not subsumed under the direct skillfulness of the worker, but rather as the technological application of science. With the establishment of its mode of production and the constant expansion of its sphere, capital carries through the progressive division of social labor and the enormous extension of machinery as the embodiment of the social productive forces of society confronting the individual worker. To the individual capitalist searching for additional profit in the struggle for survival, this movement appears as a continual pressure to reduce wages through rationalization, i.e. through the replacement of living labor by machinery. The very concept of capital, therefore, posits the need for thoroughgoing transformations of the technology of production. Because it is inherent in the capitalist form of exploitation that objectified labor stands opposed, in growing quantity and in constantly changing form, to living labor, sucks it up and again repels it, science and technology appear as the necessary supplement to capital in its struggle with labor. The process of progressive accumulation and the associated development. 70. Of the productive forces do in fact come up against a boundary line drawn by the changing composition of capital. The increasing productive force of labor means that the individual worker sets in motion ever-increasing masses of the means of production and raw materials, etc. The technical composition of capital, the relation between the mass of the means of production and labor/MP/power I, changes. Therefore, all other things being equal, the value/L/C/composition of capital I must also change, if not proportionally, at least in the same direction. Marx calls the value composition of capital, insofar as it is determined by its technical composition and mirrors the changes of the latter, the organic composition of capital. Given a constant rate of surplus value, the rate of profit must drop if the organic composition increases. If the rate of profit falls to a point at which the mass of profit produced is too small to enable newly produced surplus value still to be profitably accumulated, the process of accumulation must break down. In this tendency for the rate of profit to fall lies the absolute necessity of that which is contained only as possibility in the circulation of money, the manifest crisis of capitalism. The accumulation process of capital as a process of exploitation contains the constant feature of open or latent class struggle and must therefore be analyzed basically as a social process of crisis. The open outbreak of economic crises can therefore not be looked upon as a deviation from the normal course of accumulation. Rather, it signifies the sharpening and manifestation of a fundamental contradiction propelled by the accumulation of capital. It can be deduced from the law of the tendency for the rate of profit to fall that this contradiction cannot remain dormant, but that the latent crisis of capital must repeatedly be transformed through the disruption of the accumulation process into open crisis. Then at the latest, however, the objective sharpening of class contradictions makes itself openly felt, the ability of living labor to maintain a capital value which constantly swells as accumulation proceeds and the productive power of labor develops, and thus to produce a growing mass of use values is at the same time the basis of its own permanent overproduction, of masses of workers being continually replaced and displaced, of the production of an industrial reserve army. With the growth of capital its variable constituent increases too, but in constantly decreasing proportion. Therefore, with the development of the capitalist mode of production, an ever greater amount of capital is required to employ the same or an increasing number of workers. In this way the reserve army, present but latent in a period of rapid accumulation, comes openly to the fore only when the accumulation process slackens and stagnates. It is thus only with the slackening or with the 71. breakdown of the accumulation process that the contradiction of the development of the productive forces under capitalist conditions is manifested and the intensifying class antagonism comes into view. Progressive accumulation or steady growth therefore constitutes a decisive and at the same time an increasingly unattainable prerequisite for the latency of class conflict. If the progressive tendency of the general rate of profit to fall is, therefore, just an expression peculiar to the capitalist mode of production of the progressive development of the social productivity of labor, this shows that the capitalist mode of production finds its own limits in the development of the productive forces which it itself brings about. The contradiction of the capitalist mode of production, however, lies precisely in its tendency towards an absolute development of the productive forces, which continually come into conflict with the specific conditions of production in which capital moves and alone can move. The real barrier of capitalist production is capital itself. After this general presentation of capitalism's tendency towards crisis and collapse, which results from the implications of the law of value itself, there now remains the real problem of the investigation, the question why this collapse has not yet occurred, i.e. what concrete developments have modified and modify the operation of this general law. Point 11. This is a decisive question for the determination of the functions of the state. Therefore it is necessary to go more closely into the character of the capitalist mechanism of crisis. A fundamental determination of the capitalist mechanism of crisis lies in the fact that mediated through the actions of individual capitals in competition and through class conflicts. The same influences which produce a tendency in the general rate of profit to fall, also call forth counter effects, which hamper, retard and partly paralyze this fall. The principal basis of these counter effects is, on the one hand, the fact that growth in the productive power of labor itself cannot leave the value composition of capital and the rate of surplus value unaffected, and, on the other hand, the possibility of concentrating increasing masses of surplus value in the industrial centers of accumulation. Marx only began to describe these counteracting influences in the 14th chapter of Capital Volume 3, and indeed it is not possible to do more, not the law itself but rather the counteracting tendencies and their mode of operation can be determined from the concrete development of the accumulation process. They change their mode of appearance and their significance according to the phase of capitalist development. If one starts from the basic underlying value relation, leaving aside for the moment an historical analysis deduced from the capitalist system's mechanism of crisis and class struggle, the counteracting influences must be differentiated and systematized as follows. Point 12. The most important counter-tendency, itself based on the technological transformations of the labor process which determine the law, results from the associated increase in the productivity of labor. This produces a tendency. 72. For the cheapening of the elements of constant capital and an increased economy in their use, consequently curbing the rise of the organic composition. Technological progress also provides the basis for the form of economizing in the use of constant capital resulting from an increase in the rate of turnover. On the other hand, the increase in the productivity of labor can lead to a relative cheapening of the means of consumption of the worker and thus to a fall in the value of the commodity labor power. Providing that labor time remains the same, the relation between necessary labor and surplus labor shifts in favor of the latter, the rate of surplus value increases and, all other things being equal, so does the rate of profit. This means that in the accumulation process the organic composition of capital will not change to the same extent as the technical composition, and that the rate of exploitation, based on the production of relative surplus value, necessarily increases. The fact that the same causes which bring about the law of the tendency for the rate of profit to fall, the technological transformation of the labor process, also generate consequences which weaken its effect, means that it is enormously difficult to assess quantitatively, let alone predict, the extent and the speed of the change in the rate of profit. The force with which the law actually asserts itself also depends very much on the quality of the technical changes. It is already clear from this that the validity of the law of the tendency for the rate of profit to fall does not exclude a temporary increase in the average rate of profit, which of course does not detract from its effect in the long term. On a different level, there are those factors which influence the tempo of technological development and thus the changes in the technical composition, the possibility of accumulation on an unchanged technological basis and the subsumption of social spheres of reduction with lower organic composition under the reproduction process of capital. Both are linked to the existence of a relative surplus population and are increasingly restricted by the progressive subjection of the world to capitalism. In yet another context, there are those factors which lead to the destruction and devaluation of capitals already accumulated, by war, in a cyclical crisis, or by new inventions. Finally, the rate of profit is, of course, influenced by measures which lead to an increase in the absolute rate of surplus value, lengthening of labor time, intensification of labor, and the forcing down of wages below the value of labor power. We can thus distinguish two groups of influences, one of which is directly based on the technological changes in the labor process, whilst the other counteracting influences supervene in an external or only mediated form. Significant for a theory of accumulation but without influence on the development of the average rate of profit are, on the other hand, all those processes which lead to an unequal distribution of profit between capitals. Essential. 73. Here are above all the factors which lead to a concentration of profit masses in the industrial centers of accumulation. These include the reduction of the share of the non-industrial parts of the bourgeoisie in total surplus value, equally, but in fact increasingly difficult to realize with the development of the crisis-ridden nature of capitalism, the decrease of unproductive groups of the population living on deductions from revenue, the liberal professions, state employees, the military. Of decisive importance in advanced capitalism are, finally, the non-equalization of the rates of profit resulting from the development of monopolies, the formation of share capital and the taking over by the state of unprofitable spheres of production, and also the continuous transfer of value flowing through unequal exchange on the world market within the imperialist system from the dependent countries to the advanced industrial metropoles. Such a systematization of the counteracting tendencies does not yet tell us much about their actual effect. This can be clarified only by an examination of the concrete development of the process of accumulation, the competition of individual capitals and crisis, through which the laws analyzed by value theory actually assert themselves in their contradictory form. At this stage only a few general statements can be made. As the rate of accumulation cannot diminish proportionally with the fall in the rate of profit, but must, as accumulation of competing individual capitals, advance progressively with the impetus of the capital already accumulated, a crisis erupts when the amount of produced surplus value appropriated by individual capitals is no longer sufficient to maintain the necessary rate of accumulation, and hence the existing mass of surplus value can no longer be profitably capitalized. The overaccumulation of capital is always at the endpoint of a period of accumulation wherein the expansion of production parallels the expansion of capital. When existing conditions of exploitation preclude a further profitable capital expansion, crisis sets in. The relatively decreasing mass of surplus value consequently appears as the overproduction of capital. This means that accumulation has reached a point where the profits associated with it are no longer large enough to justify further expansion. There is no incentive to invest, and because there is no new, or no substantial new investment of capital, the demand for all commodities declines. Overproduction of capital is never anything more than overproduction of means of labor and necessities of life which may serve as a capital, i.e. may serve to exploit labor at a given degree of exploitation. A fall in the intensity of exploitation below a certain point, however, calls forth disturbances and stoppages in the capitalist production process, crises and destruction of capital. The resulting general lack of demand appears as 74. The overproduction of commodities, and this apparent overproduction suggests the realization problem as the cause of crisis. 13 Existing disproportionalities, unevenness of the economic structure and circulation problems which remain concealed in a period of smooth accumulation emerge into the open in the crisis and are violently pushed aside through the crisis. They are of course not to be grasped as the cause of the general crisis but as a reinforcing and possibly triggering element. The function of the crisis does not, however, consist only in abolishing existing disproportionalities in the production mechanism. It is at the same time, and above all, a vehicle for the mobilization of the counter-tendencies to the fall in the rate of profit. At any given time the actual borders of capital expansion are determined by general social conditions, which include the level of technology, the size of the already accumulated capital, the availability of wage labor, the possible degree of exploitation, the extent of the market, political relations, recognized natural resources, and so forth. It is not the market alone but the whole social situation in all its ramifications which allows for, or sets limits to, the accumulation of capital. 14 Since these general social conditions of production do not automatically adapt to capital accumulation, the crisis breaks out into the open when the process of accumulation comes up against their limits. In the crisis these limits are in fact redefined and the general conditions of production are reorganized. the necessity to reorganize fundamentally the conditions of production and the relations of exploitation whenever they no longer correspond to the level of accumulation attained, but also their relative rigidity and independence from the direct process of production at each level reached, explain among other things the periodic nature of the crises. The various cycles of the crisis appear as an imitation in miniature of the long-term trend of capital accumulation as an interrupted tendency to collapse. 15 Thus, it is clear that the counter-tendencies to the fall in the rate of profit should not be understood as the sum of isolated factors but are rather the expression of a social complex of conditions of production, and assert themselves in an increasingly crisis-ridden manner and in any case not merely in the normal course of the accumulation process and in the expanded reproduction of capital relations by capital itself. The mobilization of counter-tendencies means in practice the reorganization of an historical complex of general social conditions of production and relations of exploitation in a process which can proceed only in a crisis-ridden manner. 16 Thus the real course of the necessarily crisis-ridden process of accumulation and development of capitalist society decisively depends on whether and in what manner the necessary reorganization of the conditions of production and relations of exploitation succeeds. This is entirely affected by the actions of the competing individual capitals and by the outcome of class conflict on an international scale. Therefore the course of 75. Capitalist development is not determined mechanically or by some kind of law of nature. Within the framework of its general laws, capitalist development is determined rather by the actions of the acting subjects and classes, the resulting concrete conditions of crisis and their political consequences. 17 It is now possible to say something about the logical character of the law of the tendency for the rate of profit to fall and its relation to empirical reality. The law denotes the objective reference point of capital strategies and class conflicts, which can appear on the surface of society and in the consciousness of the production agents only in mediated and inverted form, and the results of which do not leave any direct imprint on the level of empirical measurements. 18 Insofar as capital in its struggle for rate and mass of profit is forced to mobilize counteracting forces in the form of increased exploitation, so as to be able to continue to exist, the law of the tendency for the rate of profit to fall denotes the objective basis of actual class struggles. 19 Only the formulation of the value theoretical context comprised in the law allows one to define the actions of fighting classes as strategies so long as their social context remains hidden from the actors acting under the domination of the law of value. It depends on the success of these strategies and on the result of the struggles whether the tendency of the rate of profit to fall becomes empirically visible or not. The same laws manifest themselves with the development of an open crisis. 20 The law of the tendency for the rate of profit to fall expresses the objective framework of reference within which class conflicts take their historical course. The counteracting influences denote the results and conditions of these conflicts, which assume the form of complex social relations. In other words, the law of the tendency for the rate of profit to fall cannot by itself explain the empirical course of development of capitalist societies. The former is the formulation of the latter's contradictory motive forces which manifest themselves always modified by a great variety of empirical conditions and historical peculiarities and are expressed in class struggles, capital strategies and in the course taken by crises. The historical process of development of capitalist society is therefore to be understood as the progressive development of the productive forces advanced by the accumulation of capital, a development which continually comes into conflict with the narrow basis of capitalist relations of production. This contradiction manifests itself in a fundamental tendency towards crisis and collapse which can only be counterbalanced by the permanent reorganization through crisis of social conditions of production and relations of exploitation. The barriers set by capital in the course of its self-valorization through the necessary transformation of the technological basis of the labor process, the development of the productive forces and socialization, can only be temporarily broken through by the reorganization. 76. Of complex social relations and conditions of production. The historical concretization of state functions is essentially to be determined from the context of crises so defined and from the political movement to which the crisis gives rise. What the guarantee of the general and external conditions of the process of production means in concrete terms essentially depends on the crisis-ridden course of the reproduction process. It is achieved politically by means of the political actions of social groups and classes, actions which proceed from the changes in class relations and the relations of exploitation. Before we go on to derive the way in which the state apparatus functions from the context of the reproduction and crisis of the capitalist system, it is important to have a more precise understanding of the concept of the reorganization of the conditions of production. It is a question of analytically distinct changes in the whole economic basis, the implementation of which can be objectively determined as a strategy of capital for the organization of complex counter-effects. The historically determining features are above all, first the changes in the form of capital itself, monopolies, the transformation of property relations and relations of control, the extension of the credit system, second the expansion of capital on the world market, the export of capital and the formation of an imperialist world system, third the forced development of the productive forces and the acceleration of scientific technical progress. 1. The cyclical course of the capitalist process of accumulation is coupled with a progressive concentration and centralization of capital. Some capitals are destroyed and disappear in the crisis, others lose their independence and are absorbed by larger capitals. This process is itself an essential element in the periodical reorganization of the general conditions of valorization, insofar as it reduces the total value of capital and eliminates less productive individual capitals. The tendency towards monopoly is not simply a mere consequence of the crisis but is at the same time one of its essential functions as the mechanism for reorganizing the structure of capital. This is true especially insofar as with the progressive development of the productive forces, increasingly only the larger individual capitals are still in a position to implement the technical changes in the production process necessary for reproduction and their economic preconditions. Point 21. Decisive prerequisites and levers of a progressive centralization of capital are the extension of the credit system and the formation of joint stock companies. As the abolition of capital as private property within the framework of capitalist production itself, and as control over the capital and property of others, and thereby over the labor of others, they allow the productive forces to develop beyond the limit set by the direct private ownership of the means of production. Given the objectively increasing socialization of production, they create an area in which capital can act as social capital within the private capitalist relations of production. Augmentation of the productivity of labor leading to a cheapening of the elements of constant capital and an increase in relative surplus value, rationalization in the use of the means of production and raw materials as well as the augmentation of the rate of turnover of capital are, with the progressive development of the productive forces, increasingly dependent on the emergence of powerful individual capitals based on the joint stock company and the credit system, and on the consequent concentration of enormous masses of value and surplus value under one direction. This effect is strengthened by the centralization of surplus value as a result of the abolition of the free competitive market. Monopolistic market structures enable the monopolies and cartels to sell their products above the price of production, and thus to an increasing extent internationally they are able to increase their rate of profit to the disadvantage of other capitals. But if progressive monopolization thus appears as a condition for the maintenance of capitalist accumulation in the decisive centers of the development of the productive forces, at the same time the permanent non-equalization of the rate of profit associated with it and the partial failure of the mechanism of market regulation intensify the contradictions, which express themselves in the disturbance of the balanced process of reproduction of the whole system on the basis of the law of value. And in the permanent expansion of structural disproportionalities, and the crisis-ridden effect of which is augmented by the extension of the credit superstructure. 2. Because the ultimate cause of the capitalist crisis mechanism lies in the contradiction between the progressive development of the productive forces and the narrow basis of the relations of production, there is an absolute tendency for capital constantly to extend the market and the external field of production, and to create a world market. 22 The slackening of production on a given basis of production must be overcome by incorporating ever new spheres and peoples into the capitalist mode of production, or by creating relative surplus value, which again is necessarily linked to the expansion of the division of labor, the awakening of new needs, and the development of new branches of production internationally. On the other side, the production of relative surplus value, i.e. production of surplus value based on the increase and development of the productive forces, requires the production of new consumption, requires that the consuming circle within circulation expands as did the productive circle previously. First, quantitative expansion of existing consumption; second, creation of new needs by propagating existing ones in a wide circle; third, production of new needs and discovery and the creation of new use values. Hence the exploration of all of nature in order. 78. To discover new, useful quantities in things, universal exchange of the products of all alien climates and lands, new preparation of natural objects, by which they are given new use values. In other words, as accumulation progresses, there are clearly defined limits to the successful reorganization of the conditions of valorization in a restricted national framework. The tendency for the rate of profit to fall must lead to the extension of the sphere of capital beyond national boundaries. The progressive extension of the market and the export of capital are therefore the direct results of falling rates of profit and of a relatively too small mass of surplus value. Capitalism is in crisis not because of an abundance of surplus value but because it cannot raise the surplus value short of reorganizing the world capital structure. 23 The progressive capitalization of the world and the creation of the world market as the product and precondition for the reorganization of the conditions of production mean at the same time the intensification of competition, increasing pressure towards monopolization, the generalization of crises and the increased aggressiveness of advanced capitalist countries in the struggle for control of areas of cheap raw material production markets and spheres of investment. 24 If, on the one hand, the capitalization of the world is an absolute necessity for the permanent reorganization of the conditions of production, the increase in the productive power of labor and the increase of surplus value. At the same time, its incomplete achievement and the resulting unevenness in worldwide economic development are the foundation of a permanent and one-sided transfer of masses of value between the developed countries themselves, but mainly from the backward countries to the imperialist metropoles. This unequal exchange is intensified by the existence of international monopolies and cartels. It is based on the coexistence of differences in the organic composition of capital and the productivity of labor with the international equalization of the rate of profit, so that the less developed country gives more objectified labor in kind than it receives, the more developed country taking back more labor in exchange for less labor than the undeveloped. 25 If therefore the losses and profits of the exchange of goods offset one another within a country, this is not necessarily the case in foreign trade. Here the law of value undergoes essential modification. The permanent transfers of value to the industrial capitalist metropolitan countries are furthered by the differences in the value of labor power, by the possibility in undeveloped countries of depressing wages below this value and thereby physically wrecking the labor force in order finally to transfer steadily the extra profits made in this way by capital invested there to the capitalist centers. As economic development in the advanced capitalist countries becomes increasingly crisis-ridden, the exploitation of the dependent countries on the 79 basis of unequal exchange, and the imperialist concentration and centralization of masses of surplus value become a decisive condition for the successful compensation of the general tendency towards crisis and collapse, and for the maintenance of the process of accumulation in the centers. In contradiction to the tendency for a progressive capitalization of the world and a generalization of the capital relation, a development towards a continuous augmentation of existing differences in development and economic imbalances emerges. In accordance with the logic and laws of the process of accumulation, the concentration of the metropoles on technically advanced production is given greater impulsion precisely by the transfer of value from the dependent countries. The result is that an extraordinary intensification of the imperialist division of labor, which at the same time increases the real economic dependence of the metropoles on the less developed countries. Certain raw materials, textiles, foodstuffs, and primitive finished products can be obtained only from these countries if the rate of profit is not to fall more sharply. Thus the metropolitan countries are compelled on pain of ruin to accelerate the development of production technology and at the same time to control effectively these countries and their relations of exchange. Developed imperialism differs from the older colonialism essentially in that the imperialist countries are no longer primarily concerned with the organization of direct pillage but rather with safeguarding existing spheres of investment, sources of raw material and above all unequal exchange relations. With the advance of the accumulation process and the results of the reorganization of the conditions of production in the metropoles, there emerges an increased dependence of the metropoles in general on the Third World and consequently a latent generalization of class struggle. 3. The tendency towards the progressive development of science and technology posited by the concept of capital is therefore imposed on the individual capitals with increasing pressure as the imperialist world market expands and the competition on the world market intensifies. The reorganization of the structure of capital by the progressive revolutionization of production and the multiplication of use values on the basis of the systematic application of science only asserts itself in an historic ally determining manner with the complete establishment of the world market and the associated universalization of the mechanism of capitalist crisis. As a means of achieving the technological reorganization of the labor process, the intensification of exploitation through the augmentation of relative surplus value and the imperialist exploitation of dependent countries, the development of science and technology represents an increasingly important counteracting influence to the tendency towards crisis and collapse in the developed capitalist countries. In detail, the cheapening of the element of constant capital, the reduction in the value of the commodity labor power and the relative increase in surplus labor time, the acceleration in the rate of turnover of capital, the intensification of labor and the imperialist system of the 80. Concentration and centralization of surplus value in the metropoles constitute the complex of counter-tendencies directly associated with the development of science and technology. The acceleration of scientific and technological progress forced by developed capitalism's tendency to crisis signifies an increase in the pace of the development of the productive forces and rapidly advances the socialization of production. The result of this is that the external, material conditions of production and reproduction which have to be produced by the state acquire increasing significance for the maintenance of the accumulation process. With the progress of science and technology, however, the imminent contradictions of the capitalist development of the productive forces are also intensified. First, there is a contradiction in the peculiar character of scientific findings, which once produced can in principle be applied at will and do not wear out, i.e. they give rise to no reproduction costs and therefore in the strict sense they are not commodities and do not possess value. This means that definite limits are set to the production of scientific results on the basis of capitalist commodity production. These limits show themselves concretely in the fact that individual capitals are increasingly unable to produce and to realize the mass of scientific and technological knowledge necessary to stabilize the system as a whole, and indeed are the less able to do so the greater the required mass becomes and the less it is possible to fall back on knowledge gained outside capitalist commodity production as a free productive force. Second, the tendency towards the destruction of the natural basis of production and the natural foundations of civilization, which had been at the disposal of capital in earlier phases of its development as free productive force, grows stronger with the progressive revolutionization of production techniques. Thus the advance of the process of accumulation gives rise to a growing number of negative external effects which are not neutralized by the self-reproduction process of capital. Capital not only inadequately produces its general material conditions of production but it also continuously destroys them. This is the way, third, in which the fundamental contradiction of the capitalist development of the productive forces concretizes itself. Form and content of this development depend on the conditions of the increasingly difficult and to ever greater extent monopolistic valorization of capital. Science becomes the power of capital, an alien power confronting the worker, an instrument of exploitation and class struggle. the discrepancy between the monopolistically determined form of the development of productive forces, social needs, and the reproduction requirements of the system as a whole must therefore steadily increase with the progress of the process of accumulation. Fourth and finally, apart from this, a limit is set to the effect of the Tech. 81. Nickel progress as a counter-tendency to the fall in the rate of profit by the fact that an increase in the productive power of labor cannot raise relative surplus value in the same proportion. Thus the more developed already capital is, the more surplus labor it has created, the more terribly must it develop the productive force in order to realize itself in only smaller proportion, i.e. to add surplus value. Magnified by the restrictions which are imposed on the progress of science and technology on the basis of the competition of individual capitals, technical progress loses its power as a stabilizing counter-effect with the progressive development of the productive forces and the further capitalization of the world. The application of science to production which becomes, as the capitalist process of accumulation and crisis advances, the historically determinant form in which the counter-tendencies to the fall in the rate of profit are realized, magnifies at the same time the inherent contradictions of this mode of production and progressively creates its absolute barrier. The historical development of state functions. Following what has been said so far, the investigation of the state must proceed from the analysis of the operation of the law of value in its pure form, without disturbing accessory circumstances and historical peculiarities. But, following the method of ascending from the abstract to the concrete, this approach has to be developed further to extend to the forms which the various forms of capital assume on the surface of society, in the action of different capitals upon one another, in competition, and in the ordinary consciousness of the agents of production themselves. Only the systematic derivation of these movements on the surface, the establishment or non-establishment of an average rate of profit, the movement of prices, class differentiations, the existence of only partly capitalist countries, movements of the world market and so on, from the central structure of the capital relation, allows us to analyze concretely the functions and the modes of functioning of the state apparatus. The logical and at the same time historical concretization of the movements of capital and the way in which they shape class struggles and competition must thus be the starting point for any investigation of political processes if it is not to relapse into the failing of mechanical economic determinism or abstract generalization. Point 26. In the third volume of Capital, Marx himself began to carry the analysis further from the level of capita, in general, to the concrete forms of capital, even if he did not pursue this to the end. At any rate, it seems to us that the necessary logical connection between the investigation of capital in general and the movements which appear on the surface of society, the conscious actions of social subjects and thus of political processes, is to be seen in the analysis of 82. The law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall in the third volume of Capital. Point 21. In historical perspective, it can be seen that the state apparatus, which was of decisive importance as midwife and support in the emergence of capitalist society, was pushed back in the period of the accomplishment and full development of capital, tendentially being reduced to the function of guarantee, in capital relations and the general external conditions of production, and finally, as the contradictions of capitalist production have sharpened, it has acquired an ever more determining significance as apparatus of force at home and abroad and as economic power. From this point of view, it can be seen that the liberal phase of bourgeois society, with its comparatively, though this varies from country to country, weakly developed state bureaucracy and relatively well-functioning parliament, was no more than an episode. The development towards the modern interventionist state is to be understood as the development of a form peculiar to the capitalist system, within which the contradiction between the growing socialization of production and private appropriation can temporarily move. Point 28. Therefore, the investigation of state functions must be based on the categorical analysis of the historical course of the process of capitalist reproduction and accumulation. It must be borne in mind, however, that this is not a question of the logical deduction of abstract laws, but of the conceptually informed understanding of an historical process, in which the objective tendencies determined by the law of value and the capital relation assert themselves through the mediation of concrete political movements and processes, class struggles, and conflicts between individual capitals and groups of capitals on a national and on an international level. The theoretical investigation of the state cannot be limited to the conceptual development of the law of value and the analysis of capital in general, but must embrace the whole of the social, political, and national conditions of the production of the social formation, conditions which are subject to certain historical processes of transformation. 29 This means that the attempt to systematize concrete functions of the state cannot proceed abstractly from the apparently objective logic of economic structures or developmental processes, but must focus on the development of class relations and class struggles mediated by the transformations in the economic base, and the resulting conditions for securing the political domination of the bourgeoisie. The concrete content of the functions potentially falling to the bourgeois state apparatus on the basis of its specific social form determination is essentially determined according to the conditions for the maintenance of the capitalist form of exploitation and the securing of bourgeois. 8.3. Domination. The contradictory character of the capital relation has never allowed the protection of bourgeois domination to rest merely on the state guarantee of the circulation of commodities, the guarantee of private property, and of the adherence to the rules of exchange, the enforcement of uniform, formal rules of competition, etc. Instead, it has always required concrete interventions by the state apparatus in the material preconditions of the production process and the conflicts between classes to keep the process of economic reproduction in motion and the class struggle latent. However, the nature of these interventions necessarily changes as the economic and social basis is modified by the process of the accumulation of capital, the technological revolutionization of the labor process, and the course of capitalist crises. In this general process, there are three moments, resulting from the process of capitalist accumulation and crisis, which are of importance for the development of the state's functions: the imposition of the capitalist class structure, determined by the extension and universalization of the capital relation and thus the strengthening of the proletariat as a class, but also at the same time the immediate material dependence of what is now the overwhelming majority of the population on the course of the process of accumulation, the centralization and monopolization of capital with the formation of the imperialist world market, driven forward by the course of capitalist crises and the technological transformation of the labor process. And finally of the growing significance of technological revolutionizations of the labor process and process of circulation as a basis for introducing counter-tendencies to the falling rate of profit and as a cause of increasing state interventions to establish and secure the general material conditions for the process of production and reproduction of capital. It seems to us that this is the frame of reference within which the development of the concrete activities of the state must be interpreted. However, a strict derivation of the functions of the state is still not possible in an investigation which remains at the analytical level of capital in general. At this stage, only the objective material foundations of the concrete development of the activities of the state can be indicated, without claiming thereby to define these activities as necessary in their particular historical form. A derivation of state functions which aims to avoid the mistake of taking without more ado empirical history to be an objective necessity, for which there could have been no alternatives, needs to be supplemented by a conceptually informed analysis of the movements of competition and of the development of class struggles, since concrete state functions come into being only through the mediation of competition and class struggle. In itself, the derivation of objective determinants of the functions of the state apparatus from the laws of the reproduction of capital tells us nothing decisive about whether and in what form certain state activities result from those determinants. In addition, we need to know how the objective determinants are transformed into concrete. 84 Joachim Hirsch. Actions of competition and class struggle. Therefore, an analysis at the present level of abstraction has also only very limited prognostic value. For a strict derivation of the functions of the state from the movements of the class struggle and competition, we would need, however, an adequate theory of these processes on the surface of society, a theory which we do not yet have. We shall content ourselves, Therefore, with the presentation of the empirical complexes of functions which result from the laws of the process of social reproduction, and which can be determined as being objectively necessary in their character and their general structure, but not, however, in their concrete form of appearance. 1. The increasing political and economic strength of the working class, which grows with the progressive extension of the capital relation, is the essential foundation for the extension of welfare state intervention. The introduction of measures of social security is indeed a direct consequence of changes in the labor process and the dissolution of traditional forms for reproducing and maintaining labor power. Likewise, with the increasing application of technology to production and the growth of fixed capital, it becomes increasingly important for capital that the state as general social instance in its fractional parts undertakes for Mr. Capitalist the business of keeping his virtual instrument of labor intact as reserve for later use. Nevertheless, these elements of a welfare state, even if they are in the objective interest of capital and although they are essentially forms for redistributing income within the working class in the framework of state control of part of the wages fund, have to be fought for by the working class and their organizations against the resistance of the bourgeoisie. Historically, the gradual and partial successes of the working class in safeguarding and improving their conditions of labor and reproduction with the help of the state apparatus and within the framework of bourgeois society have shown themselves to be at the same time an essential moment in social pacification and in keeping class struggles latent. However, the possibility of safeguarding the political domination of the bourgeoisie by means of welfare state concessions to the working class depends on the undisturbed progress of capital accumulation. A decline in the rate of profit and a slackening of accumulation narrow firstly and decisively the material basis of the welfare state and lead increasingly. This is illustrated in exemplary fashion by German fascism in the 1930s to the use of open violence as a means of waging class conflict. With the increasingly thorough structuring of society by capital, the undisturbed accumulation of capital or continuous economic growth comes to be the precondition in the long run impossible to satisfy for the relative latency. 85. Of the terrorist use of force and for the maintenance of the peaceful, civilized, formally legal, and democratic form of appearance of bourgeois rule. 2. Thus not least because of the competition between the systems and its effects on the internal political situation of the capitalist states, the normal course of accumulation has become an important condition for safeguarding the parliamentary democratic form of bourgeois rule, based as it is on welfare state and reform ideologies. But precisely this normal course of accumulation is increasingly endangered by the disruptions and tendencies to stagnation resulting from the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, and by the frictions and disturbances of the reproduction process which are associated with the progressive monopolization of capital. 30. It is essentially the crises of reproduction growing more intense with the advance of the process of accumulation and the concomitant technological transformation of the labor process which give rise to modern state interventionism in this political context. The origin and extension of interventionist regulation functions can therefore not simply be explained by the objective logic of the development of the accumulation process, they must be understood in relation to the changing conditions for safeguarding bourgeois rule, conditions which change with the historical development of capitalism and its class structure. With the increasing monopolization of capital, the general conditions of production to be established by the state become more and more the particular conditions of production of monopolies and groups of monopolies, thus bringing more sharply to the fore the fundamentally contradictory character of the particularization of the state vis-a-vis capital. Under the conditions of an intensifying monopolistic and imperialist competition on the world market, a change is undergone by those state functions which relate to guaranteeing the interests of the bourgeoisie against the outside world / the external protection of a network of reproduction taking place within national bounds is no longer limited to the classical alternative of free trade or protection and the military conquest and domination of colonial spheres of influence. Rather, with the growing universalization of the capital relation, the resulting imperialist structure of the world market and increasing international centralization of capital, the state becomes the direct instrument and object of the monopolistic competitive struggle. There results not only a heterogeneous collection of activities of the state apparatus in foreign policy and commerce, but at the same time the development of competition on the world market proves to be the decisive determinant of economic regulatory measures altogether. Externally, political power, decisive in the competitive economic struggle, and for finance capital, the power position of the state becomes a direct profit interest, but of course it must be borne in mind that 86. Finance capital is itself not a homogeneous group, and that the interests of the monopolies must come into constant conflict with the necessary requirements for the reproduction of capital as a whole. The consequences are manifold and often mutually contradictory. Foreign economic policies which show a regional and sectoral bias, the continuing and possibly growing relevance of military force in securing vital and profitable sources of raw materials, exchange relations, and spheres of investment, and a contradictory policy of integration which shows particularly clearly that the state apparatus, in a thoroughly ambivalent manner, not only modifies 31 but at the same time also executes the law of value, and indeed is compelled, when the accumulation of capital has reached an advanced stage, to pursue by all methods the extension of the spheres of circulation and investment and the securing of cheap sources of raw materials. In order to safeguard the rate of profit. 32 A decisive aspect of the reproduction of capital under monopoly conditions is that the law of value as a mechanism for regulating the distribution of social labor and imposing the proportionality of the various spheres of production operates without being transcended in a very much more frictional and contradictory manner than under the conditions of competitive capitalism. 33 In this process, the state apparatus has the contradictory function of supporting the monopolistic centralization of surplus value necessary for the maintenance of the accumulation process, whilst at the same time maintaining the equilibrium disturbed precisely by the centralization by means of direct or indirect interventions in the process of circulation and valorization. In this way state intervention becomes a moment in the operation of the law of value. The equalization of the rates of profit, checked by monopolization and disproportionate technical development on both a national and a world market level, compels the state apparatus to intervene with subsidies in favor of individual capitals by influencing the conditions of valorization by means of duties, currency, or taxation, or via direct redistribution of revenue. Since the increase in fixed capital has a tendency to make it more difficult for capital to apply itself flexibly to the investment spheres with the highest profit rate, there arises a growing pressure for state aids to adaptation right down to the nationalization or quasi-nationalization of unprofitable production. As the development of the productive forces progresses, the maintenance of the process of accumulation demands, on the one hand, forms and individual capitals of an order of magnitude which capital, to some extent, is no longer able to bring forth itself directly in its reproduction process, and which can therefore be realized only through the intervention of the state apparatus. On the other hand, this very process creates the necessity for counteracting state interventions to guarantee a relative equilibrium in the process of reproduction as a whole. State promotion of the formation of monopolies, the favoring of concentration and the mobilization of capital. 34 In favor of 87. Large capitals are the counterpart of measures for redistributing revenue, which aim to make partial compensation for the monopolistic non-equalization of profit rates. Thus the redistribution of revenue, mediated by the state, directly supports the accumulation of capital in the expanding growth industries, but at the same time is used to subsidize the growing number of structurally and sectorally backward areas, not least to retain the loyalty of the bourgeois middle classes employed in them. Both lead to the consolidation of an extensive state or state-controlled finance and credit apparatus, which in its turn has as its precondition a largely centralized banking system and the foundation of large-scale capital depots. The particular significance of the state apparatus is that as an authority raised above individual capitals and at the same time vested with the coercive power to collect taxes and create deficit credit, it is in a position to undertake financial measures stabilizing the system or favoring powerful groups of capitals even against the resistance of individual capitals and independently of the immediate conditions of their valorization process. Here it must be noted that the growing centralization and redistribution of revenue is not only reflected in state expenditure but similarly realized by means of differential taxation and inflationary deficit credit financing. These structurally determined interventions by the state in the process of capital valorization are overlaid by controlling and regulatory functions in connection with the cyclical movement of the reproduction process. With the growth of monopolization, technological change in the process of production, the increase of fixed capital and the partial suspension of the regulating mechanism of the market, there is a direct possibility that, if the conjunctural cycle is left to itself, a general crisis of overproduction will occur on a scale which would endanger the system. Since the world economic crisis of 1929 at the latest, this has led to a strengthening and extension of the state's instruments for regulating the sphere of circulation. The objective demand, arising from the development of the productive forces, for the social planning and direction of production, thus receives as its response in capitalist conditions specific forms of global management of the economy, which on the whole are applied as pts at a contradictory coordination of complex system variables in the sphere of circulation. By global management is meant all measures which by way of cyclical equalization of the general conditions of valorization aim to mitigate the conjunctural cycle. In addition, it is necessary on the one hand to perfect the state's range of instruments for implementing conjunctural policies, on the other hand, it requires the setting up of an apparatus for economic analysis and forecasting as an early warning system. 88. Since even perfect analyses and prognosis can only confirm the fundamentally crisis-ridden character of the economic process and this cannot be abolished by manipulating the sphere of circulation, further concrete interventions in the conditions of capital valorization are imperative. 35 State incomes policy and the extension of state consumption are of decisive significance in this respect. A central aspect of the conjunctural and structural regulatory activity of the state is to be seen in the fact that it essentially means redistribution of revenue in favor of capital or individual groups of capitals and thus has an immediate influence on the development of income structures. There is, however, something to be said for the view that the success of a policy of cyclical regulation and the application of the instruments of money and credit policy essentially depends on whether the government succeeds in exerting pressure on the development of wages. State incomes policy is not least a consequence of the fact that the progressive monopolization and organization of capital is opposed by a collectively organized working class. By the construction of strong and comprehensive trade union apparatuses, the conditions of competition of wage labor are intrinsically tendentially improved. The relative inflexibility of wage rates, guaranteed by collective bargains with respect to the cyclical fluctuations of the accumulation process and the relatively limited possibilities in a strongly integrated world market of compensating for the cyclical fluctuations in profit by inflationary price increases, leads to a constant increase in the strength of the state's influence on wage negotiations. In reality, as practiced for instance in the Federal Republic of Germany in the context of the concerted action and with the more or less official provision of wage guidelines, the aim of incomes policy is, with the cooperation of integrated trade union apparatuses, to prevent the wage earners from realizing their cyclical opportunities on the market, in order gradually to lower the rate of increase of real wages, if not to bring about real cuts in wages. 36 Recent experience has shown that what is at issue is not the stabilization of planning data, i.e. the long-term calculability of wage movements for the employer, but a direct increase in profits at the expense of the wage earners. This explains the prominent position which incomes policy has in the meantime attained in the range of instruments of conjunctural policy. 37 First, therefore, state conjunctural policy means administrative influence on the movement of wages, with the aim of relatively or absolutely reducing the real income of the masses. The instruments used stretch from concerned explanations and moral appeals, through the resort to appropriate expertise, open threats to the formal abolition of collective bargaining. The welfare state alternative to the cyclical creation of a reserve army. 89. Pressing wages is the pressure, created with the decisive help of the state apparatus, on workers to forego wage claims of their own free will, the result being a continual relative or absolute deterioration in their material condition. The second essential element in state regulation of the course of the conjuncture is the anti-cyclical character of state expenditure. Apart from incomes policy, the expansion or restriction of state or state-financed purchases of commodities represents, at least in theory, an important means of countering a declining inclination to invest, i.e. decreasing profit expectations on the part of capitalists, to whom the tendency for the rate of profit to fall must inevitably appear as a problem of realization, i.e. as a shortfall in demand. Although meanwhile state fiscal policy has been declared to be the real focal point of economic global management, its actual effectiveness is still unclear. Since the state apparatus, if it wishes to raise the profits of private capitals, cannot appear as their competitor, there remain as the object of state demand essentially only the so-called infrastructure investments and the purchase of non-reproductive goods, i.e. the administratively mediated destruction of values by armaments and similar production. Both have at least this in common: they are hardly subject to cyclical variation and are therefore of only limited value for the intended goal. 38 The only certain point is that a permanently increasing state expenditure fund for subsidies, the mobilization of capital and the purchase of commodities, with revenue as its source of finance, is, in an extremely regressive system of taxation, a central element of an increasingly unequal distribution of incomes and of a tendency towards a relative deterioration in the living conditions of the working class. 39 The growing compulsion to regulate cyclically and balance structurally the reproduction process of capital by means of state intervention has the basic effect whether it be achieved through a successful incomes policy or through the various forms of state redistribution of revenue to the benefit of capital of lowering the real income of the working class. And increasingly so, as growing frictions in the process of reproduction necessarily increase the scope of state intervention. Thus, the mechanism of state interventionist regulation of the reproduction of capital proves to be thoroughly contradictory, not only because state structural policy and global management do not do away with the laws of the capitalist reproduction process and therefore cannot attain their ends at all fully, but also because they bear themselves the moment of an intensification of social conflicts. 40 The expanding system of state redistribution of revenue for the purpose of guaranteeing and equalizing profits on capital, but also for the purpose of pacifying the wage laborers by means of welfare state measures, generates in its turn the opposition of disfavored capitals and hence conflicts between capitals and between monopolies. And at the same time capital as a whole puts up a permanent resistance to an expansion of the state's share in the social product, because this must tend to restrict the margins for private accumulation. In this way, the principal consequence of the state's regulation of the reproduction process and of the compulsion imposed upon the state apparatus to expand its funds for subsidy and regulation, is that the contradictions of the process of capitalist reproduction reproduce themselves in intensified form on the political level in conflicts over tax rates and tax quotas and over the extent or allocation of state expenditure. With the struggle of the working class to maintain and improve the material conditions of its reproduction being of necessity increasingly directed against the state. These conflicts must increase all the more as the process of capital accumulation slows down and comes to a standstill. Consequently, the state's guarantee of the general conditions of the reproduction of capital cannot be confined either to the protection of the general rules of the circulation of commodities or to international strategies of competition and expansion, or to global measures for managing circulation and redistributing revenue. Rather, as a result of the basic laws governing the process of capitalist accumulation and crisis, the state apparatus increasingly comes under pressure to pursue a policy of growth which would ensure a continuous process of accumulation, in order to secure social reproduction within the framework of the existing relations of production. This means that the material conditions of production and the development of the productive forces of society become a central area of the functions of the bourgeois state, which at the same time must thereby reveal ever more clearly the limits of its possibilities, limits determined by its form. v3. The basis of the increasing significance of state infrastructural policy is the real growth in the socialization of production, impelled by the process of the accumulation of capital, through the transformation of the technological basis of the labor process and the development of the productive forces. The revolutionization of the technology of production and the consequent tendency for the rate of profit to fall unceasingly impose the necessity of further technological changes in the process of production and circulation in order to increase labor productivity and the turnover of capital, changes which are forced upon capitals under the conditions of intensifying competition on the world market, while they are only to a limited extent in a position to create and themselves organize the material preconditions for these changes. The historic dynamic of the capitalist process of accumulation, condensed in the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, thus implies progressively 91. Increasing pressure for technological innovation, which propels forward through crisis the contradictions between the social form of production and private appropriation of the product. The separation of general external and particular material conditions of production is intrinsic only to the capitalist mode of production, resting as it does on the division of labor, private production, and the exchange of commodities. No individual capital in the process of production based on the division of labor produces in sufficient scope the substantive conditions of its individual production process, rather, with the advance in the social division of labor, these are increasingly created outside its sphere, which supplies other industries with the required instruments of production. What is essential is that a part of the material conditions of production required by individual capitals is constantly produced by other capitals and furnished by them mediated through the exchange between capitals on the market. Capital itself thus always produces a considerable part of the material conditions of production of individual capitals. However, there are always certain material conditions of production which, because and insofar as they do not appear to be profitable from the point of view of the valorization of private capital, have to be furnished by an instance standing outside the direct process of the valorization of capital, the state apparatus. The capitalist unity of labor process and process of valorization necessarily creates a category of material conditions of production which fall outside the process of surplus value production and exchange between capitals and must be provided from outside the sphere of capital. From this it follows that the creation of general material conditions of production is indeed a basic component of the functions of the bourgeois state, but that it cannot be concluded from the fact that conditions of production are common to a larger or smaller part of social production, that they must therefore be created communally. Basically, the creation of the general material conditions of production too is regulated by the law of value. From the structural features of bourgeois capitalist society, one can thus derive the general necessity of the provision from outside the individual capital of the general material conditions of production, but one cannot determine in the same way what, concretely, must become the object of state infrastructural provision at any historical point of time, nor whether the state apparatus will supply the need. 41 Obviously it depends on the penetration and development of capital at the time. The development of the power of individual capitals, on the stage reached in the development of the productive forces and on the conditions of valorization which change in the process of accumulation, what becomes the object of the general, material conditions of production to be created by the state. 92. Apparatus and this determination can be completely reversed. Depending on the development of the factors mentioned. 42 From this follows indeed the senselessness of trying to define infrastructure enumeratively and conclusively. What is, to be counted as part of the infrastructure at any given time is subject precisely to change. What holds the infrastructure together is not its scope, but its functionally determined production institution, the state, or, put negatively, the fact that they are not produced by capital. All attempts to define infrastructure undertaken within the framework of bourgeois infrastructure theory end up in this tautology. On this level, therefore, one can do no more than enumerate phenomenologically the usual characteristics of the material conditions of production which have to be furnished by the state, Their establishment requires capital outlays of a magnitude which cannot be realized by individual capitals but presupposes the state-organized provision of finance. Their establishment or their management is insufficiently profitable or too risky. Exclusiveness of use for the individual capital cannot be guaranteed either because the product because of its specific use value structure cannot enter into commodity circulation, or because the organization of the value return would hinder the whole process of reproduction excessively. 43-44 In all cases, finally, it is necessary that the relevant precondition of production is general insofar as its absence represents a considerable hindrance to the process of production and reproduction, with the result that its establishment is forced on the state apparatus, if need be by crisis. Consequently, Altvater's view, that material peculiarities are not of decisive importance in deciding whether the state apparatus assumes responsibility for the establishment of material conditions of production, is scarcely tenable. On the contrary, it is precisely the changes in the material peculiarities of production resulting from the technological transformation of the labor process, which lead historically to a change and to a tendency for the general conditions of production established by the state to expand. It does make a difference whether energy is provided by steam engines fueled by coal or by central electricity generating stations, or if technological processes of development are systematically developed in large research centers rather than empirically within the immediate production process. It is the historic tendency of capital to posit fixed capital as the form adequate to itself, to release production ever more clearly from its natural basis and to transfer the conditions of production into the general context of social production mediated through exchange value. This means growing division of labor and socialization of production, the compulsion to produce material conditions of production socially to a greater extent, the exhaustion of the possibility of 93. Having recourse to natural free productive forces lying outside capitalist production and reproduced by nature forms the basis, under the effect of the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, of a qualitative and quantitative expansion in the process of capital's historical development of the infrastructural services to be furnished by the state. The decline in the rate of profit leads more and more individual capitals to withdraw from the production of general material conditions of production for other capitals when it becomes insufficiently profitable or brings losses for individual capitals, forcing the state apparatus to take under its direction these areas of production for the purpose of safeguarding the reproduction process as a whole. At the same time, the state apparatus is under growing pressure, imposed upon it through the intensifying competition on the world market, to take measures to mobilize counter tendencies to the fall in the rate of profit in order to safeguard continuous accumulation of capital, i.e. to carry out a growth policy which will reorganize the general social conditions of production. Under capitalist conditions, this can only mean creation of general external, principally material conditions of production oriented to the labor process and valorization process of individual capitals, conditions of production which are the basis and precondition of technological changes in the labor process which increase the productivity of labor and the speed of circulation of capital. 45 State growth policy is thus of necessity primarily infrastructural policy. Consequently, in a report written for the federal government, Schroeder defines as the central features of such a policy, apart from the promotion of concentration and support for the expansion of capital on the world market, above all infrastructural activities, education, expansion of information services, research, health, transport, the building of towns and the provision of energy. The promotion of building in towns being seen in particular under the aspect of a reorganization of the collapsing inner-city transport, and expansion of the health service, meaning essentially maintenance of living labor power for capital. Put very plainly, it is a question of preventing by healthcare measures losses of labor. 94. Whether temporary or permanent. We do not know to what extent the relevant medical expenditure is economic, i.e. is compensated for by the reduction in labor time lost, but we suppose that the economic nature of preventive medicine is constantly on the increase. This cynical calculation makes it particularly clear that with the progress of technological development and the intensification of exploitation, even living labor power has become for capital a condition of production to be produced socially, one which can no longer be left to the processes of spontaneous reproduction and anarchic destruction. Within the context of the material conditions of the production process furnished by the state to safeguard the reproduction of capital, the state-organized and state-financed development of science and technology acquires increasing importance as the process of accumulation advances. The accumulation process's inherent tendency to crisis, based on the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, manifests itself to the capitals of the industrial metropoles in an increased pressure to innovate, determined by competition on the world market. 46 At the same time, under the existing conditions of world politics, administratively mediated measures to destroy value and guarantee the profits of armaments concerns are linked to the continuous advance of armaments technology and the associated moral obsolescence of arms and instruments of war. That is to say, the imperialist arms dynamic produces technological innovations as the basis of production processes which, because of their non-reproductive character, must tend to intensify the general crisis of accumulation and thus for their part exert pressure on the civil technological innovations in the reproductive sector. 47 Of decisive importance here is the fact that in the production of technologically advanced products and in the introduction of new methods of production, capitals can rely less on general experience and existing social knowledge the more the development of the productive forces advances, and that these have to be produced socially to an increasing extent. But this comes up against the imminent barriers of the capitalist mode of production in two ways: first, knowledge and technologies which cannot be monopolized, and therefore cannot be used for the expansion of private capital, tend to be produced in insufficient quantity by capital itself. 48 Second, the necessary organizational and financial resources come with the advance of technical development to surpass to some degree even the capacity of large concerns. Not only does the capital requirement for the realization of comprehensive research and development increase, but the profit risk for the individual capital rises considerably as the moral obsolescence of fixed capital accelerates. Thus, the systematic generation of science and technology relatively separated from the conditions of competition and valorization of individual capitals becomes an important area of the functions of the state administration in guaranteeing the general external conditions of the reproduction process. 95. I.e., a stage in the development of the productive forces has been reached at which the socialization of production must tend to break through even the limits of the private monopoly. It becomes indispensable if the rate of innovation necessary for accumulation is to be guaranteed by means of the state apparatus, to construct and enlarge a comprehensive system of general production of science, technology, and qualifications, and to ensure directly through state subsidies the technological development of expanding monopolies. 49 Private individual capitals increasingly find themselves in a situation in which the surplus value which has accrued to them is no longer sufficient to achieve the reorganization of the technological conditions of production necessary to support the process of accumulation. This leads to specifically new forms of state capital mobilization in the sphere of technology, in which process of course the particular form and scope of state intervention is determined by the relative size and the conditions of competition of the capitals concerned on the world market scale. In any case, it is characteristic that state subsidies in the area of the expanding monopolies have increased considerably in recent years in comparison with the declining sectors. To some extent opposed to this tendency, there is an increasing necessity, as the capitalistically impelled scientification of production advances, administratively to dampen the effect of the continuous destruction of the natural bases of social production and civilization. State mobilization of social resources for capital thus goes hand in hand with administrative compensation for the destruction of natural resources by capital. The special feature of this development is to be seen in the fact that the provision of research results and technology concepts no longer has the character of a general condition of production relatively unspecific to the individual capitals, as may be the case with the building of roads or the running of railways. Rather, especially in the area of a so-called applied research and development, the state-organized labor processes have to be tailored directly to suit the structure of production technology in the highly concentrated monopolies of the science-based industries. With the advancing monopolization of capital, research and technology policy presents itself in part as the state guarantee of conditions of production which in the form of their provision are indeed general and external, but which in practice and in their concrete content must be directed to the needs of specific capitals or specific capital groups. The development of the productive forces has reached a stage where, under the given relations of production, the state apparatus is brought in as an instance for the organization of social labor and the mobilization of value masses for capital, directly into the process of the revolutionizing of the technique of production. That has effects on the detailed organizational structure and mode of 96. Functioning of the state apparatus. This development leads first to the extension of state monopoly forms of organization beyond the narrow sphere of the so-called *M military-industrial complex. The state apparatus not only furnishes the general scientific potential necessary for reproduction, but also finances technological developments in individual industries and supports particular forms of intermediate production, i.e. the production outside the immediate organizational sphere of the individual capitals interested of formulae important for production technology in the sphere of big science and big technology. This appears to be relevant above all where scientific technical developments of an overlapping nature are being advanced at the seams of existing spheres of production or monopoly groups, or where the requisite scale of the project surpasses the capacity of individual capital groups, or indeed makes international cooperation partially necessary. 50 The significance of the state as an organizational power grows with the sharpening of competition on the world market and the intensification of imperialist relations of exploitation on an international scale. In this process, the extent and scope of the development of state monopoly forms of organization are to a certain extent dependent on the particular strength and competitive position of the monopolies on the world market. So, for example, considerable technological backwardness can lead to the state apparatus vigorously promoting technological developments when they are of fundamental importance for the reproduction of total capital, even without being subjected to pressure from the monopolies concerned, and possibly even against the opposition of some monopoly groups. 51 Conversely, individual monopolies can compel the state to take measures to promote technology which are in their special valorization interest, determined by competition on the world market, but which stand opposed to the reproduction requirements of the particular national total capital. State technology policy can therefore not be interpreted as the smooth reaction to the objective requirements of reproduction. It is rather molded in a particular way by the conflict between the partial interests of monopolies and the general reproduction demands of capital as a whole. 52 In this a relation is expressed which fundamentally determines the way in which the bourgeois state functions, even if it takes different shapes as a result of differences in economic development. The activity of the state apparatus and its relation to individual capitals are decisively influenced by the strength of these capitals, their position on the world market and in the world imperialist system. The development of the contradiction between the necessary particularization of the state vis-a-vis capitals and the state monopoly interlacing of state and monopoly as a result of the impulsion of the progressive socialization of production must be investigated not least from this angle. With the development of this state monopoly science-technology complex, the state apparatus organizes in the face of intensifying social division of labor forms mediate production in the science-technology sector, i.e. production outside the individual capitals, but oriented to their production processes, which means that a further area arises in which the distribution of social labor is achieved no longer immediately by the movement of individual capitals determined by competition and mediated through the market, but rather in a manner derived therefrom, with the help of the control room of society. The implications which this has for the concept of collective social worker and for the importance of the categories of productive and unproductive labor would have to be determined more precisely in relation to the class position of those employed in the state science sector. Conclusion. In conclusion, we summarize some important results of the preceding inquiry and outline hypotheses and questions which seem to us important for further research in the area of state theory and the analysis of state interventionism. That we are moving on this still very provisional plane has its basis in the fact that a comprehensive, stringent and empirically valuable theory of late capitalism has not yet been elaborated. A J theory of the bourgeois state which could be used for evaluations of political J strategy can only be developed in the framework of such a comprehensive theory of the historic form of society. This does not mean, however, that I cannot develop on a more general and provisional level elements of a theory and analytical approaches which can be worked out further and made more precise in the context of practical inquiries. The basic point to be retained is that the bourgeois state, by reason of its essential character, cannot act as regulator of the social process of development, but must be understood in the determination of its concrete functions as a reaction to the fundamentally crisis-ridden course of the economic and social process of reproduction. The developing state interventionism represents a form in which the contradictions of capital can temporarily move, but the movement of capital remains historically determining. The tendency to extend state interventions qualitatively and quantitatively is an expression of the gradual penetration by the capital relation, the development of the productive forces driven on by capital and the social contradictions which objectively become more acute as the socialization of production increases. These can be condensed in terms of value theory in the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, which also means that this law must be the conceptual point of departure for an analysis of state functions, to be developed out of the concrete course of capital accumulation and class conflicts. The bourgeois state is in its specific historical shape a social form which 97. 98. Capital must necessarily create for its own reproduction, and, just as necessarily, the state apparatus must assume and maintain an existence formally separated from the ruling class, the bourgeoisie. This means that concrete state activities always develop out of, and the social form of the state maintains itself through class conflicts and political struggles mediated through the basic social context of capitalist crisis. If one fails to develop these moments of the constitution of the bourgeois state in a strict theoretical context embracing the historically concrete course of the capitalist process of development, one is bound to come to specific shortcuts and false conclusions in statements about the state, its concrete manner of functioning and its relation to classes. In this context, the first problem to explore is the question of the state apparatus's capacity to manage the economic and social reproduction process, a question standing today at the center not only of bourgeois state and administrative science but also of the Marxist theory of the state. For both theories, this question is central, for bourgeois theory because of its interest in the social technical mastery and the ideological justification of existing social relations, for Marxist theory because of the way in which the course of economic and social crises can actually be modified by state intervention. We have already criticized the mistaken view of bourgeois theory, which thinks that it can analyze administrative processes of regulation and management without concerning itself with the basic social determinations of form and function, which thus declares the state to be a natural form and its apparatus to be an historically contingent product. It can be shown, however, that a certain lack of clarity exists even in the work of those theorists who start from a basically correct evaluation of the character of the bourgeois state. Characteristic is, for example, the investigation of Rengi and Schmig, Restrictions on Political Planning, which addresses itself above all to the actual success of state measures in the sphere of infrastructure designed to secure reproduction. The authors conclude that this policy has failed to a large extent, at least measured by the standard of the claims that had been made, but they have to observe at the same time that the capitalist system has nevertheless not collapsed. The logical conclusion is that there must be functional equivalents for state administrative measures in the infrastructural sphere, which secure the reproduction of capital even in the case of a relative deficit or delay of state intervention, or that there exists on the side of the administration a faulty perception of the conditions of reproduction. Leaving aside from the discussion here the question of the conclusiveness of the empirical investigation, Already in posing the question the authors make the mistake, and this is decisive here, of adopting a restriction analytical approach which overlooks the form determination of the state. The inquiry starts from the assumption that the reproduction of capital is assured by the state apparatus as an instance detached from the movement of capital, as though capital had a pivot outside itself, in the absence of which functional equivalence would have to come into play, functional equivalence which cannot initially be defined more closely by theory. State apparatus and capital appear in a mechanical relation of opposition. The fact that the state apparatus is itself a moment of the movement of capital and of the struggle of the classes is overlooked. The fundamental condition of the capitalist process of reproduction as process of exploitation is the production and appropriation of a sufficient mass of surplus value sufficient in relation to the stage of accumulation reached. This basic condition cannot be affected in its essence by the state apparatus, but only modified by it. In capitalism there is no equivalent to the exploitation of living labor power, state intervention included. The actions of the state apparatus, such as the extension of the functioning infrastructural bases of production, are, as form of movement of the capitalist contradiction, important for the conditions more or less civilized under which the exploitation is carried out, but they do not replace it. This means that the question of the ability of capital to reproduce itself can basically never be a question of administrative efficiency, but always depends on concrete class relations and the character of class struggles. Inadequate administrative infrastructural provision can always be compensated for by intensified exploitation, and whether this succeeds depends again not on the technical competence of the state apparatus, but on the economic and political strength and militancy of the working class. State measures to manage the economy and their success can only be really evaluated in such a context and not as detached strategies of a political instance, understood finally as being indeed autonomous, i.e. as obeying independent laws of motion and as thus subjected to specific capitalist restrictions. This means generally that from an investigation of sectoral areas of state intervention on its own no general conclusions can yet be drawn about the crisis-ridden development of capital and its ability to reproduce itself. The argument made against Runge and Schmieg is also essentially directed against their postulate that theory has above all to ascertain the hard limits of administrative stabilization policy. Here too the mistake is already in the way that the question is posed, to try to determine with economic data the limits of the ability of the capitalist form of society to reproduce itself, i.e. to try to develop something like a mathematical model of crisis, contains a crude economistic mistake in approach which precisely screens the decisive basis of capital reproduction. The hard limits of capital reproduction are not to be sought in constellations of economic data but in concrete class struggles, which admittedly are not open to econometric quantification. That is to say that what should be the central point of the analysis is relegated to a rim of data. This does not mean that one could do without empirical, quantifying investigations such as Runge and Schmieg have undertaken. The manifold interventions of the state and their respective success are indeed important for the development and the course of class struggles and the associated form of securing the political domination of the 100. Bourgeoisie. What must be borne in mind, however, and this is implicitly recognized also by Runge and Schmieg, is that state regulation of the economic reproduction process is only an form with which capital is temporarily able to break through the self-posited barriers to its valorization, and that the use of the state apparatus as an apparatus of ideological and physical force in the class struggle represents a quite essential functional equivalent thereto. Another problem often neglected in the context of analyses of state interventionism lies in the fact that the state apparatus in the functional sense but also the actual administration cannot be understood as a closed formation, but represents in reality a heterogeneous conglomerate of only loosely linked part apparatuses. Under these circumstances and in view of the fact that the development of the modern interventionist state is accompanied by a progressive diversification of the administrative and political apparatuses, to speak of the management capacity of the state apparatus is to commit an error from the very beginning. The heterogeneous and increasingly chaotic structure of the bourgeois state apparatus is a precondition for its being able to maintain complex relations to the various classes and class fractions, relations which are the conditions of its ability to function as guarantor of the domination of the bourgeoisie. 53 It must be open to the divergent interests and influences of individual capitals and groups of capitals, which always encounter one another in competition as hostile brothers, and in order to secure the political domination of the bourgeoisie and keep class conflict latent, it must maintain links both with the proletariat and with other classes and strata not to be counted as part of the bourgeoisie. The alternative to this would be the absolute political rule of coercion, which, although it is not excluded as an historical possibility of capitalist development, stands in contradiction to the fundamental conditions for the reproduction of capital. The contradictions and conflicts inherent in this social relation cannot be mastered by a unified and closed apparatus. It requires a pluralism of apparatuses whose specific achievement as a cohesive system lies, as shown above, in reducing by means of specific mechanisms of selection the real complex ity of class relations, in what is moreover a thoroughly contradictory and conflict-ridden manner, to the objective class interest of the bourgeoisie. The bourgeois state can and must act in a relatively closed and decisive manner whenever its repressive core, if need be, abolishing or materializing individual part apparatuses, confronts the proletariat as a physical force of repression and thus expresses the genuinely common class interest of the bourgeoisie. However, when it takes regulating, organizing, or subsidizing measures relating to the economic process of reproduction, it necessarily falls apart into a conglomerate of relatively unconnected part bureaucracies, because it must, in a contradictory manner, relate to and support itself on competing individual. 101. Capitals having, under the conditions of competition on the world market, extraordinarily different valorization interests, and on opposing classes and class fractions, not least because certain measures which secure the reproduction of capital in the long term can regularly be implemented only under the pressure of non-capitalist classes and against the resistance of individual capitals and groups of capitals. Already from this it follows that under capitalist conditions there can be no unified interventionist strategy, let alone consistent political planning, but that state interventionism necessarily consists of a heterogeneous conglomerate of individual bundles of measures. The program of unprincipled muddling through is therefore also not to be understood as the peculiarity of a particular political party, but is inherent in the system. However, this structure acquires a particular quality through the fact that the system of competing individual capitals has long since taken on an extremely monopolistic shape, and decisive monopolies and groups of monopolies, as in the area of science and technology policy, have in practice steadfastly occupied specific areas of the state apparatus. 54 Under these conditions it is in any case impermissible to claim abstractly for the state apparatus as a presupposed whole the function of guaranteeing the general external conditions for the reproduction of capital. It has always had to, and increasingly it must, secure the quite particular profit interests of dominant monopolies and monopoly groups, which brings it into serious difficulties and conflicts in the performance of its function of assuring the minimal conditions for the reproduction of capital as a whole and keeping the class struggle latent. 55 From this double contradiction, having UNDER monopoly conditions to consider the interests of competing individual capitals, and at the same time having to secure the political domination of the bourgeoisie as a class and thus implement measures to guarantee the reproduction of capital as a whole, results the segmented and fragmented organizational structure of the political administrative apparatus, the constantium PTS to develop a coordinating system policy, and their regular failure. Under these conditions, the question of the state apparatus's capacity to manage or of the ability of administrative interventions to reach their target can, strictly speaking, relate only to individual parts of the total apparatus or to functional areas of intervention, which also means that even from the point of view of the institutional preconditions, one cannot speak of an assured administrative guarantee of the general external conditions of capital reproduction. Accordingly, our investigation of science and technology policy in the Federal Republic has shown that, under the conditions of the socialization of production propelled by capital, the development of technology in the relevant sectors shifts to a state monopoly complex characterized by close interweaving between parts of the state administration and industrial concerns. But from this one cannot conclude that there has been a qualitative change in either the planning competence of the administration or in the character of 102. The development of the productive forces. Even in the complete absence of a comprehensive planning of scientific technical development, there is indeed some more or less stringent and partly even successful sectoral programming, but even under the conditions of advanced state interventionism, the contents of the development of the productive forces are molded decisively by the investment and competitive strategies of individual capitals, determined by the world market. State acceptance of responsibility for the general material conditions of production is therefore not politically programmable even in this area, but asserts itself at best autarkically in the conflict of diverging monopoly interests and their transformation into a political system subject to specific imperatives of securing bourgeois domination. It follows too that one cannot proceed on the assumption that the observed growth of state involvement in the science and technology sector represents a linear historical tendency in late capitalism. The objective necessity of this form of state interventionism can indeed be derived from the laws of the reproduction of capital. Its realization, however, is decided upon by specific historical relations which are determined by the structure and development of the imperialist world system and the character of the class conflicts that occur. On this general level of inquiry, however, i.e. without taking into account the concrete class relations, the existing organization of capital, the form of monopoly competition and the movement of capital on the world market, only such general structural determinations are possible. That is to say that without further logical and historical concretization of the analysis, no stringently derived and determined statements can be made about the manner in which and the success with which the state apparatus is in each case drawn into securing the reproduction of capital, and about how the further development of state interventionism is to be foreseen, whether it will be in the direction of a quantitative and qualitative extension of regulating infrastructural measures to guarantee growth, or of the forcible suppression of the proletariat, or, more exactly, what combination of both. An analysis of the basic laws of motion of capital accumulation shows, however, that, accepting that the fall in the rate of profit cannot be prevented in the long term and hence that the process of accumulation must tend towards stagnation, the forcible securing of the conditions of reproduction must become more probable. The history of capitalism and the present political tendencies in the more developed capitalist states both lend support to this supposition. It is inherent in the historical logic of the capitalist process of accumulation that the problem of administrative planning and management comes ever more sharply to the fore. As a result of the technological transformation of the labor process, driven progressively onwards by the accumulation of capital, the material side of the production process, in the form of external material conditions of reduction to be provided administratively, becomes an increasingly important element in the interventionist activity of the state. 56 As the socialization of production increases objectively, the contradictions contained 103 in the form determination of the bourgeois state appear ever more clearly in this activity, in the necessity for systematic planning of the process of reproduction, while at the same time there are structural deficits of information relevant to planning, of organizational structures that would make sense in terms of planning technique, and of indispensable material resources. It would, however, be inadequate to see in the absent planning and management capacity of the state apparatus a moment of crisis. While it is true that, as the state apparatus is drawn increasingly into the economic process of reproduction, social contradictions are reproduced to an equally increasing extent within the state apparatus, one can strictly speak of political crisis only when class conflict, which is politically relatively latent, decisively asserts itself. Thus there remains the important question of how one is to determine the role of the interventionist state apparatus in relation to erupting and developing class struggles. 57 Of fundamental importance for this relation must be the fact that the state apparatus, in accordance with the logic of its own function is ever more strongly drawn directly into the increasingly intense economic struggles and is thereby forced to confront the proletariat as a barely disguised apparatus of repression. Assuming the effectiveness of the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, one can indeed envisage a point at which the maintenance of the process of accumulation at the level attained is possible only if there is not only a relative but also an absolute decline in the real income of the masses produced if need be by inflation. The state apparatus is doubly involved in this process. On the one hand, it is forced to defend the profit of capital as the basis of smooth economic reproduction against the material demands of the proletariat and thus intervenes in wage struggles ever more clearly in favor of capital with the involvement of the bureaucratic trade union apparatus. On the other hand, the short and long-term state interventions to secure the valorization of capital require, just when accumulation is slackening, an increased injection of state revenue in favor of capital, revenue which can be raised, if at all, only by progressive inflation or tax exploitation, in any case only by the reduction, manipulated by the state, of real mass incomes. Even a slight intensification of the economic crisis of capitalism forces the state apparatus to take the side of capital openly, while at the same time the permanent, structural and intensifying shortage of state financial resources reduces very considerably the scope for welfare state reforms. 58 means that, on the one hand, the welfare state's potential for pacification disappears in conditions of tendentially stagnating accumulation, while at the same time it can hardly be concealed any more that even economic struggles for the maintenance of the living conditions of the masses must be directed against both capital and its state. Thus, on the basis of economic development, even idem PTS to articulate 104 and protect collectively minimal and fundamental, i.e. measured by the stage of development of the productive forces life interests in the spheres both of production and reproduction, have the tendency to destroy a basis of bourgeois domination, namely the illusion of the state's neutrality and dedication to the common weal, and to put in question its ability to guarantee the material and ideological conditions of capital reproduction. To this extent, the strengthening and simultaneous extension of active struggles for the realization of even limited interests acquire considerable importance in the context of a strategy, the first aim of which must be to make the class character of the state a matter of concrete experience. This holds true even if it should prove possible to stabilize relatively the economic reproduction process under the conditions posited by capital, i.e. if the cyclical collapse is replaced by stagflation as the new variant of crisis in state interventionist capitalism. A necessary consequence of this development is the appearance of specific conflicts within the state apparatus, perennial strife between the trade union bureaucracies and their rank and file, quarrels between trade union and government apparatuses, increasingly bitterly waged struggles between the wings of the parties, conflicts which reproduce themselves in the different sectors of the administrative apparatus and find their final journalistic expression in constant cabinet disputes or in the propagandistically puffed up bogey of a head of government supposedly lacking in leadership. But precisely this makes it clear that crises within the political apparatus must be interpreted essentially as the consequence of actual class struggles and gain practical significance for scientific inquiry only in this context. The ideological crisis of bourgeois rule can be adequately understood and evaluated only on the basis of the economic process of crisis mediated in this way through the state apparatus. 59 It has an important basis in to speak with of the disruption of specific selectivity structures of the political system directed to systematic non-decisions, i.e. in a manifestation of the class character of the bourgeois state, which of course cannot be explained without taking into account the laws of the economic process of development. The compulsion imposed upon the state to provide, on an increasing scale as the socialization of production increases, decisive material and organizational preconditions for the process of social production and reproduction is certainly an essential basis for welfare state illusions of reform. But this tendency is thoroughly ambivalent politically. When the decline in the rate of profit and the tempo of accumulation becomes manifest, this must lead to an intensified exploitation of labor power mediated through the state apparatus, while at the same time potential state resources for superfluous measures of pacification and 105. Reform superfluous, that is, for the immediate profit interests of capitals are drastically restricted. This is the context in which the consequences of economic growth, decay of the cities, chaotic traffic situation, collapse of the ecological equilibrium, etc., become politically explosive, not because the managing capacity of the state is too small in a technical sense or indeed restricted by an outdated view of the world, but because capital comes up against the self-produced barriers of its valorization, which can be broken through only by an intensification of exploitation and class struggle. The growing involvement of the state apparatus in the process of social reproduction and the associated necessity of developing administrative programs and calculations directed towards the use-value side of production acquire under these conditions a no longer merely latently politicizing effect, the overburdening with reforms of the political apparatus, which the latter must constantly produce itself in order to secure existing relations of domination, rebounds on the state apparatus. When substantive reforms prove to be unrealizable and leads also from this perspective to a dismantling of welfare state illusions. This means, however, that now not only do the advancing involutionary tendencies of parliamentarism and the increased imperialist aggressiveness of the metropoles come into open contradiction with the postulated norms of bourgeois democracy. This was, however, an important basis of the student revolt, but that the class character of the state becomes explicit in a much more direct way which touches the immediate life interests of the masses. It can be seen clearly in the development of the Social Democratic Party as party of government that the bond between representatives and represented necessarily begins to break down when the managers of the bourgeois state are forced openly and cynically to abandon the fundamental interests of the masses and themselves to enter actively into the struggle against the proletariat. But this means that, at this point at least, a decisive moment in the preservation of the domination of the bourgeoisie, namely the bond of the state apparatus with the working class, is tendentially undermined. However, the indication of structural and intensifying legitimation problems, to which the domination of the bourgeoisie is exposed in view of the laws of economic development, does not yet tell us anything decisive about the manner and the direction in which these problems become politically practical. This is essentially a question of the political organization of the proletariat itself. The decisive crisis of the political system does not come about simply because the ruling class is suffering from a loss of legitimation and the disintegrated state apparatus subject to manifold restrictions has serious management problems to report. These are only conditions for a political development in which class struggle is no longer waged only from above, only this would be the real political crisis of the bourgeois state. The process of politicization on which this is based is indeed mediated through the perennial legitimation and functional deficits of the state apparatus, but it acquires its perspective only when it is organized and practically directed against the social 106 relations which are the basis of the bourgeois state and its peculiarly deficitary mode of functioning. 60 It must be taken into account in this that the moments of disintegration and conflict within the political administrative apparatus, which come to the fore as the valorization difficulties of capital increase and the class struggle consequently intensifies, are linked to a stronger and more direct emergence of the state apparatus as an apparatus of force and repression. The strong ideological repression in wage disputes exerted above all with the help of the state apparatus, the outlawing and forcible suppression of non-permitted labor struggles, the repressive use of the law relating to foreigners, restrictions on the freedom of demonstration and of opinion and characteristic of the present stage of political development in the Federal Republic, sharp repression within the ideological state apparatuses, all these show this trend of development very clearly. The less the political apparatus is able, on account of economic development, to keep the capitalist class antagonism latent reformistically, i.e. by partial measures of compensation and pacification, the more it must if and so long as the existence of a fascist mass movement does not produce quite different constellations lop off its increasingly dysfunctional relations to the masses. This is seen in the dissociation of the party apparatuses from their rank and file, the organizational removal from power or expulsion now not only of dissenting individuals but of whole sections of the organization, exclusionary delineation decisions vis-a-vis the left and prohibitions of left-wing organizations which are already practiced or indicated developments in this direction, as also the threatened and in this sense logical recreation of the community of necessity of the party. Bureaucracies in the form of a national government or grand coalition. His expresses an increasing inability to secure the domination of the bourgeoisie by integration of the masses, which must finally lead to the stronger emergence of the state as a coercive apparatus. The question of the possibility of a new fascism is certainly not to be brushed off with the observation that the abolition of bourgeois democratic forms of intercourse would in the last instance bring more problems with it than it would solve and will therefore not come about. This argument overlooks the fact that capital unfolds its contradictions according to its own logic and has never yet bothered about historical reason, that the barrier to capital is capital itself, and the possibility of fascism cannot be discussed in terms of an enlightened class interest, when the class which might have such an interest is nowhere to be seen. However, the question of fascism has to be treated somewhat discriminatingly. One must start from the fact that the perfection of the instruments of manipulation and repression attained in the meantime makes a crude new edition of Hitlerian fascism improbable, and that the openly authoritarian state, which has always represented the logical consequence of the inner contradictions of bourgeois democratic rule, has historically assumed and will in the future assume very different shapes. In any case, it is to be assumed that the strengthening of the repressive function of the state does not have to mean that its institutional structure changes fundamentally. In accordance with its basic character, the bourgeois state is recognizably and essentially constructed as an apparatus of force. It is much more a question of a process characterized by shifts in relative weight between the repressive, ideological, and regulative state apparatuses and specific changes in their social basis. 61 Hence, it will be vital for the theory of the state not to derive the state apparatus always only on a general level as an abstract form, but to come to grips with it as the concrete social organizational nexus which it represents in practice. At least for the variant of materialist state theory current in the Federal Republic, it can be said that it must specifically first de-idealize and demystify its own concept of the state before it can become politically practical. If one starts from the fact that the bourgeois state apparatus appears as a relatively heterogeneous conglomerate of bureaucracies, governing cliques, party apparatuses, and bureaucratic mass organizations, and that it is fundamentally necessary to recognize the complex functional cohesion in which these state apparatuses relate to one another and to the classes, the present deficits in theory become fairly clear. It is of central importance for the organization of the political struggle that the bourgeois state without prejudice to its structural class character stands, through the mediation of its part apparatuses, in a changing relation to the social classes and class fractions, a relation determined by the prevailing economic conditions and the historical class relations. That means that a real materialist theory of the bourgeois state presupposes a discriminating and empirically substantial analysis not only of the process of accumulation and development of capital and of the movements of competition, but also of the concretely developing class structures and their changes. We must clarify also empirical classes and class fractions, individual monopolies and monopoly groups, the different parts of the middle bourgeoisie, the new and old middle classes, and the divisions of the proletariat stand in which relations to the various parts of the state apparatus. In other words, the class character of the state must be worked out in historical concreteness. This is a decisive and as yet hardly satisfied precondition for evaluating in a strategically meaningful way the political process also, and especially in a time of the growing use of force by the state machinery. 107. 6. On the current Marxist discussion on the analysis of form and function of the bourgeois state, reflections on the relationship of politics to economics, Bernhard Blank, Ulrich Jürgens, and Hans Kastendieck. Introductory note: on the publication of this paper, the following study was prepared as a paper for the Congress of the German Association for Political Science, in particular for the seminar Global Control Star. The general theme of the Congress was politics and economics. What are the possibilities for a political system to act autonomously? J. Both the theme of the seminar and the general one of the Congress essentially determined the logical structure of our paper. Our central points of J inquiry were, 1. How, on the basis of Marxist theory, is the very separation of politics J and economics evidently taken for granted by bourgeois social scientists J to be understood? On the one hand, how is it to be criticized as a mystification, an external appearance which presents to the mind as in opposition to each other phenomena which inwardly belong together, and on the other, how can it be explained as a reality made up of separately organized and self-reproducing social relationships? 2. How, in this dual sense, are the possibilities and limitations of action for the state or political system of a capitalist society to be determined? The fact that these questions pose themselves automatically if one works through both the older and more recent bourgeois discussion on the state, in no way means that our foundation in Marxist theory is a mere formality. On the contrary, we believe that a materialist theory of the state must be based on a critique of bourgeois political theory. 109. For it can be shown that recent Marxist PTS at a derivation of the state are stamped by handed-down theories of the state unconsciously borrowed without acknowledgement and mostly without reflection. They infiltrate into PTS at a derivation which apparently only embark from the general concept of capital and hope to get by without any cognizance of the abundant mainstream literature on the state. Even then, and indeed precisely then, prejudices creep into the analysis as soon as the concept of the state is used, prejudices whose consequences can only be discovered in details and are difficult to criticize because the authors think that by simply disowning scientific discussion, they have overcome their quite private notions of state and politics determined by their own history of socialization. If, on the contrary, one tries to discover the principal conditions of the bourgeois state which appear also in bourgeois theory as central problems, then one finds universally a bipolar focus around which bourgeois thinking about the state has revolved since the classics of political theory, state authority on the one hand and right or law on the other. Of importance for our work was the observation that reflections on state power and law in bourgeois theory are shaped to a considerable extent by the problem of the legitimation of political rule, and that the analysis of the functional interrelation between state power, law, and society is distorted precisely by the fact that the separation of politics and economics enters into all these theories as the undiscussed basic assumption. Only with the emergence of the phenomenon commonly referred to as state interventionism does the economy again become a problem also for bourgeois state theory, which, however, is unable to explain the functional restrictions or interdependencies. On the other hand, we have the impression that most Marxist discussion is based on a specific limitation which we shall discuss and criticize extensively in what follows, but the central problem of which we shall indicate here, because it has arisen again and again in the discussion of our paper. By politics, the complete or perfected bourgeois state is generally always understood the complete bourgeois state with the resulting forms of interest and power struggles on the basis, above all, of the contradictions peculiar to capital, between the individual capitals on the one hand and between wage labor and capital on the other. The basic form of politics, namely the conflict surrounding, and the establishment of legal relations, is simply overlooked in the hasty leap to the fully developed capitalist class society. In this way, the law much too easily acquires in Marxist discussion a purely instrumental character, which can produce practical false conclusions not only of a reformist tendency but in conceptions which grasp the law as mere appearance, ideology, mystifying veil. We shall briefly indicate the theoretical mistakes which ought to be refuted by our analysis by looking at a few essential objections that have been raised against our analysis. Objection 1. That our emphasis on form analysis is unnecessary insofar as it is in any case self-evident that under the conditions of capitalist production relations between people acquire forms determined by capital. Therefore the separation of form analysis and historical analysis is, it is claimed, wrong. On the contrary, one should proceed from the fact that the development of specific state functions signifies nothing other than the formation of the state and should thus be the real object of form analysis. To a similar objection is made, agreeing with us in principle, but referring to the organizational forms of the state. We were concerned, however, to distinguish that which is understood in normal bourgeois theory also as state form S, namely specific organizational structures of the bourgeois state, from the state form. It was first a question of investigating why it is that on the basis of capitalist commodity production certain social relations are not shaped and regulated by the general forms of capital reproduction developed by Marx, but assume quite specific forms, such as law and politics. For this purpose it was necessary to distinguish between the historically changing organizational forms and those basic requirements of the reproduction of capitalist society which manifest themselves in the necessity of extra-economic forms. Only when these have been developed is it possible to discover in the empirical variations in the development of the bourgeois state a general tendency common to all capitalist societies and related to the historically and regionally varying traditions, types of constitution, types of policy, etc. It is clear to us that our analysis in this direction is not finally accomplished, that also in the political systems there are still elements to be analytically elaborated which have a general character. We regard our work, however, as a framework for such an analysis. This is especially true for those channels and institutions in which generally in bourgeois society, demands of the capitalist process of reproduction which require organization by the extra-economic coercive force assert themselves as interests and are brought to a political solution. Objection 2, that we start from simple commodity circulation in which there is as yet no necessity for an extra-economic force of coercion. There, so it is claimed, the identity of labor with property in the result of the labor is presupposed, and the sphere of material laws and individual action coincide. Only with the emergence of the tendency of capital. 110. 111. To destroy the existence of the wage laborer, and here the struggle for the normal working day is cited, does there arise a struggle for rights. Hence, right and the force which guarantees it have to be developed, it is maintained, as forms determined by capital. Point 3. How from rights, i.e. conceptions about legitimate needs, we are to derive the form of right or of law, remains, however, inexplicable because the conception that one must fight for rights presupposes this form. A similar objection maintains that law and state can be developed only out of the contradiction between exchange value and use value, between capital reproduction and the needs of the workers which are opposed to its tendencies. In our view, these objections overlook two central points. 1. Even in simple commodity circulation, it is not the commodities or money that act, but people. The argument that these are only the character masks of economic categories overlooks the particular significance of Marx's argument, pointing out that the actions of persons are functional relations of social reproduction tells us as yet nothing about the form in which people are brought to behave functionally. That occurs certainly not only through law, but also through conventions, forms of consciousness, etc. The essential form is however the form of law. This is a necessary form because although the social interrelations in capitalist commodity production assert themselves as reified actions, this still says nothing about the idea that there is a free scope of action for deviations, corrections, etc., which is a basic conception of bourgeois thought. An examination of the process of exchange, in which, it has been said, material laws and individual action coincide, shows how the social nexus, precisely because it is established only a posteriori, requires individual action J in which it both transposes itself and is recognized supra-individually as an objective nexus. The fact that Marx abstracted from this problem in his analysis of simple circulation in order to destroy the veil of subjectivist notions does not mean that this problem does not exist. J to demand of people that they recognize the forms in which the law J of value asserts itself requires, over and above the sanctioning instance of J money, particular forms which are tailored to fit people as subjective J agents and in which there are posited at the same time the mystification of the individual freedom of action, i.e. of will, and the reality of the social J nexus of compulsion. This is the form of law and the extra-economic force of coercion which guarantees the law. 2. Simple commodity circulation is interpreted in the critique of or analysis as a phase preceding capital production. Against this it must be emphasized that the forms of simple circulation which Marx develops in Capital are general forms of capitalist production. And the correct opposition is that between general, simple circulation and the circulation of capital as phases of the circuit of capital, which, however, is accomplished in the forms of simple circulation. The problems which this raises for the analysis of the state are examined more closely in the main body of the article. Objection 3, that our argument that the extra economic force of coercion can relate as extra economic force to the process of capital reproduction only through the medium of the basic forms of law and money overlooks the reality of state intervention. 1. Now, it is hardly ever said which other forms are thinkable, even if a powerful state apparatus has developed, with the most various relations to the process of reproduction. It is nevertheless a mistake to confuse the organizational forms of state activity or methods of intervention which are not organized in the form of the state but as a state enterprise or association under private law or simply as a private enterprise for with their effect, i.e. with the functional relation and the particular form of mediation to the process of capital reproduction. With such organizational forms or methods of intervention, the mediated relation to the process of reproduction is overcome only when state activities organize themselves in the material economic forms of the social process of reproduction and are thus exposed immediately to the movement of capital accumulation. The fact, however, that there are state activities whose form of mediation vis-a-vis the process of reproduction is still unclear to us in detail shows that it is important to analyze individually the increase in functions which require state organization and to discover their particular relation to the process of reproduction. This holds true especially for the question of the general conditions of reproduction, which we have not examined closely because in our view they are not relevant for a discussion of the form of the state. 2. The call for detailed analysis and presentation refers also to the distinction between the system limit asterisk and the activity limit of the bourgeois state which we have made in our article. This distinction has been mistakenly equated by the critics of our article with the distinction between logical and historical analysis. On the one hand, we have certainly furthered this misunderstanding by our concentration on form analysis. On the other hand, it should be clear that we base the distinction in the difference between general form analysis and particular analysis of the development of state functions and their specific conditioning by and mediation to the capitalist process of reproduction. Such state functions can be general asterisk in the sense 112 Bernhard Blank, Ulrich Jürgens, Hans Kastendiek. 113. That they express an average constellation of capital accumulation and class struggles existing in all capitalist countries, a constellation which is not already posited by the general concept of capital. We have brought these particular structures looked at from the angle of the question of the autonomy asterisk and possibilities of action of the bourgeois state together in the concept of the limit of activity. In our view, the chasm which exists between the analysis of the principal conditions and the analysis of the empirically given circumstances can be overcome only through the analysis of particular, historically given structures which at the same time, as average conditions, are general for all capitalist societies at a given stage of development. However, we are all still miles away from a presentation which would have assimilated in its general features the development of capital in the last 200 years. The problem in the continuation of our analysis is therefore to mediate, in a theoretically more compelling manner than we have so far managed, the system limit and the limit of activity. In these preliminary remarks we have dealt only with the essential objections which have been brought to our notice. Apart from that, we are presenting the original paper for discussion. We have not been able to discuss publications which have appeared since then. It seemed more important to make our work accessible to general and public discussion. Problems of the recent Marxist discussion on the state, the separation of politics and economics in capitalism seems to be so obvious and self-evident that one wonders what is supposed to be achieved by painstaking and subtle conceptual attempts to derive the genesis of these different spheres or systems asterisk, instead of looking directly at the specific mediations or interdependencies and starting on empirical research. We think, however, and that is generally agreed among Marxists, that it is indeed necessary to trace the genesis of this separation, for only in such an explanation can one find a basis not only for an external analysis of the relations, but also for an analysis of the specific internal mediations between THESE spheres or systems. How can or must such an explanation proceed? In bourgeois state theories one can find essentially two types of explanation. We leave aside the normative, 1. An historical typologizing explanation. The separation of state and society, which has become self-evident, is retraced historically. The state is then the modern outcome of an historical process, and as such, as result of development, it can be typologically generalized. 2. A functional explanation. 5. One or more functions are reconstructed, which the state fulfills for other areas of social systems or in the context of social systems. The state's existence is taken as being explained by this function. Without simplifying, one can identify the taking of binding decisions as the determination of function common to such approaches. This function is assumed to hold for all sorts of human socialization, from the primitive to the industrial society. In content, this function coincides with the concept of sovereignty, which is central to the historical typologizing explanations. 6. If Marxist state theory is not to repeat the mistake of placing itself on the standpoint of the finished phenomena and taking abstract, ahistorical definitions as the starting point for its explanation, it cannot content itself with noting the existence of an institution or sphere of the state. It must found its necessity in determined requirements of capitalist society. These requirements were developed generally by Marx in Capital, and a derivation of the state must start from there. In all work on the general concept of Capital 7, it is however important to keep the theoretical goal in view, namely, the conceptual reconstruction of the empirical, historical concrete state in specific bourgeois societies. The derivation of the state from Marx's general categories of capital is confronted by considerable methodical difficulties. It has not yet been made unambiguously clear by Marxist discussion how the logic of capitalist society theoretically reconstructed by Marx is to be applied to the analysis of historical and concrete forms of appearance, or indeed how the relation between logical and historical analysis is precisely to be determined. 8. Nor is it clear from what point or points of capital in general the derivation of the bourgeois state should depart. We have said that we are concerned with the theoretical reconstruction of the empirically existing bourgeois state. In order to avoid creating the impression that what follows is pure conceptual scholasticism, we shall briefly outline the questions which the recent Marxist state discussion was initially faced with, even before the attempt was made to answer these questions by direct reference to Marx's Capital. The problem of the state was revived mainly in the discussion of certain historical phases of capitalist society, especially of fascism, and of various obvious problems of the labor movement in the evaluation of measures of the bourgeois state. 9. Out of these discussions arose essentially two complexes of questions, which refer to the supposedly instrumental character of the state. 1. If one understands the state directly as a committee for the protection of the interests of capital, how are those phases in the history of bourgeois society then to be explained in which the state acts independently? 114. Dently of or against the interests of capital. This debate 10, which developed around the key phrase autonomy of the state, has by no means ended. From it results the central question: how is the domination of capital over and in the production process mediated into the sphere of politics and the institution of the state? What is the relation of the bourgeoisie as a class to its state? 2. If the state is understood as an instrument of class domination, how then do we interpret measures which are implemented through or by means of the state in favor of the working class? This debate too, carried on around the key phrase of the welfare state 11, is by no means concluded. It could hardly be concluded, as nearly all the strategic problems of the labor movement are involved. The central question which results from this discussion is: how are the actions of the workers mediated into the sphere of politics, Do political victories of the working class change the quality of the state as class state, so that the bourgeois state can undergo a change in function and become the instrument of social change in favor of the dominated classes? We do not want to answer these questions here, but we think it very important that it should not be forgotten, as it sometimes appears to be in some of the recent theoretical essays, that such empirical problems and political questions determine the Marxist discussion on the state. We also do not wish to draw up a new variant of the Marxist derivation of the state, or to summarize the various answers which have been given to the questions mentioned in order to locate each one within such a theory. Our intention is rather to peg out a framework for a systematic analysis of the bourgeois state. This analysis must avoid two pitfalls. They are, 1. To allow the category determining our point of departure to serve as an implicit answer to all subsequent questions, that is, no concept of the state may be posed at the outset which then needs only to have its various particular features unfolded. 2. To restrict ourselves in the derivation of the state to the general concept of capital as portrayed by Marx, and to regard its history and empirical aspect as external to the concept, thereby including them in the analysis as mere modifications. The general concept of the state and the general concept of capital. General concept of the bourgeois state. In recent Marxist discussion of the state, it has become customary to set out from a general concept of the bourgeois state, even where, for reasons of method, such a postulate is expressly rejected. Point 12. This general concept seems 115 to be defined by the categories which Marx and Engels use in their Jewish question, the critique of Hegel's law of the estate, and in the German Ideologie, all in the course of their critique of Hegel. Such categories are, the state as standing both alongside and outside bourgeois society, the doubling of society into society and state, the illusory general interest as the state. They all fit under the umbrella concept of bourgeois society summed up in the form of the state, the reason for the necessary summing up being seen as the conflict peculiar to bourgeois society between interests which are general or communal and those which are particular. The state is understood as a form separated from society in which the general interest is preserved or administered. Point 13. Our first criticism is that the category separate form, despite its frequent use, is no longer properly understood and thus degenerates into a mere tag. Further, that the proof of the particularization is widely confused with the derivation of the state. One example may serve for many. In societies based on commodity production and division of labor, we find the most general form category of the bourgeois state in its separation from society undergone during historical development, a separation which is an illusory and contradictory embodiment of social generality, based on a system operating through formal personal independence coinciding with material dependence. Even if it is maintained that only the most general form determination of the bourgeois state is in question here, and as yet quite MPT determination which has still to be concretized 14 step by step, even so it must be pointed out in criticism that the determinations of the state taken from Marx's early writings relate to a determined and already substantial concept of the state. In the early writings, Marx and Engels develop the state principally in terms of Hegel's concepts, although the implications they draw differ from Hegel's of the fragmentation of bourgeois society posited by private property. Point 15. The concept of state with which we are dealing here is, however, still specifically juridical, couched in terms of moral and legal philosophy. The counterposition of general and particular, public and private, has been the main substance of classical bourgeois theory of the state immersed in natural law ever since Hobbes and Locke. Whilst this theory understands the bourgeois subject as a private property owner, he is in no way seen in his economic determination on the basis of capitalist production, but rather as the subject of right or law. This concept of private property stands in the total context of the bourgeois classics and characterizes their attempt to found a legitimate rule of domination. Point 16. The formulations mentioned above, such as general will or general interest, presuppose this concept of the subject of right, and they already imply a certain transcendence of the contradictions between particular and general interests by and in the state. 116. Form and function of the bourgeois state. 117. If therefore the particularization of the state was first established in juridical terms 17, it becomes apparent that modern PTS must fail, which posit new, economically determined categories 18 in the place of the legal subject, and otherwise wish to preserve the earlier determinations of the state. They overlook the course taken by Marx's own critique, which progressed from the still general portrayal of private property in the earlier writings to the analysis of the anatomy of bourgeois society, and so to the analysis of capital itself. The logical basic category of the early concept of the state, private property, was thus transcended in the analysis of the capitalist mode of production. We must remember that it is important not only to decipher this juridical concept of the state as such, but to reverse the procedure and in a second step to derive its necessity. However, that can only be done on the basis of the general determinations of the capitalist mode of production. With the previous PTS to develop the state in terms of Marx's analysis of the anatomy of bourgeois society, setting out as they do from the general concept of the state criticized above, the specific content of this preconceived concept soon becomes a methodological trap. We have said that the transcending of the contradictions resulting from private property is already contained to a certain extent in the concept. In Hegel in particular, the contradictions to be transcended are presented from the beginning in such a manner as to allow an a priori unity to work itself out in the spirit. 19 Such a determination of the essence also creeps into the Marxist state discussion. In so far as the state is term and a priori as a general competence of the state, to administer general interests, to regulate the contradictions, is presupposed. 20 If all the functions of the state are thus already contained in nous in its essence, inquiries into the reasons for the functions, but above all into the limitations of the state in capitalist society, can no longer be adequately answered. There then remain essentially only two ways out, firstly to add another category of essential being, that of the class state as the final function, secondly to point to historical modifications, empirical peculiarities, and political, tactical variations. The general concept of capital and the analysis of the state, the shortcomings of definitions of the state so far or of the general concept of the state, are essentially also the expression of an uncertainty of method and theory in the relationship between the general analysis of capital and the derivation of the state. What follows are our reflections on this question, which in our estimation is still an open one. We have said above that recent Marxist discussion on the state tries to put the category of form to fruitful use in the analysis of the state. We too see this category as the methodological point of departure for a Marxist analysis of the state, quite independent of the criticism which we have made of the content and use of statements on the particularization of the form. 21 We believe that the state can be analyzed systematically only when every preconceived concept of the state has been abandoned, when mere associations and immediately, empirically derived notions of the state do not already infiltrate the initial stages of the inquiry as premises. The state must to some extent be liberated for a theoretical reconstruction. The substance of this reconstruction, the modern state, can thus, in our opinion, not be analyzed directly at close quarters, at least not if it is understood as a compound institution which formally connects the most disparate functions for and in relation to the process of capitalist reproduction, at least not if the modern state is to be understood in its contradictions and in its evidently limited capacity for action. Our inquiry is not directed immediately to the state as a concrete, historical structure. We attempt first to show the determinations of the state which can be derived systematically from the general concept of capital. Marx sees this concept as comprising the general laws of motion and interrelations of a form of society which is both historical and thus transient, as well as being characterized by the quite definite, necessary relations which make it a capitalist society. These relations, as relations between people, take on determinate forms. Thus commodity, money, capital, wage labor, but also commodity capital, money capital, profit, interest, wages as the price of labor are essential forms whose emergence makes a society capitalist. The concept form expresses both the basic problem and the essential characteristic of the historical materialist method, the investigation of the connection between the material process of production and reproduction of the life of socialized people and the relations between these people who constitute themselves in this process of material reproduction. The materialist method consists then of examining the forms in which the particular relations between men are expressed and, 1. Resolving them into their fixed character, a character alienated from man, apparently materially conditioned and ahistorical, and then presenting them as having become historical, grown out of and reproduced by human activity, i.e. as socially and historically determined forms, 2. Uncovering their inner connections, thus theoretically reconstructing the entire historical social formation. Here the point of reference must always be the present conditions in which the forms have reached their furthest point of historical development. The aim of the analysis is not, however, to realize in retrospect the course of history but to present the forms in the 118, 119 context in which they stand logically, that is, in which they reproduce themselves under the conditions of a particular historically concrete form of society. It must be determined then whether the state belongs amongst the essential forms of capitalist society and how it is to be developed as such. To answer the first part of the question, we must work out from the determinations of capital in general those conditions which make the genesis of a certain form necessary, a form which exists as the state alongside the other forms of capitalist reproduction. The second part of the question concerns the relations existing between the different forms including that of the state. This means that the state must be developed not only as standing alongside and outside society but also as a necessary form in the reproduction of the society itself. We call this procedure form analysis for short. Our attempt to outline a conceptual framework for a Marxist analysis of the state follows Marx's presentation of the forms in which the capitalist mode of production generally reproduces itself. On this level of abstraction, however, we can give only general points of departure for the development of functions of the process of reproduction, which must take form in such a way as to stand outside the system of privately organized labor. The question of how this formation takes place in detail, how it is transposed into structure, institution and process of the state, can no longer be answered by form analysis. It would have to be made the subject of historical analysis. Indeed, the exact delimitation and mediation of form analysis and historical analysis raises difficult problems. It depends on how one determines the historical character of Marx's concept of capital in general. Point 22. Later on we try to come to terms with this difficulty by differentiating conceptually between system limits and activity limits in regard to the way state actions are related to the capitalist economy. Thus we go into steps mediating the analysis of general determinations and that of specific phenomena within an historically concrete totality. Point 23. On the question of the departure for a derivation of the state based upon the general concept of capital in criticism of the hypostatization of a general concept of the bourgeois state, we pointed out that the economic determinations of private property as capital were not yet developed in it. Our insistence on form analysis could, however, be interpreted as containing the demand that the concept of the state should assimilate all the determinations of developed capital. However, if in what follows we set out from the commodity as the cell or primordial form of the bourgeois mode of production, we are not concerned simply to repeat the determinations of capital in order then merely to crown them with the state. Rather we shall try to show in these determinations of capital as a form of social relations all those moments to which the analysis of the state must relate. Why we begin with the commodity, and which problems can be solved in this way can best be demonstrated by a critique of previous starting points. 1. Some Marxist authors maintain that the possibility for the state to administer general interests can be developed only from the surface of capital. On the level of simple commodity circulation there exists as yet no contradiction between particular and general interests. Here, they claim, there exists a real equality between all subjects of exchange. To embark from a specific concept of interest, however, distorts this methode's perspective on two problems, Simple commodity circulation is no historical phase existing before or at the outset of the capitalist mode of production. It represents rather the most general surface of this mode and is the most general form of the relation between the people socialized in this mode. It is fully developed only when labor power circulates as a commodity. As a result, those categories of freedom and equality which are attributed to simple commodity circulation belong inherently to the concept of capital. They already contain the contradiction between formal equality of the commodity owners and their real inequality in the context of production. 24.2. A second starting point is the category of crisis, the contradiction between needs and value reduction, from whose dynamic of conflict there results the necessity of a different form of social organization from the structurally unconscious form mediated through the law of value. This approach to the problem seems to have the great advantage of determining the state both as organization of domination and as potential administrator of needs not satisfied by a social production governed by the law of value. However, this leaves two questions unanswered: the existence of these two fields of scope for action, the violent suppression of unsatisfied needs or the organization of the satisfaction of previously unsatisfied needs. Still does not establish the existence of the state as agent. Despite this derivation leads to a conception of the state which is based solely on categories of power relations, whereby the state assumes the character of an instrument, which in the last analysis is neutral. Alongside the general methodological objection that the crisis cannot establish laws or forms, the crisis approach would have to explain why the normal solution to that contradiction, namely competition and the crisis itself, should not suffice to clear up that contradiction. And at this point the argument must seek recourse in the category of class struggle. 25. Three other authors hold that the category of class struggle must be the point of departure for any analysis of the bourgeois state, and indeed for any analysis of the class state, of which the bourgeois state is seen merely as a particular species. To this, Picciotto posed the classical question: why does the dominance of a class not continue to be that which it is, that is to say, the subordination in fact of one part of the population to another part? Why does it take on the form of official state domination? Or, which is the same thing, why is not the mechanism of state constraint created as the private mechanism of the dominant class? Why is it dissociated from the dominant class, taking the form of an impersonal mechanism of public authority isolated from society? The critique of all three approaches leads us to the social relations of commodity production, which must be made the point of departure for the analysis of the state. Freedom and equality of the subjects of exchange cannot remain categories related exclusively to the material relations of the law of value, but must constitute determined characteristics on the side of the acting subjects. The value form must therefore find an adequate form on the subjective side, a form which makes possible the association of private property owners as subjects, and without their being forced to an exceptional solution of conflicts through a crisis of their relations. The separate organization of a public apparatus of coercion must have its basis also in the mutual relations of private property owners. The state's function of domination must therefore have a dual character. These arguments lead, as will be shown in the next section, to the category of the form of law and to the necessity of a force to guarantee the law, a force which we will call extra-economic force. 26. By this we mean not so much the organized apparatus but essentially only a basic function. 27. Which can be derived on the conceptual level of form analysis. With that we have by no means arrived at the state, but at different forms of social relations, namely economic and political relations, 8, which are peculiar to the bourgeois mode of reduction. The divergence, the separation of politics and economics, which, as I pointed out at the beginning, seems so obvious and easy to understand, is not an historical act which happens once, but is constantly reproduced. The question is why bourgeois society, the reproduction process of which is apparently regulated in the apparently material mediation of the law of value, requires an external relationship between politics and economics. Since the commonplace notion of the relation between Politics and economics contains the assumption that only politics has to do with domination, that economics on the other hand has to do with material. 121. Laws. We must look more closely at the specific connection in this system between domination and p-reduction. The external relationship and intermediation of politics and economies, the movement of value and the subject of law, that the fundamental function of the state as a concrete structure is hidden in the form of the commodity, has so far occurred only to Marxist theoreticians specializing in law. But evidently a predetermined concept of the state has prevented them from pursuing this thread further. Point 29. This is what we shall attempt to do. The movement of value as material economic nexus represents, as the form of economic societization of the producers, a type of societization free from personal, physical force. The supremacy of this purely material nexus is ensured, however, by exchange as the form of societization, by price as the indicator of sociality, and by money as the sanctioning instance to the relations of wage labor. It can be shown that the depoliticization of the economy coincides with the emergence of commodity production and of money relations, and that simultaneously an instance becomes necessary to guarantee this process. Absolutism, understood in this light, is the historical phase marking the transition to the bourgeois mode of production. It is precisely the parallelism * between the emergence of the money relation and of a separate extra-economic coercive force 30 that justifies the course of our analysis, which is to derive the function arising necessarily from the level of the commodity independently of the specific, concrete historical structure. 31 The material nexus of the movement of value is, however, a social relation amongst human beings. It is a feature of the capitalist mode of production that this relation assumes two different, opposing forms, as a relation between things and a relation between people. The value relation as a relationship of commodities to each other exists independently of the will of the producing and communicating beings. Value is the reified form of the sociality of their labor. In it the worker exists as nothing more than the result, than an abstract quantity of reified labor. On the other hand, the realization of value, i.e. the actual act of exchange, presupposes a conscious act of will in the commodity owner. Commodities cannot go to a market by themselves, as Marx puts it. The act of exchange presupposes acting people and constitutes a relationship between acting people, albeit only as agents of circulation. Corresponding. 122. To the structure of exchange as the comparative commensuration of unequal products of labor according to an abstract measure, the exchanging parties relate to each other as different beings with different needs, all of which necessitates the formation on this plane of action of an abstract point of reference making this commensuration possible. This point of reference is man as the subject of exchange. The decisive fact for the form of relationship between the exchanging parties is not the difference of needs. What is decisive is that the parties take on an identical social and formal quality. This social quality is that they have a will which relates to the act of exchange and thus to all other subjects of exchange. This relationship is expressed in the form of a mutual recognition as private property owners, and in freedom of contract. It is in this apparent freedom of the subject of exchange, in its material economic, just as in its juridical dimension, that we find the origin of the social and political theories based on categories of action. Concepts like the interaction or social action of individuals from whom the functional and structural nexus of society is apparently constructed are in the pejorative sense abstractly general, and they accommodate without differentiation every kind of social relationship. We intend instead to pursue further the juridical dimension of social action in order to reach a clarification of the basic categories of politics. Thus we shall continue to use the terminology relations of will and of law. Relations of will give rise to a system of legal relationships of right, or of law, at the very moment when they are agreed and fixed. The individual assumes the form of the legal subject. The relationships between individuals become relationships expressing will between independent, identical units, i.e. ones between legal subjects. 32 If the category of contract, a joint act of will founded on mutual recognition, is considered to be the original modus of law, then it is clearly a form that cannot exist without constraint. Contract itself presupposes constraint or the compulsion to perform contracts, pacta sunt servanda. What arises, however, is no one-sided disposition over the will of another, but mutual obligation based on common agreement. With the ever-broadening nexus of exchange and thus of legal relations, the rules of exchange must be made more general so as to provide for the equality essential to the conditions by which exchange and its law of equivalent operates. The implementation of the law of value constitutes the implementation of the rule of law. 33. The form of law, extra-economic constraint, and politics thus out of the commodity relation as the specific, reified form of the co. 124. Hesion of social labor, there arises the form of law and of the legal relation as the specific, apparently quite separate form of the relationship between isolated individuals. This provides a starting point in our conceptual derivation of extra-economic force, die legislative function, i.e. the function of formulating the law. Law, however, must be enforced and its appropriate enforcement must be guaranteed by the executive function. The guarantee of law as a basic requirement itself generates extra-economic coercion. 34 Thus out of the commodity form we can derive the function of coercive force but not as the state as a concrete structure. The next step in the derivation can only be the development of certain principles of form which this coercive force must observe if it is to conform adequately to the form of the commodity. These principles are to be found in the concept of the general law, the norm as embodying the impersonal, general, public quality of the law. 35 As the specific form of commodity production separates human, social relations into material relations and relations of legal persons *, so the cohesion of society constitutes itself in a dual manner as abstract and superpersonal. The material relations take place only if the subjects of law act in conformity with the movement of value. The intercourse reified in the equivalence of circulation and in the form of money demands that the subjects within this social context act as towards a thing, and that they consciously make their own the imperative of this thing. In the law there emerges, on the side of the subjects, the adequate form of a reified social cohesion, and the fixed, positive norms find a material sanctioning instance analogous to the function of money vis-a-vis prices. The extra-economic force of coercion. 36 Permits the comparative commensuration of differing value quantities that money as the external standard of value must be fixed, codified, and guaranteed. The first typifying feature of politics we can now identify as being relations of will between independent, equal subjects of law. These take the form of struggles to establish, or disagreements on how to interpret, rights. Their content, however, is economic, i.e. dictated by movements of production and value realization. We must be clear that the abstract categories of commodity production and circulation do not disappear with the emergence of capital as the fundamental social relation, rather they form the general categories of the surface appearance. 37 The interchanges of function emerging with capital alter nothing of this outer form. This is important in understanding the fact that the formality of law and of the state based on the rule of law is a functional requirement of capitalism that does not simply disappear when class structures develop. The basic form of politics too, the struggle for law and for the instance or agency guaranteeing it, the extra-economic force of coercion, is on the basis of class relations no mere illusion but the very form in which the class struggle continuing within the bourgeois state finds political expression. 38 Private property and the dual structure of the rule of capital. The decisive functional change in the extra-economic coercive force expressed in the shift to the new function of the class state occurs with the development of money into capital and of labor into wage labor, both being dependent on the separation of producers from the conditions of production. But here too we must start our analysis from the forms developed above so as not to conceptualize the function of the class J state in a crude empirical way as mere brute force. The principle of equivalence in exchange and the appropriation of products on the standard of the worker's own objectified labor is broken with the emergence of capital. The exchange relations remain relations of equivalence in form, but in content they are unequal. 39L A bour power as a commodity is exchangeable at its value but it produces by virtue of its use I value a higher value which is appropriated by the capitalist in production. This new value he can then realize in circulation. On both sides registered of the circulation this surplus value appears lawful. In the exchange relation between capital and wage labor, all labor appears as paid. In the exchange relation between capitalist and buyer, surplus value appears as profit and is seen as a mere addition to the cost. As the extra economic force protects commodity production's fundamental right, private property, it protects also, 1. The right of capital and wage labor equally, thus also the ownership of labor power, 2. The right of capital to the product produced in the production process. To guarantee property when that property relates to the ownership of commodities thus means to guarantee the specific form of the production process, the capital relation. All this leaves the form of the law unaffected, it bears no mark of a change of function. Formally, property equals property. In effect, however, to protect the ownership of capital also means to protect the rule of capital over wage labor in the process of the production of value. This rule, however, has now split itself into two, into a purely material form, the pre-political rule of the conditions of production over the producers on the one side, and into abstract, general, public, i.e. fully political rule on the other. The doubling of social rule finds its expression in the separation between private and public law, between the law relating to the reproduction of bourgeois society and the law relating to the structure and jurisdictional competence of public rule. This division of bourgeois law, in the wider sense, into apparently independent areas makes the relationship of economics to politics appear even more external. The protection of private property and thus private property itself are seen as being so objective and neutral that it becomes necessary to uncover the points of conflict from which we can interpret the activity of the extra economic coercive force as functioning in the sense of capital and thus the political rule as functioning in the sense of capital as class rule. The development of these points of conflict is important because in the slovenly formulations of many Marxist theories of the state the functionality of the state for capital by virtue of its essential nature is so taken for granted that the exact analysis of the struggles, conflicts and crises concerning the changing forms of state is no longer possible. First we shall deal with the moments of conflict and then, retracing our steps, analyze the way in which the extra economic force of coercion affects the varying categories of private property owners. Legal relations and class conflict. From the character of labor as a commodity there results a fundamental breach of the borderline between purely material relations and relations of legal persons. The owners of the commodity labor power carry together with the commodity themselves as concrete beings onto the market. Figuratively, the worker as legal subject remains forever in circulation, never entering the factory, never shouted at by a foreman, sitting besooted in his car before the factory gates. The worker as concrete being puts on his blue overalls and becomes the factor. 126. 127. Of production, a material function within the system of capital production. He acquires the form of variable capital. 40 As such a factor, he is subservient to the rule of capital. The voluntary act of exchange has become a one-sided subjection to an alien will. The voluntariness of the worker as legal subject is based on his compulsion to sell his labor power as a concrete being so as to reproduce his own life. The legal guarantee of property in capital guarantees not only the rule of every individual capitalist over his workers but also the reproduction of the relations of capital in that it safeguards the accumulation of capital. The value of the commodity labor power is not determined in the same way as the value of other commodities. All other commodities represent only a certain quantity of objectified or dead labor. The reproduction of the commodity labor power is, however, the life process of the concrete being with his concrete needs. The value of this commodity, i.e. the quantity of indispensable necessaries required to maintain life, must always be a matter for struggle. The saleability of the commodity labor power depends on the conditions of the market. This dependence seems to have the same material natural form as that of any other commodity. If, however, other commodities perish, the labor incorporated in them was in vain. When the commodity labor power perishes, it is man himself who perishes. All these factors create conflict, the result not of the objective movement of capital even if conditioned by it, but of the working classes' claim to the right to live. These conflicts, i.e. class conflicts, express themselves in historically varying ways, but they are nevertheless the fundamental conflicts from which the relationship of politics to economics is determined. Point 41. This relationship has now become an external one, and our analysis must therefore pursue the mode in which the forms affect each other as external and trace the general features of their effect on the class relations within production. We must also show the forms of mediation in which economic coercive force can bring itself to bear on the material aspect of the reproduction of capital. 1. On the dual effect of law in bourgeois society. The abstract and apparently neutral character of the extra-economic force, at the level of the forms of circulation, proves, when we analyze how it affects people according to their class position, to be no longer neutral but related to the capital relation. Insofar as law lays down only the procedures necessary to ensure the operation of the law of value, it regulates the processes of circulation by guaranteeing that the subjects behave in accordance with the demands of the material economic process. In circulation, the subjects are called upon to behave as the mere character masks the relations implied by this process. The formal character of law applies in effect, not to its subjects but to things. Point 42. Accordingly, someone who possesses property is protected not as a person but as the owner of commodities, etc. This protection applies to 1. The right of free movement of things. Freedom in the sense of independence from an alien will here has the function of making the piece of property free to adapt to the workings of the law of value. Point 43. 2. The equality which here emerges as a principle of law is in effect the equality of treatment of every commodity corresponding to the principle of equivalence in exchange. Here too the principle applies not to the concrete person but to the legal subject as a necessary category of commodity production. Through this subject it applies to the labor materialized in the commodity, to the precise quantity of labor in each case which in the process of comparison effected on the market gives the commodity its value and thus its exchangeability. This is the law of circulation. In terms of production, the law of private property applies to the right to conform to the objective movement of the law of value in the private production process, and this not merely formally but through the flexible, free conduct of affairs. Here labor power counts no longer as the fine, free legal subject but rather as a factor of production with which the property owner can do as he wishes, although his will is conditioned by the objective movement of the economy. In the worker's eyes this movement divests itself of its pure objectivity and confronts him as the direct rule of capital. Here we see that for the worker freedom and equality in the production process are once again suspended. Insofar as freedom and equality as rights were from the beginning not merely functional in economic terms, but were citizens' rights connecting legal subjects with the extra-economic coercive force. 44. These rights concealed within themselves a danger for the bourgeois system. Understood as the claims of concrete human beings, they constitute to some extent the legitimating point which class struggle can break into. 128. 129. Politics. This is true in that people derive from the rights to freedom and equality the right to fight for their interests. 45. As well as the right to aim beyond the system of the bourgeois mode of production. This feature inherent in the legally constituted state is of vital importance. Emphasis on this, however, should not lead to a naive contraposition of state based on the rule of law to class state. 46. Instead we must first analyze the dual effect of the bourgeois legal state which protects private property owners generally as well as property in the form of capital. Extra-economic coercion as class coercion. Now we can attempt to determine the character of the extra-economic coercive force as class coercion in general, in relation to the commodity nexus and to the commodity owners as legal subjects. The extra-economic force is no more than a neutral, Third force standing over the exchanging parties. Abstract equality is its precondition and thus its effect can only be an identical one for everyone. This is expressed in the concept that law is formulated as general principles, that the general norm is the form of law. 47 In relation to the reproduction of capital, the extra economic coercive force guarantees not just the possibility of buying and selling but also the compulsion to sell resulting from the division of the producers from the conditions of production. It guarantees the reign of capital in the private production process, i.e. the unrestricted employment of labor power for the purpose of producing surplus value. The first guarantee protects the relation of capital in general, the second the particular area of operation of individual capitals. 48 By this analysis of how law and the extra economic coercive force operate, we have in effect developed the concept of the particularization of the state . We have shown why the state constitutes in essence a general force of coercion which confronts even the individual bourgeois as a separated, neutral instance, but which at the same time and only through this separation is, by virtue of its existence as a central force guaranteeing the law, a class force. Precisely in order to be a class force, the state must dissociate or particularize itself from the ruling class. The basic forms of social relations as mediating forms and limitations on extra economic interventions in the process of reproduction. Before we investigate the points of departure for an analysis of the structure of the state, we wish briefly to specify the forms through which extra economic interventions are mediated and their limitations. We have established that in a commodity-producing society certain basic forms of social relations emerge. Of these we can say, the material economic relations present themselves as monetary relations between people. Relations between the subjects of exchange take on the form of legal relations. 49 The extra economic coercive force always bases its actions on the specific monetary and/or legal form of social relations or creates such relations for the purpose of its interventions. This means, however, that these attempts to intervene do not directly and immediately shape the relations between the social classes, particularly in the sphere of private production, but are mediated through the basic forms. The analysis of the form of law and of the extra economic coercive force showed that actions stemming from this force and mediated through law 1. Have different effects on the legal subjects according to their position in the reproductive process. 2. Can only take effect on the reproductive process from outside, mediated through the legal subjects. Extra economic force thus regulates the materia, relations of reproduction externally by establishing standards or norms for behavior. Only where private property owners are legal subjects are they subject to the force of the state. In their private sphere, where their property is at their disposal, they are beyond the reach of state authority. Just as in law, what in money appears as an external limitation, can be seen to be nothing other than the autonomization of forms resulting from the laws of capitalist commodity production. Why money as the externalized form of the reproductive process shows the limitations of state in two respects. 1. State monetary policy affects the subjects as money owners, not in their function in the process of reproduction. From this direction too, the impact on the classes is a varying one. 2. Actions vis-a-vis the money owner through the medium of money affect the process of reproduction only externally. Although limitations or demands implemented through monetary policy do have effects on the behavior in the reproduction process of those affected, the qualitative content of this effect is something that is not subject to the active will of the state, something that is an inherent part of the bourgeois subject's freedom of decision and thus subjected to the laws and process of competition. Two objections could be raised, however, to this argument concerning the mediate nature of extra economic intervention. 130. 13i. 1. That the bourgeois state is constituted first and foremost as a coercive force intervening directly and regulating class relations. On no account would we deny that the open use of state forces has been an actual occurrence and always a possibility. But it is only force proceeding from the bonds of the legal relations which we have already analyzed. Furthermore, This force lies at the basis of legal relations as a guaranteeing force. It is the same justice and the same police, even if through different branches, that tracks DOWN and sentences BOTH traffic offender and radical. This is not contradicted but rather is confirmed by the fact that, as class conflicts become increasingly institutionalized in Law 50, even in the direct use of force the state does and must increasingly ensure that its actions respect legal formality. 2. That the state also or principally develops out of the necessity to provide general, material conditions of reproduction and that in this it acts under its own responsibility and is competent for its own organization, i.e. it acts directly, without mediation. 51 We do not see in this objection any argument against the view that extra economic interventions in relation to the process of reproduction are in principle mediated and limited. 4. The state, in pursuing such concerns, often does not function as a state but as individual capital. The organization of certain services, such as education, is in fact characterized by its mediated relationship to the reproductive process. However, this cannot finally and comprehensively serve to determine the limitations on the extra economic force of coercion in its relation to the process of capital reproduction. We must attempt to show the limitations of the state in the capitalist system from two sides, that of the economic process as material process of the movement of value, and that of class relations in so far as they present themselves as relations between legal subjects. The state and the movement of capital. We must again recall the limits of what can be done at the level of the analysis of form, the investigation of the general and the communal, prompted by commodity circulation as the specific form of societization and general surface of society, covering over even the capital relation, leads to the establishment of a social function which must be formed alongside and outside the special interests contained in the exchange relation. The question of how this function is institutionalized lies beyond the scope of this conceptual level and is, as we have said above, the subject of the 132. Historical analysis of the genesis of the bourgeois state. What is important is that the function is organized and finds a corresponding structure and thus an agent of action in society. The limit to form analysis consists in the fact that, although the possibility of the realization of this state function is established, the necessity for it is not. This limit to analysis is familiar to us from the derivation of crisis, the general possibility of which can be demonstrated even on the level of commodity exchange *, but the necessity for which cannot be conceptually determined despite the further development in the presentation of the concept of capital, and despite the fact that the conditions for its possibility are developed with increasing specificity. Here, as we see it, there is a fundamental difficulty in the discussion of the state. It is true that we have described the inner relationship between the mode of reproduction and one of its functions, a function presupposing an organization alongside and outside buyers and sellers as parties to exchange. But we have not yet derived the state which in our understanding contains a multiplicity of connections with and functions for the process of reproduction. This is, however, overlooked if one starts out from a general concept of the state. If one starts from such a concept, the competence for certain functions is to some extent accounted for a priori. We intend to demonstrate the consequences of such a concept by looking at some approaches to a Marxist analysis of the state which we have already in part cited in connection with the dialectic of state and society. The intention of these approaches is to derive systematically the relationship between the state and the economic process of reproduction and thus to establish how the state can at all exist as a particular social form and why it indeed must exist as such. 3 attempts at a derivation of the state and their respective determination of the functions of the state. Flatto and Huisken insist quite rightly that BOTH questions must be answered. They themselves establish the possibility of the formal particularization of the state from the existence of a particular sphere of statehood which crystallizes out in the structures of problems and consciousness on the surface of bourgeois society. The substance of this sphere comprises the general interests of those drawing incomes, interests which, regardless of the different sources of the incomes, are general and equal as far as the maintenance of the preconditions guaranteeing the incomes is concerned. The content of the concept of general interests is, for Plato and Huysken, constituted by all that the individuals as owners of a particular source of income have in common, but including also the owners of other sources of income in so far as they share interests other than those constituted by the material nature of the source of income, security of the 13.3. Source of income against theft, exhaustion, etc., the guarantee of economic growth as precondition of the highest possible income for all, the harmonious, crisis-free functioning of reproduction to ensure continuity of income. The category of general interest already conceptually includes the entire empirical gamut of state functions. Thus Plato and Huysken see general asterisk as applying to everything from a characteristic of the form of law to a designation for the common interests of any, almost arbitrarily composed group. Nevertheless, they believe that in explaining the state in terms of the dialectic of general and particular interests, they are deriving the necessity of its form independently of the content of specific state functions. Because the individual property owners are by definition concerned only with their particular interest, and because, on the other hand, the pursuit of these particular interests presupposes the realization of general ones, an instance must emerge which is responsible for these general interests. 52. It is, however, merely a question of definition to say that the pursuit of particular interests excludes the realization of general ones. Marx's presentation of competition shows precisely that the realization of general interest is the unconscious and unsought result of the actions of individual private property owners. 53. The essential point in this derivation, however, seems to be that the contradiction between general and particular interests is used to establish the doubling of society into society and state, and that this state is already a functionally fully determined form. The state is, as it were, merely in search of the general interests which it has to realize. Concerning their derivation of the form of state, Plato and Huysken point out that a methodological constraint to come to a general derivation of specific state activities no longer exists in our text. The view, correct in our opinion, that specific functions of the state cannot be derived from the general concept of capital, is argued by Plato and Huysken by way of a pure dialectic of concepts. For all these state activities emanate solely from the concept of the general interest. They are, as it were, and in our formulation, nothing more than the historically real, outer manifestations of the essence of the bourgeois state. The functions of the state, i.e. the areas to which state policies relate, and which appear in the division into departments and ministries, do not constitute the essence of the bourgeois state. Rather, the full spectrum of these areas can only be analyzed if one sets out from the concept of the bourgeois state. But, because the concept of the state characterizes its form, it at the same time encapsulates the general conditions for the genesis of the functions of the state. A fatal result of this way of determining the essence of the ST-Te is that contradictions in its activity in fulfilling its possible functions can no longer be explained from the general features of the state. Such contradictions are then correspondingly removed by Plato and Huysken to the empirical level, whilst Wh is general in state activity asserts itself only through these heterogeneous empirical elements. 54. In contrast to the item pt to explain the essence of the bourgeois state from the structure of the surface of bourgeois society, the project classe Analyse 55 derives the state directly from the system of social division of labor and the contradiction between the material demands of social production and their bourgeois form as private labor. The project class Analyse sees the necessity of the state as arising from the apparently naturally given fact that labor functions exist which a priori are communal and which thus by definition cannot be realized through the unconscious, mediated form of social organization. The state is therefore allocated its place as functional agent of society in the making and securing of the general conditions of production. In this way the formation of the state solves, as the authors of the project class Analyse rightly express it, the contradiction between communal and indirectly social functions. The construction of an a priori communality peculiar to certain labor functions is seen to be deficient as soon as the item pt is made to use it as a criterion for differentiation within the division of labor. The criterion given by the authors is tautological: all forms of labor are considered communal which directly serve to accomplish communal tasks, and which thus cannot be performed under the form of labor that is only indirectly social. We can also see that in the following derivation of the state by Engels only the problem but not its solution is to be found. The matter can be most easily grasped from the point of view of the division of labor. Society creates certain communal functions which it cannot do without. The people appointed to implement them form a new branch of division of labor within society. This means that they represent certain interests vis-a-vis their mandatories, they grow independent of them, and the state is there. And the same thing happens as with commodity and later with money exchange. But why is it the state that emerges and not a new branch of social production within the capital relation? The question remains unanswered as to 134. Why the state assumes certain tasks and why capital should not be in the position to develop forms which do justice to the specific character of labor. Without wishing to overtax its use as evidence, we must here refer to the so-called road-building asterisk example where Marx assumed a regression of state production functions in the areas commonly counted amongst the general conditions of production to the extent to which capital developed socially. And we must point out that Marx considered the formation of limited companies, for example, to be a means by which capitalist forms of socialization adapted themselves to tasks that could no longer be solved with the old forms of organization. What is essential to our argument, however, is the fact that for the project class analyzed too, the doubling of society into society and state establishes the state from the start, without any mediation, in a definite form that is functional for capital. In the project class analyze there emerges a very simple chain of argument: if the relation of capitalist production by its very nature implies social domination and if the state guarantees it the necessary general framework conditions, then the state is proved to be by its very nature repressive, the ruling class can use it as its instrument. A third possible derivation of the state has been developed by Altvater. He too explains the necessity of the form of the state from the relationship between the bourgeois form of the socialization of production and the objective demands of social organization which cannot be realized in its bourgeois form. Alongside competition, the state is functionally necessary for total social reproduction. Capital, says Altvater, requires at its base a special institution which is not subject to its limitations as capital, one whose transactions are not determined by the necessity of producing surplus value, one which is in this sense a special institution alongside and outside bourgeois society, and one which at the same time provides, on the undisputed basis of capital itself, the imminent necessities that capital neglects. Consequently, bourgeois society produces in the state a specific form which expresses the average interest of capital. As with project class analyzed's derivation, the state steps in, as it were, alongside competition in order to perform the necessary tasks which the other form of socialization cannot accomplish. However, to the extent that the state is obliged here due to capital's limitations, not to predetermined factors arising from the material nature of these tasks to take them over, there results not merely a dualism or juxtaposition but an actual contradiction. 135. Although the state is not subject to the limitations of capital as capital, its limitations grow out of its specific relationship to capital. The need to take over certain tasks results here from the possibilities and limitations of capital. What the general conditions of production are depends precisely on what cannot, within a given historical situation, be taken over by capital itself. 56 The definition of the general conditions of production in relation to the level of accumulation and the conditions of valorization erases the difference between them and those social labor functions which, because of the movement of the social rate of profit, can no longer serve as a sphere of capital investment, that is, the difference between state functions when capital is scarce and when it is abundant. His historical relativization does not mean that Altvater introduces the state as a factor of pure historical contingency. While the system of social labor contains no indication as to which tasks must in their nature be performed alongside and outside the system of particular interests, Altvater's argument leads to the conclusion that it is the state's general function to undertake, should the necessity arise, the tasks involved at any given time. E.57 In a certain sense, the contributions of von Flatto and Huisken, the project Klassenanalyse and of Altvater provide three logical possibilities for deriving the state from an immanent contradiction in capitalist socialization. While the first authors focus on the contradiction between private property and the general conditions of its existence, and the second on that between unconsciously social and communal production both starting from the level of commodity production. Altvater specifies the contradiction between capitalist socialization and the material demands of production and thus takes capital as his starting point. As regards the determination of the limits of state intervention, the external relation to the movement of capital, the form fixation, the move M and OF rates of profit, etc., and the forms in which these limits appear, we agree broadly with Altvater, although we shall try to express the determination of these limits as a problem of method more precisely and systematically. We are here chiefly concerned with showing that it is characteristic of all three variants that whatever the root contradiction, the result of the derivation is always the state as a fully determined form, a form which in its turn is seen as the essence of the state and thus already embryonically contains all the state's functions, responsibilities, and possibilities of action. The points of relation for the functions of the state. In contrast, we deem it of crucial importance not to approach the problem 136. 137. Of the individual functions of the state on the basis of a general concept of the bourgeois state, however determined, but to analyze these functions individually in relation to the process of the reproduction of capital. It is important, therefore, in determining the oft-cited possibilities and limitations of the state in relation to its freedom to mold social structures, not to fall into the vicious circle in which every activity of the state is no more than a manifestation of a determination already contained in its essence, a determination which can thus operate only within boundaries prescribed by this essence. We have uncovered as the result of the division of politics and economy the condition for the existence of an extra-economic instance, and this engenders the abstract possibility of an intervention from outside in the spontaneously socialized process of society's material reproduction. The realization of this possibility requires careful historical empirical analysis reconstructing conceptually the genesis of each of its functions. This would trace the process by which they are detached from particular stages of the reproduction of capital, the conditions which prevent their being carried out as matters of specific private concerns, their centralization and institutional consolidation as a structure which then becomes a moment of the historically specific state. Even though this process cannot be anticipated by form analysis, it can nevertheless be used to systematize the points of insertion given as available to the state when it relates as an external instance to the process of reproduction of capital, and this allows us to ascertain some basic characteristics of this external relation. The process of reproduction must present itself in a dual manner to the extra-economic instance, as an economic process mediated in an apparently objective manner, as a system of social relationships. This dual appearance only expresses the condition of existence of that instance. In his presentation of capital as maintaining and expanding itself through motion, i.e. in the metamorphoses of the circuit of a single capital and in the interweaving of circuits and forms of circuits of the many capitals, Marx uses the category, functional forms, in order to draw attention to one particular problem. Reproduction occurs through forms which capital must assume in its various stages of production and circulation, forms which, although related functionally as forms of capital to the total process, are, as forms, subject to their own conditions. Functional form implies both the inner connection and the external lack of connection of the reproduction process, and thus the relative autonomy of the individual forms, the possibility of their autonomization. Marx develops the functional forms of industrial capital, responding to the stages of circulation, as money, commodity, and means of production/labor. Suffice it merely to mention that, if examined more closely and if those functions of capital were included that differ from those of industrial capital, these forms would increase significantly in number. The important point is that the state relates to reproduction through these forms, and that the forms of the production stage acquire through private property a particular state-free status. Money has been characterized by us as a form of mediation of state interventions, vis-a-vis capital. It is a point of insertion, but only from the perspective of capital is it a functional form, which can therefore be understood only from its context, or interconnections. The way that functions with a specific form operate is not obvious with reference to their functions for capital. Thus shortage of money can indicate completely different, even contrary movements in the reproduction of capital. Marx has described in detail the confusion which this caused in England's banking legislation and monetary policy in the first half of the 19th century. 59 The results of G. Lindner's analysis of the policies of the German Federal Bank can be understood in a similar manner. As regards the historical development of idem PTS at regulation by the state, we can at this point surmise that these are fixated on individual forms, which thus also come to be seen as a possible cause of crisis or as a factor of control, and that ranges of instruments, criteria J of intervention and theories of crisis have been developed corresponding to these form-specific functions. Policy thus fixed in form must necessarily J reinforce appearances, i.e. strengthen still more or consolidate politically these tendencies towards autonomization. A further thesis might be derived from the manner in which such form-fixed state functions are institutionalized. The state structure would have to be understood as a complex system of policies, with only an apparent, external unity, which are by and large initially linked independently of one another to the movement of capital and are only subsequently more or less brought together. These policies, which orient themselves, as we have shown, to the forms in which reproduction is expressed, can contradict or duplicate one another in an unforeseen manner. In the last resort they lead to haphazardly regulated results. For the interconnection of these policies, their logic, lies outside their formal unity the state, it lies in the movement of capital. Just as the state relates, in the matter of material forms, to those of the sphere of circulation, so too in the matter of social relations. It has already been shown how the state relates to individuals, seeing them as subjects of law and as formally free and equal subjects of the market and imposing on them only their own abstract will. Now we cannot separate the material. 138. 139. And the social relations of the state to reproduction in such a way that the state intervenes via the first, and via the second only guarantees the laws of appropriation of private property. When it does not employ the material form of money, the state intervenes by dragooning the legal subjects even when the object of the intervention is the material interrelations. At this point the system limit inherent in state measures is revealed, a limit which, as we shall see, is formed in the last resort by that social relation which also constitutes a functional form of capital, the social relation between labor power and means of production, between living and objectified, dead, labor in production. Private property forms a system limit only in the wider sense. This limit does indeed characterize the formal independence of the sphere of reproduction, but only the formal independence. For there is no doubt that the state intervenes in the sphere of private property, particularly in times of crisis when it forces the working class to sell their labor power at a certain price and thus suspends their right, resulting from ownership of their labor power, to their own conceptions of price. The system limit in the narrower sense is production as the functional form of capital and capital's material metamorphosis 60 in contrast to the purely formal metamorphoses of circulation. When the state intervenes at the source of production of surplus value, it infringes the limit critical to the survival of the system. The withholding of investment, the removal of production to other countries, the withdrawal of capital are spectacular forms of reaction against such intervention. A critical position is already reached if, for example, anything more than symbolic price controls are attempted. In contrast to wage labor, capital is very well able to steer against this type of intervention with such measures as production cutbacks, demands for compensation, pressures on the working class and many more. When price controls affect property rights, the equality of such state interventions vis-a-vis capital and labor is merely formal. The system limit is fixed by the form determinations developing out of the relation of capitalist production, and it can therefore be derived on the level of form analysis. Discussion of the limits of state autonomy of action must, however, be concretized on the analytical level of historical movement, which we reach in the NEXT section. The state and class movement. System limit and limit of activity 61. From the external relation of the state to the economic process, we determined hypothetically two features which characterize its functional activity: one, the necessary reference to forms whose functional interrelation within the reproduction of capital is not transparent, and which on the contrary are themselves autonomized and give a false indication of the conditions and requirements of state activity. 2. The theoretical fixation on 62 and observation of particular forms leads to opposing policies, since these policies are elaborated within a state structure which is itself a conglomeration of institutionalized functions. These two features impose on state action activity limits over and above the actual system limit. The system limit can be specified on the level of form determinations. Activity limits can only be specified on the level of historical movement. We cannot here undertake to determine a limit of activity for a particular state with respect to particular functions. Instead, we shall analyze more closely the limit of activity which, in our eyes, is the decisive and final one. The core and thus state-free process of the capitalist mode of production is the material metamorphosis of capital in the production process. It is the process in which not only the substance of the distribution process is generated but also in which primary distribution is already decided upon. The measures taken by the state as framework conditions of reproduction in the areas of money, trade, foreign trade, economic law, etc., are indeed connected with this central process, but they are basically no more than attempts to regulate that which the process of capital controls. 63 The question of the activity limits of the state, whether in the attempt to help capitalist reproduction to continue in the face of its own barriers, or in the attempt to limit the controlling freedom of capital in a manner which transcends the system, must be answered by reference to the conditions of surplus value production. As soon, however, as constellations emerge or state measures are taken which infringe the central process of capital, its relevance manifests itself. Capital reacts in a spectacular form, by investment strikes, inflation, etc. Alternatively, when the workers' struggle restricts capital's freedom to control, the state reasserts, if need be, in equally spectacular fashion, the right of capital. If we stress the process of production of surplus value as the decisive moment in determining the activity limit and not the rate of profit or conditions of accumulation, etc., which are singled out by most Marxist authors, it is because a functioning process of exploitation in production and the possibility of its extension and intensification alleviate all the state's governmental problems. Quite the opposite is the case where the extension and intensification encounters resistance. The decisive and final limit of state activity is thus set by the working class, although it is to some degree first felt and politically transmitted by capital on the basis of falling profits and worsening conditions of accumulation. We maintain in this context that the limit of state activity will differ depending on whether this activity is directed at wage labor or capital as the object of intervention. The state can intervene in the rights of the working class with considerably more force because these rights are only covered very generally by private property. Such instances of intervention, however, themselves have limits in the functions of the capitalist reproduction process, where an intervention mediated through the regulation of working class rights affects the system of capital reproduction too. Since labor power functions as a form of capital in the reproduction process of capital, all attempts to intervene in the rights of the person result because in labor power person and thing cannot be separated in affecting the movement of the thing. Thus the restriction of working class mobility can lead to the capital represented by V being regulated dysfunctionally for the reproduction process of capital. Problems can arise when the elimination of the labor market means that the composition of the capital mass V can no longer be regulated in terms of quantity and quality according to the demands of the process of valorization. The asymmetry of the limit of activity with regard to capital and labor is a birthmark of the bourgeois state. Negatively, i.e. directed against capital, the limit of the system is soon reached. Positively, i.e. directed against wage labor, intervention is determined only according to the limit which the working class can erect in accordance with the historical phase of the class constellations. And this, in fact, is the decisive historical moment in the investigation of the state's limits of activity. Of course, this phase cannot be separated from the conditions of accumulation and the degree of socialization of labor. 64 Periods of dictatorial rule through the bourgeois state can, however, easily create unevennesses, as the German example shows, so that these last mentioned conditions, which derive from the level of the productive forces and the historical conditions of valorization, are bad indicators of the class constellation. We believe that in characterizing capitalism according to periods, particularly where such problems as the relative autonomy of the state are concerned, one must focus on the features of the long-term, firmly delimited class constellation rather than on features which in the last resort must depend on market structures. 65. 142. Class constellation as limit of activity. This point the concept of the surface of the capitalist process of reproduction becomes relevant, a concept employed particularly by Plato and Huysken in their derivation of the bourgeois state. We believe we have shown that the conceptual derivation of the state cannot begin at this point. However, the surface now becomes relevant since we are concerned with the historical constitution of state functions. Class relations in capitalist society are not merely concealed by the equality and freedom of the private property owners arising from the forms of simple commodity circulation discussed at the beginning of this study. Rather, they actually appear on the surface of developed competition as the relations between the factors of production and the owners of sources of revenue, i.e. recipients of incomes. 66 These surface figurations must be analyzed before the attempt is made to reconstruct the constitution of state functions and thus of the real state out of the class constellation. However, because they neglect the form of law, Plato and Huysken overlook that this constitution is in fact the result of an historical process. The owner of labor power as a free wage laborer with the full and equal rights of a citizen was able to develop only through long class struggles. In no way does he arise from the surface forms of competition, for in these forms the private property owner always remains an economic category. The emergence of a political subject of law corresponding to this economic category, the worker citizen, is accomplished in the shape of class struggles, because surface categories always constitute mere formal equality while the material inequality posited in the production of surplus value continually calls this apparent equality into question. Working class resistance must develop out of the relations of domination in production and with regard to the state assume certain structures which mark out the framework of state activity. We should like here, albeit sketchily and on the basis of German history, to characterize the different phases which establish specific possibilities and limits for state activity. First phase, here the relation of capital to labor appears as corresponding to the general concept of capital. The worker's full sovereignty over his commodity, labor power, in the exchange process is transformed into the total sovereignty of capital in the production process. In the organization of this process, capital acts with such disrespect for its limits that it endangers its own source of reproduction. The limits which capital was set after the struggle for the 8-hour day are nothing but the safeguard of one of its functional forms against the logic of capital itself. Insofar as the state enforces this safeguard, it is an ideal total capitalist. With this guarantee the working class has won the right to life as separate duals based on the sale of their commodity, labor power. The state manifests itself as a class state when labor power revolts against its functional character as capital as a factor of production and thus at the same time infringes the law. Second phase, workers' coalitions are recognized by capital and by the state. The working class has won for itself the right to organize. The legalization of trade unions initiates an increasing tendency towards the legal formalization of the relations between capital and wage labor and towards the institutionalization of class struggle. 67 Although we cannot here go into the process by which working class forms of organization are legalized, we shall nevertheless make some remarks about the necessity of this development with regard to capital reproduction so as to avoid the impression that this movement is based merely on political power constellations. The legalization of the trade unions and the legal formalization of the social conflicts between capital and labor were the preconditions for a social truce which had become indispensable for the reproduction and development of capital. The reason for this is not only that the working class acknowledges the system limit through the institutionalization of class conflict and that its struggles lose the character of a negation of the capitalist mode of production. Indeed, in the first phase, open repression already served as the alternative to a political integration of the working class. The essential point is that, with the development of the capitalist mode of production, or in other words with the increase in the organic composition of capital and expression denoting the relation between living and objective labor in production and thus the conditions of its capitalist valorization, the comprehensive planning of developments in material and in value terms, the continuing flux of the forms of capital, the calculability of the rate of surplus value become ever more necessary. 68 In the face of these conditions, the cost of integration weighs more lightly, that of repression weighs more heavily than in the phase marked by smaller units of capital. The institutionalization of class conflict thus means in economic terms a calculability of the rate of surplus value and the capability to plan production in the face of the actions of the wage laborers, the pre-planned, pre-announced conducting of wage struggles in accordance with the set timetables and deadlines, the obligation to keep the industrial peace, etc. Politically it means a capacity to plan and foresee even mass articulation. Here the problems of mass loyalty enters into the picture. It is evident that mass articulation, political mass movements that is, can be foreseen and pre-planned only to the extent that they do not pursue an autonomous course. Hence the need to integrate not so much the working class as such but rather its organized expression, the workers' parties and the trade unions. Concepts such as institutionalization, legal formalization, etc., refer to a change in the relationship between state and social relations. The haphazard regulation of class relations through the economic process is partially replaced by regulations guaranteed by the state. In contrast to the character of law as a form of mediation through which the state relates to private property owners, now law involves the state in the social relations of production, albeit within the limits peculiar to law. 69 For our investigation of the relationship between the bourgeois state system limit and its limit of activity, this type of involvement of the state in the process of reproduction means that its limit of activity vis-a-vis the working class is more narrowly drawn. The rights, institutions, and organizations won by the working class hinder, for example, the pressure on wages. And further, the acts of intervention in the rights of the working class, for instance in the regulating of the different funds which ensure the reproduction of the commodity labor power, will meet with considerably stronger resistance simply because the organized working class is present in the state sphere. This presence refers as much to the existence of workers' parties in the political system as to the existence of specific functions in the state apparatus which cause the latter to be divided even with regard to the act of intervention. Third phase, the state proclaims a quasi-right to employment. We intend to comment only briefly on this, although the extraordinary circumstances of West German post-war development have created a kind of customary right in this respect which makes it appear at least politically risky to allow purgative crises as a means of bringing pressure to obtain a desired rate of surplus value. 70 Such a right for workers leads to a change of function in the unions which now themselves become a means of bringing pressure against the autonomous demands of the wage laborers, that the unions move closer to the state structure both institutionally and in their own self-awareness. This has been plentifully discussed since the concerted action. 71 Unresolved, however, is the question of how far new limits of state activity have arisen out of this shift of structures between political classes and economic relations. To sum up regarding or phases and integration model, if one attempts to attribute the legal formalization of the basic social conflict to the development of a new function of the state, this function could be described as the establishing of a social truce in order to bring about a more constant and plannable process of reproduction. A fatal mistake to consider the level of integration to be a law determining the development of the relation of politics and economics. Any reader with the slightest knowledge of German history will notice that we have left out a particular phase, the different countenance of the bourgeois state in fascism. The repression employed in this phase shows that a level of rights once attained can only be reserved with difficulty, and in fact the relations between capital and labor were not restored in their pure form. Rather, fascism in its conception of the corporate state referred formally to the degree of integration already attained. 72 We have stated that, in our opinion, the institutionalization of the social conflict between wage labor and capital is a necessary process, that the development of production as labor process and process of valorization makes autonomous, unplannable movements of wage laborers ever more disruptive, so that the costs of integration finally become necessary social costs for capital. This perception is of course only arrived at through the struggles of the working class, which, precisely, are to be limited and made calculable. A question to follow up is whether in the course of time the institutionalization of class conflicts within the bourgeois system causes a level of organized politics to arise which would make the cost of an open repression of labor power and of a descent from this level appear too high, and whether, as a result, fascism in certain countries is becoming historically ever more unlikely. We would like merely to gather together a few arguments that would counter this conclusion and which at the same time corresponding to the experience of real fascism speak against the notion that fascism is a creation of the bourgeois state in its function as ideal total capitalist. It has been shown that when, in a crisis, attempts are made to prop up the system of capital reproduction on a short-term basis, this may lead to acts of state intervention in the rights of the working class, which in themselves, i.e. ex post, may appear as irrational in the context of the whole system. The calculability of such risks may have become greater parallel to the integration of the working class. In the crucial borderline case, however here the necessary rate of surplus value is threatened, capital will even today still have to throw every consideration for the working class overboard. Reasons for this short-sightedness may lie in the fact that, in the interests of the reproduction of individual capitals and of the whole capitalist system, acts of intervention in working class rights are possible which only later, in the course of the accumulation process, prove to be dysfunctional for capital in the sense indicated above. 4. One functional equivalence to a free labor market can emerge to represent the interests of the workers. 2. The costs of such acts of intervention can be shifted. 3. The act of intervention and its dysfunctional consequence are widely separated. The struggle for the normal working day, for instance, showed that individual capitals can reproduce themselves and accumulate very satisfactorily, whilst, in the long-term perspective, the working class is destroyed. The limit which is critical for this function becomes visible only later. 4. The limits to such acts of intervention depend on the condition of labor power also in quantitative terms. As long as a large reserve army and a growing, poorly qualified population exist, there is hardly a necessary limit in such cases, the workers might as well starve. Concluding remarks. To conclude our thoughts on the historical constitution of the functions of the bourgeois state, we should like to return to the methodological question of how the levels of historical development and general conceptual determination of the state interrelate. In almost every analysis of the role of the state, two obligatory contentions are to be found. First, that, after the general conceptual determinations, one must investigate the specific historical, national, etc., particularities in order to explain the real historical phenomena, and second, one must of course, alongside the economic considerations, always take note of the functions of the state relating to class struggle. Even where the inner interrelationship is referred to, as by Altvater, even here the significance of this interrelationship is not worked out. We for our part have tried to clarify this meaning and the consequences of a particular historical constellation of class relations for the role of the state, i.e. its relative autonomy, possibilities and limits, etc. This inquiry has only an exemplary character, with regard also to other problems and developments of concrete, historical capitalist societies, the determination. 146. 147. Of the specific class constellation is an essential analytical step, but to reach the level of the historically concrete, it is not enough. Thus the concept of the limit of activity of the state, which we derive from the specific class constellation, lies on the historically concrete level. This limit is not quite, however, that which appears empirically in an individual case. For this, problems such as the internal decision-making structure of the state, the scientific and informational foundations of political decisions, the legislative machinery, the specific interests of parties and associations, etc., could be decisive. If we do not go any further into this level, encountered in traditional inquiries of political science, it is not because we consider it irrelevant with regard to the role of the state in capitalism. We were here particularly concerned to develop systematically the division of politics and economics and thus the limits inherent in an inquiry focusing on the internal structure of organization and of conflict in the state. For just as the forms of appearance of the political process cannot be relegated as mere superstructural forms to the realm of historical particularity and presented as irrelevant for the general laws of motion of capitalist society 73, so those forms of appearance cannot be understood without analysis of the historical, material substance of the political process and without the specific form determinations of social reproduction, class conflict, competition and state functions. Heidi Gerstenberger. It seems time to point out that the development of the historical materialist theory of the state has still not got very far. Furthermore, the theoretical approaches that have been tried do not offer any firm basis for future work. So far, the discussion of the problematic of the constitution of the bourgeois state has been generally characterized by an over-hasty analysis, in the various derivations, of the relation between economics and politics. In fact, the reason for the inadequate conceptualizations of this relation on which the theories rest is that until now in the state theory discussion, reality has been looked at only in order to provide a mere illustration of any given theory. The theoretical basis for a concrete analysis of the bourgeois state have not yet been established, and it seems doubtful whether they can in fact be built by continuing along the lines developed so far. These doubts will be developed below. They form the basis for some suggestions for a strategy for further research, but these suggestions do not claim to add to the systematic approaches already mentioned, yet another view of the theoretical foundations of the bourgeois state. Despite many differences in detail, the existing theoretical analyses of the state can be divided into three main groups. They will not be set out in detail here yet again, but will only be discussed in order to consider how far they can provide us with a theoretical preparation for concrete analysis. The starting point represented best by Sibylle von Flatto and Friedrich Huisken, as well as by the Munich AK/ sees the foundation of the bourgeois state in the particular relationship which people have with each other in bourgeois society. The state for them is not to be derived from the general concept of capital, since in the latter individuals cannot be contained as citizens. It can only be derived from the economic forms of intercourse and the relationships between people which these forms create on the surface of bourgeois society. But at the level of appearance of bourgeois society, the economic forms of intercourse present themselves as those of simple commodity circulation, and people appear as possessors of various revenue sources. For Flatto and Huisken, the bourgeois state is derived from the common interest in a high income. For the AK, it is based on the recognition of contradictory special interests. Both views start from the premise that the theory of the state can be adequately developed at the level of a systematic explanation. For this form of historical materialism, history does not exist. But if, as the AK correctly state, there cannot be an adequate theoretical explanation of the state on the basis of its empirically ascertainable functions, then equally its systematic explanation should not stand in contradiction to historical reality. Only those who deny the importance of class struggles, and thus of history, for theory, can run the risk as theoreticians of being duped by current issues, as has happened to these theoreticians. If today a largely integrated working class sees the state actually as the protector of its interests, this is in no way proved to be the case for the whole duration of bourgeois society. Workers on strike who, in the 19th century and even in the 20th, were attacked by armed and mounted police presumably had little experience of the recognition by the bourgeoisie of their particular interests. It is just as difficult to reconcile this conception of the state with the long periods of fascist and authoritarian bourgeois rule. The theoretical transposition of conditions of simple commodity circulation into political forms of intercourse is based on reasoning which, because it is unhistorical, is short-circuited. It is the particular form of the bourgeois state which results from the economic forms of intercourse, that form which distinguishes it from all other states. To that extent we can agree with the writers we have mentioned. In fact, the very basis of this form is that the economic movements on the surface of bourgeois society appear as those of simple commodity circulation. For, as distinct from other forms of exploitation, the capitalist form consists precisely in converting labor power into a commodity which circulates freely. The coercive character of this society consists in ensuring that the possessors of the commodity labor power are in a position to take only its exchange value to market. Hence the class character of the bourgeois state is also established as soon as the state does not distinguish between the possessors of different revenue sources. Point 2. What can be ascertained from the analysis of the surface of bourgeois society is the conclusion that the state must guarantee the phenomenal form of economic movements as being that of simple circulation. But the conditions for this guarantee are given too much theoretical weight, while the social reproduction of relations of production is correspondingly underestimated. It is not ideology that is the most important stabilizing factor, but rather the naked force that lurks behind the form of appearance. Thus, it is not definitely settled that the capitalist mode, class conflict, competition, and state functions 149. 150 Heidegger Stenberger of production requires formal equality, universal suffrage, and democratic structures. Point 3. Thiers, Marx's early writings, which these writers frequently refer to, do tend towards such determined conclusions. But these works arose from the development of a concrete strategy for emancipation, and from the point of view of what forms of bourgeois rule would offer the best preconditions for the preparation of the socialist revolution. Any reliance on Marx's early works for theoretical purposes must take into account both this strategic moment and the period in which they were written. Once historical and systematic analysis are harmonized, the necessary correspondence of economic and political forms of intercourse in bourgeois society is much reduced. What must be maintained is the illusion that the bourgeois state is functional for and, connected with this, the illusion of the universality of the norm. The precondition for the stability of bourgeois society is not that the state actually appears as the guarantor of all interests, but that it should seem possible to make it become such a guarantor, and this, no less, is also the content of revisionism, which provides a theoretical justification for the actual integration of the working class into bourgeois society. The stabilization of bourgeois society does not require the existence of, but only the struggle for universal suffrage. And since the actual implementation of formal freedom and formal equality in the end undermines the hopes which could, prior to that, be placed in the improvement of the bourgeois system, it is not at all to be seen as the guarantor of stability for this society, but rather the precondition for momentous convulsions. The explanation of the functions of the state in relation to valorization has become more influential for the current debate than the derivation of the bourgeois state from the surface of bourgeois society. Although seldom thought through in the theories, this approach has nevertheless shaped the whole of the debate on the left in recent years. Admittedly, the manifold restrictions on the activity of the state have been repeatedly analyzed in the meantime. 5. But in the discussions of state functions, the aims of state activity are still treated as the adequate expression of a situation of valorization. Since class rule has found its organizational embodiment in the state, it does not only that the interests of capital prevail in class conflicts, but it is also fundamentally implied that the interests of capital are represented by the state. This must then mean that the real structure of national capital finds in the activity of the state the representation adequate to it at any moment. The analysis of the bourgeois state is thus conceived of as the continuation of the analysis of capital. First of all, the average or mean form of the state is developed from the general analysis of capital. This analysis is then supposed to ascend to the concrete by explaining concrete state functions from the concrete movements of accumulation. But since at present the analysis of the concrete processes of accumulation is still not very advanced, the concrete development of the bourgeois state is generally in a supplementary way still derived from those general conditions of the capitalist mode of production, which however as such give precisely no information about their concrete historical content. Point 6 However, the historical development of the functions of the state can even less validly be derived directly from general theory than this can be done for the concrete development of the processes of accumulation. It is wrong to believe that a breakthrough in the general theory of the state will at last enable us to derive the politics of the family, of education, or of welfare with satisfying finality from the conditions for valorization. It is the obvious starting point for materialist analyses of the state that a relationship exists between the movement of capital and the activity of the state. The assertion of such a general relationship does no more than remind us of the basic research strategy formulated by Marx in 1859 in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy. That is to say that concrete analysis consists precisely in working out in every particular how such relationships are produced. And the reference to class struggles is no solution to the difficulty unless it has a decisive effect on the actual analytical approach. Class struggles and concrete competition strategies grow out of conditions of valorization 7 and take place in the framework of a definite political structure. The assumption that out of such conflicts there is established an exact correspondence between the situation of capital valorization and the activity of the state, or even that the state can in general be characterized as the administrator of a concrete collective interest of capital. These are suppositions with which we have not only made the realistic analysis of the state superstructure much too easy for ourselves, but also with which we deny the historical importance of concrete class struggles. The assumption that state activity can in general be characterized as functional for capital as a whole could be theoretically justified in three ways. First, it could be argued that the representation of different interests not only leads to an ascendancy of capitalist interests, but that differences in the interests of capital also result in a compromise of interests among the capital fractions, which would coincide with or approximate to the interest of capital as a whole. Point 8 But this implies processes of compromise which even in periods of pre-monopoly capitalism could correspond only to a model of bourgeois society and to faith in the working of an invisible end. The interest of capital as a whole could perhaps be said to have resulted from concrete struggles most nearly in those instances analyzed by Marx in an exemplary way in his chapter on the 8-hour day, in the struggle of the working class over the conditions of reproduction of their labor power. But here too it is questionable whether, with the increasing inequality of their development, the individual capitals are not confronted in very different ways with the conditions of reproduction conceded through struggle, or whether particular demands of this kind could not even transcend the conditions of reproduction of capitalistically exploited labor power. The second possible argument that the interest of capital as a whole is expressed through the activity of the state comes from the competition between nation-states. Competition on the world market is one of the basic characteristics of the concrete historical development of capitalism, and state organization is a vital instrument of world market competition strategies. This nation-state argument does have something to be said for it. For we can safely assume that both governments and officials of the state administrative apparatus are conscious of the responsibility of ensuring the competitiveness of national capital on the world market, a responsibility which today must generally lead to the needs of so-called growth industries being given special treatment in state measures. Point 9 Even if we do not start from the hypothesis of some of the stomach theoreticians of an alliance between monopolies and the state, A result of. The classical historical function of the bourgeois state of guaranteeing external representation is that government departments must obtain information and advice from those representatives of capital who are important for the current position of the nation on the world market. Yet such a general line of thought does not tell us much about concrete state activity. It cannot take into account a case where leading capitals are compelled to make contradictory demands of the state, nor does it help us to indicate what concrete decisions might be taken when it comes to establishing the competitive position on the world market of a particular branch through state support. And lastly, it completely ignores the necessity for state authorities to balance the needs of competitiveness on the world market against internal political stability. To characterize the concrete results of such a balancing process generally as the adequate expression of the current interests of capital as a whole would again involve a series of fairly objectionable assumptions. The third conceivable possibility of establishing an adequate correspondence between the interest of capital as a whole and the activity of the state has been foreshadowed, and comes back to the role of officials of the state apparatus. At one stage in the debate on the political economy of education, it was thought that substantial relationships could be proved by showing personal links with certain capital interests. To expose individuals as the puppets of definite interests is quite inadequate for the analysis of real relationships, and moreover it is virtually irrelevant. The connection between the state apparatus and capital interests is indeed established partly through the typical selection and socialization processes described in particular by Miliband, and also to some extent through conscious obligations. But in systematic terms, what is relevant above all is the connection that necessarily establishes itself behind the backs of the persons concerned. And this necessity is mediated in the developed bourgeois state through the voting mechanism. A government will only be elected or re-elected if a majority of the electorate hopes that it will pursue their interests. 10 Unless they are willing to do entirely without the acclamation of the ballot, governments must try to maintain the appearance of neutrality in various ways. 11 They are also, as capitalism develops, increasingly obliged to alleviate its crisis-ridden character. That members of the government and officials in the administrative apparatus are both fully conscious of the task of crisis management is a fact that can certainly be taken into account in the analysis of the state. However, in the present stage of capitalism, this does not only mean, in very general terms, the favoring of the interests of capital over those of wage earners. The aim is rather to improve the profitability of particular capitals and fractions of capital, due to the importance of competition on the world market. As regards the analysis of the occurrence of state activity, we thus find ourselves once more at the point reached earlier. It is only possible to trace a mere outline of the occurrence of this activity, unless we can ascribe to the state apparatus a quasi-mystical knowledge of the concrete interests at any given time of capital as a whole. In opposition to the dominant contemporary approaches, the AK have correctly pointed out that the analytical decomposition of the state into economic categories theoretically denies the particularization of the state from bourgeois society. For them it follows from this that the analysis of the state must start from the phenomenal forms in which the movements of capital present themselves on the surface of bourgeois society. But this adhesion in theory to the inverted appearance of bourgeois society, unnecessarily restricts the analysis of the state. That the movements of capital could present themselves as those of simple circulation on the surface of bourgeois society was not only an historical achievement but also necessitates constant state action. This is because the successful reproduction of capital is the precondition for the reproduction of the particular appearance of bourgeois society, and in every phase of bourgeois society this has required state measures. 12 For this reason, the analysis of state functions is an essential part of an historical materialist theory of the state. This analysis does not provide a complete explanation of the bourgeois state, and it also remains unsatisfactory unless it actually brings into theoretical analysis both class struggles and the levels of mediation through which the movement of capital and state action are related. More on this below. A further approach to the analysis of the state has recently been put forward by Hunno Hochberger 13 on the development of the German constitution. In Hochberger's view, the class character of the bourgeois state is not satisfactorily established in existing works. The derivation of the state from the logic of the economic system, he writes, means that a class nature must be attributed to the state without any mediation whatever. This shows, he says, the limits of a purely logical analysis, and makes it clear where history comes in. He then develops this approach in particular by elaborating on the difference between the administrative apparatus and forms of intercourse in bourgeois society. He argues that the bureaucratic apparatus originates as a class instrument to carry out proletarianization during primitive accumulation. Consequently, the autonomization of state power must be the result of the situation of class struggle in capital's primitive accumulation phase. Apart from the historical objection that a separate administrative institution can be shown to have originated in much earlier historical periods, it is only an historical proof of the class character of the bourgeois state to show correctly that the state apparatus was an instrument of class struggle during primitive accumulation. But historical analysis only tells us about structures, and not about the necessity for them to exist. What distinguishes the phase of primitive accumulation from that of the development of bourgeois society is that it has an overt class character. But just because it was overt at the start does not suffice to explain its existence in a later camouflaged form. And materialist analysis is inadequate so long as it cannot decipher the class character which lies in the very universality of the law, in the universality of the norm. In spite of this criticism, 2 points in this decidedly historical approach are worth noting. First, its objection to the claim implied by systematic derivation, to seek to comprehend all phenomena of the bourgeois state from the conditions of bourgeois society alone. In fact, the creation of the institutional apparatus precedes the establishment of bourgeois society. And in view of the fact that the state is not a direct component of the capitalist mode of production, we cannot take it for granted that there do not cling to it features which can be accounted for by the conditions of its formation. Hence the approach we have cited leads us to the following thought: if the political sphere in bourgeois society must in fact be analyzed as one separated in a certain way from the economic, and accordingly if the categories for this analysis are not available fully formed from the developed general theory of capital, then it would seem necessary to repeat that process of research which precedes the analysis of capital, the processing of historical material and the critique of bourgeois theory. What this implies is a certain skepticism towards the striving for a systematic theoretical structure in the current state of this debate. The state as the precondition for the reproduction of the community 14 develops in relation to the social division of labor and simultaneously with the regional demarcation of production. Also, the character of class domination is extracted and conferred on the state by all sorts of exploitative oppression. Marx and Engels worked with both these formulations. This does not mean that the analysis of the state is completely absorbed into a formalialysis of bourgeois society. Rather, what the latter is concerned with is the particular form which is assumed by the state in bourgeois society. It is always the direct relationship of the owners of the conditions of production to the direct producers, a relation always naturally corresponding to a definite stage in the development of the methods of labor and thereby its social productivity, which reveals the innermost secret, the hidden basis of the entire social structure, and with it the political form of the relation of sovereignty and dependence, in short, the corresponding specific form of the state. During the period of its formation, the bourgeois state distinguished itself from earlier forms of state at first only as regards its functions and not in its basic structure. It formed the organization for carrying out the common interests of the ruling class and for the institutionalization of a new system of economic exploitation. At the stage of primitive accumulation, the state can, therefore, be described as the committee for managing the common affairs of the ruling classes, a description which the Communist Manifesto polemically gives it in relation to the whole bourgeois epoch. The oppressive character of the state in that period was as overt as in all previous forms of political organization. Why does the state change its form in the bourgeois epoch? Why does it become, in form, the state of society as a whole? This is the question which must be answered by analyzing the basic structures of bourgeois society. The formation of the specifically bourgeois form of the state is historic ally the result of primitive accumulation. Only after the state in the form of an institution acting undisguisedly in the interests of the ruling classes had furthered the proletarianization of a large part of the population and the rapacious accumulation of capital did it change its phenomenal form/. Capitalist relations of production are already established at that period, if not always very extensively. Thereafter it is no longer so much a matter of establishing but rather of reproducing these relations. Whereas in all previous epochs of production the overt fixing of power relations formed part of the process of reproduction, the reproduction of capitalist relations of production must take place as far as possible without the application of overt force. For the result of the establishment of the structure of exploitation in the form of an overt relation of force is the extensive immobilization of labor power. But this is very hard to reconcile with capitalist accumulation determined by competitive processes. 15 Hence the reproduction of capitalist relations of production does not merely presuppose the availability of labor power. It also presupposes that workers should view their situation as not in any way brought about by force, but rather experience it as the result of an act of exchange into which they have brought their labor power. In previous historical epochs personal misery could perhaps be understood as a punishment from God, but never before could the system of exploitation be rooted in the consciousness of the exploited in such a way that they had to understand their predicament as the consequence of their own incapacity, as determined by the particular qualities of their labor power. The precondition for the reproduction of production relations to appear to the consciousness in this manner was historically that the state should no longer overtly appear as the organization of the rulers. Once the state ceases to compel vagabonds and inmates of debtors' prisons forcibly into work, but comes forward as the guarantor of the regulation of exchange relationships, it formally withdraws from society and at the same time becomes the state of society as a whole. What the state guarantees in this way is the appearance of freedom of contract, which comes to be expressed in bourgeois law. This appearance can however only be maintained because in wages it has a basis which can be materially experienced. Only because wages create the appearance that all work is paid for can the capital relation establish itself on the surface as an exchange relationship. The concealment is brought about not by the legal form but by the capitalist mode of production. But since capitalism has succeeded in concealing the system of exploitation in the organization of production itself, it has become possible for the political legal regulation of relationships between people in bourgeois society to develop in formal abstraction from the social organization of production. Hence the state does not indeed guarantee justice, but nothing more than the application of formal principles. Once we explain the abstraction of the political legal forms of intercourse from the structures of production as arising from the concealment of the relationship of exploitation by wages, we have already established the particularization of the state from society and the most general form of the bourgeois state. But this tells us very little still about the concrete historical development of the bourgeois state. For from the form of the bourgeois state we cannot directly derive its functions. 16 Rather, the relationship between form and function of the bourgeois state involves a contradiction. This grows out of the requirement of the capitalist mode of production not only for particular modes of intercourse, but at the same time for the provision of material preconditions of production. Their general character can be ascertained from the competition between capitals, their particular form is a result of the historical concrete conditions of valorization of capital. These relationships have been discussed by Elmer Altvater. The provision of material conditions of production requires economically determined state action. This creates a vital threat to the safeguarding capitalist relations of production by means of the particularization of the state from society. There are three ways in which this contradiction between the form and function of the bourgeois state is reconciled. 1. The formally equal participation of all citizens in the process of determining the collective will serves to conceal the class content of state measures concluded in legal form. 2. The establishment of definite, formal, judicially reviewable procedures as operational standards for the bureaucracy serves to subject state action to the principle of the universal norm. 3. As a result of class struggles state actions come to include not only formal but also real interests of the working class. Although we cannot go into it here, we must point out that in the course of historical development it becomes necessary for an increasing amount of state business not to be channeled through legislative procedures, in order to ensure the provision of the material preconditions of production. But at the same time the bourgeois state, as a result of class conflicts, increasingly represents itself as the real defender of all interests. Thus bourgeois society is able to secure the relations of production in a way which surpasses that which is constituted by the particularization of the bourgeois state from society. 17 The first task of concrete analysis must be to show how the contradiction between the form and function of the bourgeois state unfolds concretely, and in what ways it is partially reconciled. Only after an extensive process of historical research which has hardly begun yet will a systematic construction of theories be possible. The basis for this will not be provided by the kinds of historical description and pts at systematization so far put forward by the proponents of the theory of state monopoly capitalism, nor do the critical discussions of these works provide a really adequate starting point. We have generally limited ourselves, in the concrete analysis of the bourgeois state, to recognizing the general connection with the conditions of valorization of capital. Class struggles are brought in to explain the establishment of this connection at any given moment. We have emphasized above the problems involved with this procedure. It consists of the theoretical reduction of class struggles to nothing more than the implementation of general laws. At the same time the necessary result of this procedure is the interpretation of state activity as functional for the concrete situation of capital valorization. An attempt to break through the limitations of previous state analysis would introduce on the analytical horizon factors whose analysis Marxists have hitherto left exclusively to political science. It would involve, for instance, the more detailed investigation of those members of bourgeois society of whom Marx once said that they regard the state as their private property. Introduction to the Critique of Hege's Philosophy of Law, MEGW, Volume 3, p. 187. But above all class struggles must no longer be looked at, in the framework of state analysis with regard only to their objective basis and context, but also in terms of their concrete course and results. This gives analytical significance to those particular conditions which are at the same time the result of previous class struggles in a society, and also influence the actual pursuit of political strategies. They are partly consolidated into the concrete constitutional structures of the state, but they are also embodied in certain traditions and typical modes of conduct. It is not that such structures determine the content of class struggles, but they are important for state analysis as channels through which economic and political strategies are as a rule pursued in a society. Just because a concrete strategy may be possible in one country does not make it in any way one that can be implemented in a corresponding form in another country, even if the general conditions of capital valorization are in every way similar. The approach put forward here, that the concrete activity of the state should be grasped as the result of social confrontations which are mediated through a wide variety of channels into the state apparatus, only makes theoretical sense if we think it conceivable that on the basis of such mediations actual state activity is not always the adequate expression of the interests of capital as a whole. Not that the interests of capital are not in general implemented, but in a concrete analysis we should not assume in advance as a certainty that in a concrete case the ensuing state activity will further the possibilities for accumulation of national capital to the fullest extent possible under capitalist conditions. This methodological emphasis on the concrete course of social strategies could be opposed in particular by pointing to the increasing activity of the state in planning, which results from the acceptance of the responsibility for initiating the development of stabilization strategies. But the transference of planning responsibilities to government departments does not itself create a kind of capitalist superintelligence. It is therefore not only a matter of analyzing the economic limits of state activity, we must go further and show the limitations to which state activity is subject in its functional possibilities for capital accumulation, limitations which arise from the connection between state activity and the crisis-ridden development of capitalism. The difficulties of gathering information, which are customarily stressed in this context, can only be mentioned here. But assuming the very best collection of information, where would the responsible advisors suddenly acquire analytical ability? We will illustrate these points with only one, but a rather important, example. Today, the most able growth theorists are absolutely clear that predictions about the concrete connection between definite infrastructural investments and economic growth are only possible as speculation. But even factors whose importance is not denied do not thereby become guiding principles of state action. Where suitable plans do exist in desk drawers, they can only be implemented even as plans either if they are in the interests of a fraction of capital, if the working class presses them forward as massively supported demands, or if an acute crisis makes clear the necessity for them. That is to say, new problems must first become problems for the state. This is brought about through the channels for the articulation of interests and/or through crises. The state reacts to both largely ad hoc and as a rule its measures create the preconditions for new crises. The logical analysis of the conditions of capitalist development provides no basis for understanding how state activity, which on closer inspection is amazingly unsystematic, always establishes, as if by a trick of reason, exactly that which can be regarded as functional at the time for the concrete conditions of capital accumulation. For this reason it is questionable whether the commonly assumed degree of dependence of the capitalist accumulation process on certain definite state measures would stand up to fundamental analysis. We can equally suppose that for some state activities no direct connection can be shown with the conditions for the valorization of capital. If such considerations are taken seriously and not just put down to historical accident, this poses problems for the materialist analysis of the state which we have not yet begun even to think about. 8. On the analysis of the bourgeois nation-state within the world market context. An attempt to develop a methodological and theoretical approach. Claudia von Brunn-Moll. The imperialist system, particularly in its metropolitan regions, is characterized to an increasing extent by the contradiction between internationalization and nationalization of the process of accumulation, a contradiction which manifests itself today in the appearance of internationally operating capitals, such as multinational corporations, and in the constant intervention of the state apparatus in the reproduction of the national capitals. In attempting to come to an analytic understanding of this contradiction, every analysis of imperialism, whether empirical or theoretical, is confronted by the double dilemma of the covert conservatism of the dominant concept of imperialism and the inadequacy of those attempts which up to the present have been made to investigate it. The current definitions represent imperialism as a spillover problem of one form or another. A national capital which was once essentially internal in scope reproduces itself externally to a growing extent and thus produces imperialism. Such a conception too contains latent bourgeois elements. Imperialism has the specific partition of the world market into national states as a precondition, and such a use of the concept consolidates this in such a way that it takes on an almost normative character. The accumulation of national capitals suddenly acquires its own legitimacy in the face of the intervention of external capitals. Rather than assessing the quality of the intervention from the nationality of the capital or of the capitalists, it should be occasion of determining the effect of the intervention on the chances for revolutionary change, and establishing the part played in this by boundaries, by the process of accumulation of national capitals, by the national development of productivity and by the national state apparatuses. It is, in other words, a question of giving the concept of imperialism added precision along the dimensions of the international division of labor and class struggle, as these are determined by the historically changed function of national statehood, and in this the specific mold of the international division of labor as it is structured by metropolitan capital is of particular importance. The problematic of the current concept of imperialism is reflected in the attempts which have so far been made to investigate it, and which try to provide a conceptual account of the relation between the world market movement of capital, imperialism, and the state. In particular, Marxist-oriented accounts have tried to free themselves from the traditional point of view that sees the state as determined in the first instance by internal processes to which external determinants are, as it were, appended a posteriori. In analyzing the process of capital accumulation as an international one, they conceive of the contemporary state as the political representative of national capitals in relation to intensified contradictoriness, as well as the tendencies towards new forms of statehood and the conditions for their realization. Although this shows an analytic regard for more recent developments, a methodological procedure which focuses on the national capital and its state is retained. Numerous accounts have developed from this position in which the development of underdevelopment is elevated to the central object of research. Point 3 Here the formation of the capitalist mode of production and its worldwide expansion is seen as a process taking place within international contexts and on an international scale, and its other face is analyzed as the decisive factor determining the course and form of developments in the peripheral regions. Thus, although the integration of national independently organized economies in the world market is seen as a phenomenon historically inseparable from capital, this insight is, however, confined to the extreme disparities exhibited in relationships between the metropolitan areas and the peripheral regions where this context is, of course, particularly obvious. Point 4 This insight, however, must be raised to the level of theory. It must be formulated there as a question regarding the international determinants of state interventionism. The insight into the way in which the world market mediates national accumulation and development of the productive forces, which first received theoretical attention as the international context of crisis, makes it in fact theoretically impossible to consider national economic development and the activities of national state apparatuses as being to a large extent internally determined. And this raises the question of the relation between the national economy and the world market, or in other words, between the bourgeois national state and the imperialist system. This question is, however, quite insoluble within models of increasing, externally induced, loss of autonomy by a politico-economic unit, i.e. the nation-state, which, as such, is structurally unaffected, as for example is the case in the debate over multinational corporations versus the nation-state. The old model of the bourgeois nation-state as a bounded entity with external relationships, which must act in conformity with international standards to the extent that it has external economic and political commitments, and which receives an additional impulse for state activity from these, has become untenable in its treatment of the real process of internationalized accumulation. The evident untenability of the model makes it clear that the model in no way captured the essence of anything, but merely, unaware of its own restrictions, circumscribed a particular period of history. An international system is not the sum of many states, but on the contrary the international system consists of many nation-states. The world market is not constituted by many national economies concentrated together, rather the world market is organized in the form of many national economies as its integral components. The methodological primacy of the totality over individual instances, must also be maintained at this level of the argument. Any national economy can only adequately be understood as a particular instance turning more or less upon its inner configuration, but which, nevertheless, is an integral element of the world market. So, therefore, the nation-state, and the bourgeois state as a general phenomenon, can only be properly determined in these dimensions. Similarly, the influence of the internationalization of capital accumulation cannot be understood if it is thought of as an external factor acting upon national statehood and the actions of the nation-state, but must be conceived of as a process taking effect within the national economy as part of the world market. 5. It may be asked whether the theory of imperialism should not take the world market as the a priori level of analysis from which conclusions then might be drawn, rather than taking national capital and the state associated with it as its starting point. In the Urtext of the Grundriss, Marx writes, the appearance of exchange value as a simple point of departure upon the surface presupposes the whole system of bourgeois production, 6. In the he makes the celebrated remarks about the only seeming correctness of beginning with the real and concrete. 7. And asserts that the emergence of the concept of labor in its simplest abstraction requires the fullest practical development of the most modern society. It does not seem unreasonable to take these remarks of epistemological validity, directed towards the analysis of the commodity form, also to apply to the level on which analysis should take place and to take them to be similarly valid for the world market. As a rule, the most general abstractions arise only in the midst of the richest possible concrete development, where one thing appears as common to many, to all. Then it ceases to be thinkable in a particular form alone. The simplest abstraction, then, which modern economics places at the head of its discussions, and which expresses an immeasurably ancient relation valid in all forms of society, nevertheless achieves one practical truth as an abstraction only as a category of the most modern society. This is valid not only for the construction of politico-economic categories and their articulation in. This tendency becomes more and more clearly manifest. The world market is the place in which production is posited as a totality together with all its moments, but within which at the same time, all contradictions come into play. It becomes the sphere of a global context of production and exchange in which capital is in the process of constituting itself as historical real-world capital. In accord with this tendency, capital drives beyond national barriers and prejudices as much as beyond nature worship, as well as all traditional confined, complacent, encrusted satisfactions of present needs, and reproductions of old ways of life. It is destructive towards all of this, and constantly revolutionizes it, tearing down all the barriers which hem in the development of the forces of production, the expansion of needs, the all-sided development of production, and the exploitation and exchange of natural and mental forces. This tendency, understood in terms of accumulation theory, must be analyzed at world market level. In other words, the accumulation of capital must be reconstructed conceptually in the world market context. Vt. Avis this totality, historical partitions, divisions, the political coming together of 164. Capitals in the bourgeois nation-state, national state apparatuses and their activities are to be analytically determined as the particular. The world market should thus be related as the one proper sphere of the circulation of capital to the national spheres of circulation as particularizations, and defined in this relation. 8 The appropriate analytical level is thus that of the world market. 9 And the task before us is to explain its differentiation as national capitals and its organization as nation-states. Thus, rather than investigating the extent of the diffusion of national capitals into capitals acting and merging on a world scale, which is conditioned by the process of accumulation, and the consequences which arise from this by either a methodological or analytic procedure, and thus remaining focused upon the bourgeois nation-state, attention should be turned to specifying the conditions under which capital, the movement of which is international in its very essence, is particularized into national capitals and their delimited political organization in the national state. 10 A further topic for examination is how the world market context of capital in the period of the internationalization of production influences class relations so as to unify or further differentiate them, given that these class relations are themselves to be understood as an international ensemble with nationally located centers of gravity. In working out such an approach, serious methodological and conceptual problems must be confronted. The categories developed by Marx in Capital Volume 3, which are concerned with the unity of the plurality and which carry competition as an effective factor entering into the constitution of the category, such as the average rate of profit, the organic composition of capital, the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, etc. are categories derived from the concept of capital in general. 11 Which, if they are used in concrete historical analysis, must be related to a context of production and exchange. Within this context, the conditions of their existence, the mobility of capital and of labor, must be established. At the time that Marx wrought Capital, the only unit which embodied these conditions necessary for the constitution of the categories was the bourgeois nation-state, or the internal market, established within boundaries partly given in advance and partly achieved as the result of struggle. Since the boundaries of the complexes of production and circulation of the interrelated capitals were thus largely identical with those of the bourgeois nation-state, the categories, such as the average rate of profit, could only find empirical reference as categories reflecting an historical reality in a national framework. The concrete contradictory unity of the many had, corresponding to the historical unfolding of the development of the productive forces and the division of labor, its historically most highly developed form of appearance in the national capital. This does not mean, it must be stressed, that Marx developed these categories belonging to the concept of capital in general in a national context and that it is necessary to dehistorify them through a complicated process of decontextualization and abstraction, but simply that he relates them in moments of empirical concretization to the national framework. This is partly for reasons to do with the historical nature of accumulation, but partly, however, also because the conceptual development of competition was insufficiently differentiated to allow for a view of the state as the political form of organization of competing capitals gathered together in historically formed systems of reproduction. 12 Thus Marx defines the average rate of profit on the basis of the methodological presupposition of the same degree of exploitation of relative and absolute surplus value in a given country. Capital Volume 3, p. 142, stressing that what we want to show in this part is precisely the way in which a general rate of profit takes shape in any given country. He speaks of the process of the equalization of the rate of profit in a given national social formation and thus applies the concept of total social capital in a concrete manner only within a national framework. In fact, he cannot conceive of the world market as anything other than an aggregation of national units. 13 And his explanation of national differences in wages is based on this. The concept of a national capital combines an economic concept, subject to its own laws, with a political concept which in its essence is contingent to the economic. As a result, it seems all too easy for the political concept, a short everyday expression, to become a substitute for systematic consideration of the conditions required for the constitution of this specific historical form of appearance of the unity of capital. In the course of the process of accumulation, of the extension, differentiation, and intensification of the social division of labor, of the increasing establishment of international capital mobility and supranational interpenetration, the unity of the divided complexes of reproduction, previously established selectively and essentially in the sphere of circulation, coheres increasingly to become a real, unified, global complex of reproduction. To the extent that this development arises from the process of the valorization of capital itself, it marks a new historical and concrete form of appearance of the unity of capital, which, vis the previous unity, shows itself to be a process of particularization which must be determined historically. The analysis of the movements of capital must start from the level of that new unity within which capital movement actually takes place. 14 If the movement of capital and with it of the law of value are to receive conceptual analysis at the world market level, then the derivation and determination of the form of the bourgeois state must be introduced on this dimension, or perhaps can only be accomplished at this level. In the light of the fact that the sphere of motion of capital and of the law of value is the world market and that the law of value, in accordance with the 165, 166 inner laws of capital, progressively realizes its tendency towards worldwide effectiveness, the form of the bourgeois nation-state, the political organization of separate complexes of reproduction, the political condensation of national capitals cannot be derived from the merely internal dimensions of a commodity-producing class society alone. It is not just a question of the derivation of the state in general, but of the derivation of the specific political organization of the world market in many states, or, in other words, of explaining the particularization of capital in national capitals each with their own political organs and their own features. This is an indispensable prerequisite for any analysis which has the forms of appearance of contemporary imperialism and the problems of state interventionism as its object. Marx himself never touched upon this problem at length, much less offered possible solutions to it. His only remarks on the topic are essentialist, underived and unfounded quasi-analytic statements which are ultimately of a rather descriptive nature. It embraces the whole commercial and industrial life of a given stage and, in so far, transcends the state and the nation, though, on the other hand again, it must assert itself in its external relations as nationality and internally must organize itself as state. But it is nothing more than the form of organization which the bourgeois are compelled to adopt, both for internal and external purposes, for the mutual guarantee of their property and interests. Or in the description which bundles a whole range of historically diverse forms together, the present society is capitalist society, which exists in all civilized countries, freed in varying degrees from the admixture of medievalism, modified in varying degrees by the particular historical development of each country, and developed to a varying degree. In contrast to this, RHE present state 1 changes with each country's border. It differs between the Prusso-German Empire and Switzerland, between England and the United States. The present state is thus a fiction. Nevertheless, the various states of the various civilized countries, despite their motley diversity of form, do have this in common: they all stand on the ground of modern bourgeois society, although the degree of capitalist development varies. They thus also share certain essential characteristics. In this sense one can speak of present states. In each of these the multi-state nature of the world market is presupposed, never examined. Thus materialist theory in its present stage of construction and reconstruction hardly provides points of contact for the presentation, in the context of a rigorous derivation, of the specific statal organization of the world market. Neither, on the other hand, can a reasoned argument be produced to show that such a derivation is impossible. Nor is the answer to be found by taking some concept of the state and making a plausible deduction of its plurality and applying it in historical concrete modification. Any such deduction would remain unsatisfactory, the modifications would still have to be explained. The most suitable way to achieve the conceptual clarification outlined would seem to be through historical analysis informed and accompanied by systematic reflection. Point 15 The world market must be seen as an international, state-organized, and specifically structured, all-encompassing effective international context of competition, within which statehood arises and consolidates itself and states form their characteristic economic, social, and political structure. The concreteness of the particular nation-state and its economic form determination is to be explained in terms of the particular historic circumstances and preconditions under which the various total national capitals develop. Of these factors a dominant role must be assigned to position within the world market context. But this concreteness, in spite of being in essence contingent to capital, nevertheless had a decisive effect historically upon the actual formation of the accumulation process within specific bounds. Thus it in turn played a decisive part in the determination of the particular pattern of development of the productive forces, of class relations and, last but not least, the specific configuration of the state apparatus, its functions, and its perception of its function as much as its position in the context of a class society. The particular pre-existing territorial features of the pre-capitalist system of reproduction and the structure of its administrative apparatus of rule are similarly of central importance. Conceptual reflection must be introduced in the analysis of the formation of bourgeois society in the context of the world market, which is the basis and the vital element of capitalist production ** of the connection between the growth of national systems of reproduction and the development of the world market and of the influences, mediated through the world market, upon the specific features and modes of action of the national state apparatus. The historical account of the origin of the capitalist mode of production in the particular form of national capitals and of the world market assuming the form of organization of political nation-states requires the discovery and reconstruction of the systematic conditions for the constitution of the categories. For if, as is here being maintained, the world market is the appropriate analytic level, in relation to which effectively delimited spaces of the movement of capital are to be determined, then this designates a dimension which, within capitalism, is historical only in relation to the effectiveness of the delimitation, not as regards the appropriateness of the level of analysis. In other words, it is a 167. 168. Question of reconstructing a substratum of the categories, as it were, the effectiveness of the world market context as manifested from the onset of the capitalist mode of production right up to its development in monopoly and imperialism. The existence of regionally delimited political entities exercising sovereignty was from the start the precondition and the specific bearer of the constitution and consolidation of a complex of exchange based on the division of labor, on the basis of the capitalist mode of production, and thus also of the unfolding of the laws of capital. But, at the same time, the establishment of the capitalist mode of production presupposed the world market, on the one hand in the sense of the capturing of wealth and the absorption of commodities, on the other hand, the world market was the vital element of capital in such a manner that the disunited processes of accumulation did not form themselves into a single unit, but rather, using and changing the function of pre-existing boundaries and apparatuses of domination, they assumed political forms of organization, those of the bourgeois state which relate competitively to one another. The colonies created world trade, and world trade is the condition of large-scale industrial enterprise. Owing to their dual function as providers of raw materials, precious metals, luxury goods, and slaves, and as a market outlet for predominantly manufactured products, the steady expansion of the world market, initially in a time of still predominantly feudal structures, acted as a powerful driving force in the accumulation of treasure, the circulation of money and commodity production for an expanding market. The world market is an integral component of those processes which have as their result primitive accumulation and the Industrial Revolution, in other words the assertion of the capitalist mode of production and its laws. That is to say that right from the origins of the capitalist mode of production, the world market is integrated into the national economies, in which this process takes place. In the course of securing and maintaining the material basis of its supremacy, the political apparatus of feudal rule was transformed into the absolute state, which, partly in objective and partly in direct coalition with merchant and manufacturing capital, undermined its own economic and social foundations to act as midwife to the capitalist mode of production. 17 The centralization and organization of state power achieved by the absolute state, precondition for a wide-reaching series of measures aimed at increasing wealth and centered on the rising bourgeoisie. 18 Required the definite establishment of state boundaries, which gradually lost their dynastic character and acquired a growing economic significance, becoming the framework within which the bourgeois nation-state was gradually formed. With the implementation of a state-supervised monetary system and the expansion of channels of commerce and trade, etc., the absolutist state promoted the unification of the conditions of circulation. The bureaucracy maintained the notion of unity against the various states within the state. 19 Admittedly, in its social dimension, this unity was confined to the property-owning bourgeoisie who sustained the bourgeois nation-state, confined, in effect, to capital, but it necessarily also contained within itself the class antagonism which negated that unity. In its territorial dimension it comprised the space within which capital moved as complex of circulation and production based on the division of labor, a space which was provided and formed by the actions of the absolutist state. In its external affairs the absolute mercantilist state was still fully committed to the theory that wealth was to be achieved through trading. It functioned as the executor of a system of state-regulated exploitation through trade, which played an exceptionally important role at the time of the onset of capitalist industry. It was in essence the economic policy of an age of primitive accumulation. The modest productivity of labor did not permit a concept of surplus value to develop. Profit was understood to be the result of an advantage gained as the result of differences in prices, and on the national level this meant importing as little and as cheaply as possible, and exporting as much and as expensively as one could. As a result, the central aim of mercantilist policies was a monopoly control of export markets and a structure of production in the colonies geared to the needs of domestic manufacture and industry. Thus a comprehensive system of state regulation, expression of the still extreme need of the capitalist mode of production for protection and support, provided for the furnishing of the requisite labor power and the promotion of industrial life. The protective external borders became a defensive tariff wall for production and the internal market for as long as, arid to the extent that, ascendant capitalism required protection within these borders in order to manufacture capitalists. Through its policy of optimal strength on the world market, the mercantile state achieved the systematic integration of the world market into the national economy and the structuring of the national economy for the world market. In its external policy and riot just in the waging of war, but also in the provision of legal guarantees in international exchange operations, the state appears clearly as representative and guarantor of 169. 170. The dominant mode of production. Thus the political and military strength of a state within the international system served from the first the immediate interests of the rising bourgeoisie. 20 In the course of the development of a system of international law, states came to recognize one another as the political representatives of separate, bounded complexes of production and circulation, the unity of which, developing upon an antagonistic basis, constitutes the bourgeois nation-state. 21 Just as the world market was the necessary basis of primitive accumulation, and just as its precondition was the territorial delimitation and sovereignty of the emergent bourgeois national state, so the Industrial Revolution was also accomplished along the dimension of this contradictory unity of the two elements. Neither did the old mode of production suffice for the international extending markets and still more rapidly extending competition of the capitalists. Capital Volume 1, p. 443, extended by merchant capital and manufacture, nor did the developing national capital ever at any time remain within its frontiers. On the one hand, the immediate effect of machinery is to increase the supply of raw material in the same way, for example, as the cotton gin augmented the production of cotton. On the other hand, the cheapness of the articles produced by machinery, and the improved means of transport and communication furnish the weapons for conquering foreign markets. By ruining handicraft production in other countries, machinery forcibly converts them into fields for the supply of its raw material. In this way East India was compelled to produce cotton, wool, hemp, jute, and indigo for Great Britain. By constantly making a part of the hand supernumerary, modern industry, in all countries where it has taken root, gives a spur to emigration and to the colonization of foreign lands, which are thereby converted into settlements for growing the raw material of the mother country, just as Australia, for example, was converted into a colony for growing wool. And new and international division of labor, a division suited to the requirements of the chief centers of modern industry, springs up, and converts one part of the globe into a chiefly agricultural field of production, for supplying the other part which remains a chiefly industrial field. Thus with the Industrial Revolution, the country undergoing industrialization became actively caught up in a structure of international division of labor, and, operating in accordance with the dynamic of the valorization of capital, wrought permanent changes upon it. 22 In the violent process by which the structure of the international division of labor was established, the trade and production structures of the colonies were formed so as to suit the requirements of manufacturing and industrial capital, and thus achieve the accumulation necessary to secure the capital expenditure needed for the success and prosperity of the capitalist mode of production in the metropolitan regions. 23 The structure of inter-national relationships became the expression of a particular division of labor and altered in accordance with it. Separate and particular histories became subsumed and condensed into a single world history. This process, which was initiated in England with the support of a state apparatus with active international involvement. 24 Was to the advantage of British capital and detrimental to the autonomous reproduction of those countries where the unevenness of political and economic development made for feudal relations which were much more stable and far more resistant to external influences. Once the world market had come into being, and once the capitalist mode of production was established, the remaining European states were compelled to open up to them on pain of economic stagnation or the loss of the material basis of their authority. Where the social preconditions were lacking, this opening up was achieved through the active involvement of the state apparatus, which owes to a large extent its specific shape and its specific location in class society to just those interventions. in the service of the establishment of capitalist relations of production. Since 1825 the invention and employment of machines is simply the result of the war between entrepreneurs and workers. And even that is true only of England. The European nations are compelled to adopt machinery by the competition to which they are subjected by the English as much in their domestic markets as the world market. Whereas England was in world market competition with states which were still at the stage of an almost pure merchant capitalism, the European states were confronted in both domestic and external markets by a technologically superior competitor with extensive world market connections which was permanently in a position to effect value transfers through profitable unequal exchange. They were thus forced, on the one hand, to create a complex of production and circulation subject to their own control and protected as far as possible from external influences by means of protective tariffs 25, and on the other, to revolutionize economic and social relations in order to introduce capitalist relations and promote the development of competitive conditions of production, or in a word, to develop a national capital which would be competitive on the world market. The less the pre-capitalist relations of production were already in a state of decay, the more the state-mediated acceleration of accumulation contribute to the petrification of pre-capitalist class relations, and the more the active state apparatus became autonomous. Thus in every metropolitan country which underwent primitive accumulation and an industrial revolution in the wake of England, class relations and the relation of the state apparatus to society bear in a specific manner the imprint of that country's position on the world market. 26. 171. 172. Whereas in England the bourgeoisie in coalition with an extensively capitalized aristocracy was able to secure its influence over the state apparatus with relatively little force or bloodshed. 27. In France, in contrast, it required an economic crisis, mediated by the world market and resulting in revolutionary convulsions, for the bourgeoisie to gain an influence upon the structure and activity of the state apparatus. Moreover, the bourgeois republic as historical political expression of the consolidated capitalist mode of production was able to establish itself in France only some 40 years later than in England. In Prussian Germany, on the other hand, with its oft-cited late start, the confrontation between relatively stable feudal relations and the necessity for self-assertion on the world market developed in forms of forced accumulation. Lacking any objectives over and above society, the state apparatus in the USA developed in administrative reflection of the necessities of the economic and political processes and with the closest of ties with the clientele affected. The study of the historical material 31 dealing with the establishment of the capitalist mode of production makes it clear that the capitalist mode of production in general can only arise within the context of a world market established by merchant capital. The world market is the precondition, the basis and the vital element of capital, and therefore logically inseparable from the concept of capital, although in its real concrete form as a space permeated and structured by capital, it depends upon the concrete historical unfolding of capitalist relations of production. In the transformation of pre-existing territorial boundaries into the bourgeois nation-state, as political form of organization and necessary basis for the operation of capital, the world market retains its characteristic principle of organization, the general realization of which reflects the penetration of capitalist relations of production. Of compelling importance as a constitutive element, the world market at all times remains a real influence and conditioning factor in the process of the development of nationally organized capitalist complexes of reproduction, and asserts its dimension. Within the nationally organized process of accumulation both in periods of prosperity and in crisis. 32 If the world market is the basis and the integral scope of the capitalist mode of production, the bourgeois nation-state is also the basis. The bourgeois nation-state is both historically and conceptually part of the capitalist mode of production. 33 The economic relation of force in the capitalist relations of production has always required, for its continued profitable domination as well as for its establishment, the exercise of political force, localized in the apparatus of the bourgeois state, to intervene and to protect it. That this state force is not a single central one, congruent in its domain with the development and extension of the capitalist mode of production, that it appears as a plurality, and imposes on the world market the principle of organization into national states. This is essentially due to the domination which characterizes relations within all previous societies and to the specific form this domination takes under capitalism. The existence of a state apparatus is in itself the admission by a society that its reproduction is organized along the dimension of domination, that it is a class society. Ultimately it is the conditions of the material interchange between man and nature and the development of the productive forces which give to the statement that the history of all hitherto existing societies is the history of class struggle its specific historical concrete form, referred to by Marx and Engels as social formation, to which there corresponds in each case a specific form of the exercise and preservation of authority. The pre-capitalist state formations with their historically contingent frontiers strongly dependent in their extent on the development of the productive forces are characterized equally by the nature of their internal domination arid by the rivalry of their external power struggle. The border marked the end of one and the beginning of the other. The capitalist mode of production then comes into being within these pre-existent bounded territories, where authority and competition prevail. In the capitalist mode of production, domination is reproduced in the mechanism of economic functioning itself and yet needs politically regulative and repressive safeguarding precisely because as anarchically exercised authority it is incapable of being adequately assured by the operation of the laws of production. Many centers of capital arise, reproduction and accumulation take place within limited areas, capital avails itself of the existing political apparatus of force to impose and safeguard itself, reforming and expanding it according to its own needs. In the nation-state the bourgeoisie constitutes itself as a unit operating politically on the world market in a competitive relation with other national bourgeoisies, just as within the framework of national borders fractions of the bourgeoisie only constitute politically active units. 173. 174. Through their Reibenzeit to Kakstace Tarskrut to the political complexes of production and exchange have a specific density, which stabilizes borders and gives them their economic relevance only to the extent that they partition capitals historically to constitute a national total capital. Through the national state apparatuses the fractioned bourgeoisie organizes state interventions of the most diverse forms in the world market movements of capital. Whether such interventions are domestically focused or whether they involve action directed outwards depends upon the particular imperatives of valorization and the particular class constellations. Thus there are pre-existent structures of authority whose economic bases are transformed with the establishment of the capitalist mode of production. Once it has embarked upon the process of its development, capital imposes its laws upon the rulers within a defined territorial area, on pain of losing their power through the gradual erosion of its basis, mediated through either internal or external assault. The existing apparatuses of power, in acting to maintain the material basis of their authority, function as the objective vehicle of the capitalist mode of production and as the administrative executors of the historical dissolution process and as the makers of the conditions for the existence of capital. To this extent they are based on the previously predominantly politically determined sphere of authority, whose boundaries increasingly lose their purely political character and come to comprise the complex of production governed by the division of labor, the unity of competing capitals which finds its conceptual expression in the national average rate of profit. The universal character of the capitalist mode of production also asserts itself in the fact that it brings forth and strengthens the bourgeois nation-state as a reproduction complex of a specific density separated off from other bourgeois nation-states, as a partial center of accumulation. Once the capitalist mode of production had established itself in England, less developed forms of national production in other countries began necessarily to be rendered obsolete by English large-scale industry. The specific establishment of the capitalist mode of production in France and Germany shows in an exemplary manner the necessity of forming nationally determined centers of capital accumulation, mediated through the state apparatus. The necessity was derived from the political premise of autonomous economic and political authority, which was maintained at the cost, naturally, of the transfer of that authority from the hands of the feudal classes into those of the bourgeoisie. The relevance of the formation of politically bounded centers emerges even more clearly from a consideration of the coming into existence of the USA. The conflict between the colonies and the mother country broke out at the precise point in time at which a decisive divergence of views occurred over the authority to dispose of the capital generated by primitive accumulation, and at which the economic disposition favorable to England centrally threatened the autonomy of the economic and political authority of the colonies. The political independence of the ruling classes in the USA required the constitution of a bourgeois state of their own as the precondition for providing an economic basis for that rule via the capitalist mode of production. At bottom, all the pathetic rhetoric of freedom which the War of Independence produced was no more than the legitimating screen of competing claims to rule, which here still required that formal constitution which in Europe was already provided by territorial sovereignty. The form of the bourgeois nation-state, of the world market organized as nation-states, acquires, as a bounded, legally sovereign center of a capitalist complex of exchange and production, the function of securing, both internally and externally, the politico-economic power of the bourgeoisies competing in the international system. The form, however great its economic significance, the relations of industry and trade within every nation are dominated by their intercourse with other nations, and are conditioned by relations with the world market. 34 is ultimately not comprehensible without recourse to the political moment of domination which is implicit in the economic relation of force between wage labor and capital, and without reference to the competing claims to rule advanced by rival bearers of authority. This political moment here acquires a fundamental significance inasmuch as without its introduction in the schematic derivation of the political from the economic competition between national bourgeoisies as a mere reflection of competition between national capitals, the constitution of this capital as national, the insistence on its own foundation and exercise of authority, as opposed to the theoretically conceivable profitable participation in non-national authority, cannot be established. In the national organization of the world market, with all its implications for the development of power and for its exercise, there is nevertheless an admission, the admission again that domination lies at the core of the capitalist mode of production, and with it the antagonistic and competitive striving to maintain it by whatever means. The bourgeois nation-state is indeed the primary location for the social reproduction of class relations. It is here that repressive political measures for their preservation are carried out, and this becomes ever clearer with the growing coincidence in the scope of economic and social reproduction. On the other hand, political self-assertion in a specific national state and the arsenal of means of power which go along with it is indeed the precondition for long-term economic self-assertion. However, neither the considerations of economic nor of social reproduction are adequate to explain the refusal of one national bourgeoisie to accept the politico-territorial subjection to another. Even in cases of extensive economic dependence, in the ever-fragile union of the national bourgeoisie with its own nation-state, class society is revealed as a nexus of domination. The complexes of reproduction centered within the boundaries of nation. 175. 176. States define themselves as nationally autonomous complex of authority principally through the ownership of the means of production and the overall direction of the process of production on the part of the national bourgeoisie, who in the state apparatus have created an organ of authority which will represent their own interests. In so far as the basis of this authority is grounded in the continuous appropriation of surplus value, national bourgeoisies will compete with one another for the surplus value produced on the world market, and the extent, the forms and the strategy and methods used in this competition are centrally dependent upon the process of accumulation and crisis as an increasingly international process. The nation-state is thus not merely the historical form of organization within which capital first develops and grows into a nationally centered complex of production and exchange, it is also mediated through the national development of the course of accumulation, mediated above all through the state apparatus, an indispensable instrument necessary to secure the profitable outcome of the valorization of national capital in its competition with the many other capitals combined together in nation-states. It is the guarantor and regulator of the conditions necessary for the reproduction of capital within the framework of the nation-state, and at the same time also the apparatus for the repression of national labor power. As is stated in the Communist Manifesto, the class struggle is, though not in substance, yet in form, a national struggle. 35 Even if the internationalization of accumulation involves the increasingly international determination of exploitation, and the direction of the particular national production processes are structured by the conditions of international competition and differences in productivity, the authority which safeguards this exploitation still continues to be mediated nationally. It is precisely the actualization of the international complex of accumulation and crisis, functioning as a pressure towards the equalization of the different national levels of productivity, which activates the national bourgeoisie's interest in safeguarding the basis of its rule, which, as an imperialistic one, itself transcends national frontiers. It mobilizes the state apparatus in its defense and thus, in spite of the growing non-coincidence between accumulation processes and state frontiers, consolidates the organization of the world market into nation-states. 36 The relation between the world market and the nation-state is therefore to be understood as an historical continuum internal to capitalism and to be determined with reference to the laws unfolding in the process of accumulation of capital in a specific concrete historical form. In this context, it is necessary to reach a more precise understanding of the extremely blurred concept of the world market. Marx uses the concept to describe the location of those international trading relationships which in a centuries-long process help to accelerate the destruction of feudal relations. When, however, he writes of the entanglement of all peoples in the net of the world market, and with this, the international character of the capitalist regime, the world market is envisaged as the fully developed domain of capital movement. Clearly a theoretical distinction must be drawn here between two separate states of affairs, which are linked by capital's development according to its own inner laws, and distinguished by the historically different level of accumulation and the different structuring of the international division of labor. Part of the task of any theory of imperialism is to undertake to account for these historically differentiated determinations on the basis of a theory of accumulation.